Back in late October 2023, I had a few people start to ask me if I'd seen or heard the Friendly Geordies podcast, where apparently ripped into me for a...
Ah, fuck. An hour and 16. I'm going to have to put this on the speed. Where is it? Settings. Sorry about this, folks. This is going to be long. Even when I put it on, let's try 1.5. Yeah, that puts it down to a lean fucking 55 minutes or whatever. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Oh, you did indeed.
At the time, the truth was no, I hadn't. But recently I sat down to try and get through it. Look, I tried, okay? I really tried. I pulled 95% of the stuff that makes up this video together back in November last year. Then I sat on it. To be honest, I just didn't have the energy back then to respond. Friendly Geordies has a fairly large cult-like following from what I've seen, and when he says something, people listen, and many of those people take it as gospel. They don't really bother.
Pickles, why the fuck are you lying about how long it took you to put this together? Like, you've obviously edited this heaps. I did 95% of it, and then I didn't do it for 6 months, and then I did the other 5%. This is exactly the same as in the last video. He said, only 5% of his half video was about the half, even though I didn't even advertise it as the half. The half is just one point of, like, the wider context of what was happening politically at the time. But how dare I do a video that is broader out of the scope of what Pickles specifically wants everyone to talk about, because this is the thing that he does. He just invents rules in his head. But isn't it interesting that he uses that exact figure on the other foot when it's him? He did all of the legwork back then and only did 5% now. Come on, can't. You were stewing on it for fucking 6 months. It's cool, just admit it. I've done it to journalists in the past. Don't try and make it sound better that it took you 6 months to make this respond.
Bother to question anything. Nothing that he says anyway. Given all that, I toyed with the idea of just ignoring it and not responding.
I'm sorry. This is going to take way longer than I thought already. That is really telling of Swollen Pickles' psychology. The fact that he sits there and says, all of Jordan's audience, they're all a bunch of zombies. Sorry, I'm not doing the voice right. They're all a bunch of zombies. They just take whatever he says as gospel. Not my audience. They're a bunch of free thinkers. Have you ever looked at Swollen Pickles' comments? All of them will just be, Friendly Geordies is really good when he does journalism, and journalism means shitting on people. But when he says that something is good, that's bad, because I have this dumb worldview that everyone's fucked except me. That's his audience, over and over. Go look at all of his, oh wow, Pickles, I can't believe that someone fucked with you. It's the one thing that you can't say, it's that you do your homework. They are free-thinking individuals. And why? Because they, down the line, agree with Swollen Pickles, not on any of his points, just, he's mad because he just reinforces the view that everyone's shit except me. I like that view. They're all, critical thinkers. Because they're all those... I use this quote, I use this all the time when I'm talking about Redditors, which is exactly his fucking audience. Redditors have this view of the world that critical thinking is just shitting on things. But that's all good. Everything, all the time, should be endlessly negative. No government has ever made a good decision. That's why we all have electricity at the moment. It was in spite of governments.
I mean, that was the easy option. But then again, I was accused of being dishonest, among other things.
Dude, just admit you're an ape like everyone else. And this
See you next Tuesday.
cunt here is saying, either he is being unbelievably dishonest or he just doesn't understand how Parliament works. Your premises so far are just based on assumption and deliberately misleading your audience to thinking that really just do not understand how politics works at all, let alone how the parliamentary system works. Wanton lies. It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful.
So let's get into it.
Again, he is just exactly the same as all the Twitterati, all the journalists that I've gone after over the years. John Barilaro, they all have the same mentality. Well, not John. Let's take him out of the equation. But constantly, all of them, they always have this concept that I'm allowed to shit on you, but if you shit on me, that's bullying. You can't do that. How dare you accuse me of being dishonest? You did 2 videos of me, I think, anyway. The one that I looked at, the whole thing is just put under the context of Jordan is misleading his audience. He is deliberately lying to his audience. Then when I say the same thing back, nope, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. How dare you? Again, just these are the rules that he invents in his own head. It's incredible. It's exactly like the crikey journalists back in the day. You can't shit on us. We're just shitting on you. How dare you shit on us? Why? What did I do to get shat on? What an idiot.
Not going to be going through each and every one of the opinions he expressed over the hour and a half. For one, that'd take way too long. And two, I honestly
I'm doing it. You had 6 months. You had the time to do it, Pickles. Let's be honest. I don't think that you're employed in some high-functioning job.
didn't get through the whole thing. After about 30 minutes or so, I felt like it was a genuine waste of time and energy, so I kind of just skipped through sections from...
Ooh, good out. Very good out, Pickles. So you're building up the pretext that the reason you didn't respond to the whole video is because it was a waste of your time. Looks like you got plenty of time. You're putting a lot of editing into this, mate. Be honest. The reason that you didn't respond to half of it is because you don't have an argument for half of it.
From there. What I will do is address a few, let's be overly generous and call them inaccuracies that were presented. These are the things that obviously resonated with his fans, given the times I've seen his talking points regurgitated as fact. Look, if there is a legit...
When have you seen that? What are you talking about? His talking points regurgitated as fact. Names and numbers. You talking about my audience saying that? I'd really like to see what you think is so inaccurate that it requires an hour and 16 minutes of highly edited content. God, I must be lying through my teeth.
Legitimate point I missed that you'd like me to address, leave a comment and I might take a look, preferably with a timecode though to save me some hassle. I think it should be pretty clear, but I'm not perfect and I've never claimed to be. But what...
Shut the fuck up. I hate how everybody always puts these cushioners that they think makes them look like they're being really, I don't know, generous and that they're admitting their faults. You've already shown a massive cognitive bias that you have, which is that my audience are a bunch of lemmings that sit there and get fed these talking points and then go out and spurt them. But not yours. Not yours, Pickles. Yours don't just regurgitate your shitty talking points that you stole from the Greens anyway.
What I can say is that when I put something out, I've done the work.
Swollen Pickles.
I thought he was your fan.
And I haven't? Are you kidding me? What do you think I do all day? This is my job. Not on your videos, because they're not worth the time. You're just retreating into your own little universe. But, you know, there's a reason that John Barilaro quit.
Man,
I don't think it was because I wasn't doing my homework.
remember...
Why would you think that?
May as well address this because I know a few have wondered whether I am or have ever been a fan of Friendly Geordies. The short answer is no. Not that I mean that in a mean...
Oh, wow, this is a real inaccuracy that needs to be addressed. I'm not actually a fan of Friendly Geordies. No one cares. Just get on with the
I've
points.
just never been a regular viewer. I'm guessing, like a lot of people, I watched a bit of the Barilaro drama when that was going on, but outside of that, prior to pulling this video...
Thank you for referring to that period of my life as drama. That's, this is going to be very even-handed, as Pickles always is. It's amazing that he always presents himself as this, like, I'm this fact god and all I do is dispense facts. But, yeah, what Friendly Geordies did there required no work whatsoever. Him getting sued, he's a producer getting arrested, me almost getting arrested, being bugged for 6 months, facing court on numerous occasions, not just for the defamation case, and let's not forget other things that I'm not even allowed to mention. No, that was just drama.
Video together. The only time I've ever really watched his stuff is if someone's pinged me a link or people have prompted me to go and have a look at something. His Housing Australia Future Fund video is the perfect example.
Because I remember this...
Yeah, but as you can see, it's not just that. Stop framing it as that, Pickles. It's not just the Housing Australia Future Fund. I'm talking about that whole thing is about how the Greens were framing housing in this country and their shitty solutions for it.
His name, Swollen Pickles, from our podcast comments section in 2018, 2017.
Yeah.
So I think he was a fan of you and even the pod, and now he's gone to the dark side.
Okay, so this just isn't true. I'm not sure where he's getting that from. I'd never listened to the podcast prior to this episode and never left any comments.
Does he support any party, or he's just like...
No, he's one of those people that like clearly votes Greens but says that he's above it and who's looking at everything objectively and with facts and the facts just lead to the Greens. It's like, dude, just admit you're an ape like everyone else and you have your little monkey brain that thinks away, okay? Just come out and admit it. Like, have the balls to admit that you're a Greens voter, for fuck's sake.
This may have made it easier for him if it were true, but unfortunately...
So he's still not going to admit it. Cool, dude. If you're not a Greens voter, you sure have been regurgitating a lot of their points, such as, the half is gambling. 30,000 houses? You can't build 30,000 houses for $72,000. Those are just taken directly from Max Chandler Mather, but you're sitting there saying that my audience regurgitates my points. Yours is even sadder. They're regurgitating points that you stole from Max Chandler Mather.
It's not.
There's anything wrong with that.
Jordan seems to make the same assumption that most of the rusted-on Labor faithful seem to have made about me any time I criticise the Labor government. I do get it. For him and his audience, it's probably the quickest and easiest way to dismiss any criticism of the current government.
No, it's not that. It's that you are trying to prop yourself up as this completely objective orb of rationality. That you're seeing everything down the line and you have no biases at all. When it's like, those are the only people that you shouldn't trust. That is a classic mainstream media talking point that was designed to hide their bias. This has nothing to do with this video, but I'm just going to say it anyway because I find it so interesting. When the media was originally formed in this country, originally they used to say, we're here for the elite. We are solely putting across the point of view of our proprietors. They realized after a while, maybe saying you're a bunch of dumb scum and you deserve the shitty conditions that you have is probably not the best way to win elections. So they decided to paint this whole thing of like, what you should be aiming for in life is objectivity, which is a lie. No one is objective. I'm just saying, be honest. Like, Pickles, if you're not a Greens voter, what have you voted in the past few elections? Because at the very least, I'm sure he's probably going to be one of these, like, put the majors last. He's going to be one of those cunts, which means that you're probably putting the Greens up higher. And again, if you're not a Greens voter, you seem to regurgitate a lot of their talking points.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images,
There's going to be a lot of
everything,
this,
including
and I'm very
content,
interested
literally in
that this video is long enough.
This Pickles guy. He thinks this Labour policy is rubbish.
He must be some dirty Greens voter, or maybe even some Green sleeper agent.
No, I'm not going to level that point. I don't think that you're a Green sleeper agent. The Greens are far too disorganised to do that. And on top of that, they don't need to, because there's enough of you fuckwits out there just going, oh, the majors suck. They're the same. Shit and shit light. They don't need sleeper agents. People are just very primed to this whole point of, if someone has independent in their name, then that means they're a free thinker, and I'm a free thinker, so I like them.
It's pretty lazy, but it's not that complicated. In my view, Labor's
centrepiece
Housing Australia Future Fund policy is a turd sandwich. It's that simple.
See, there we go, right there. Uses the South Park giant douche and a turd sandwich. We all know where this is going.
That doesn't
Sing it,
I'm affiliated
Pickles.
with the Greens in any way, or that I'm some sort of habitual Greens voter. I've never explicitly said who I voted for in the past.
Yeah, so say it. Put out who you vote for. I honestly think it is the height of dishonesty to say, I am not going to tell you who I vote for, but listen to me, I'm completely objective. Be honest with the public.
Partly because I didn't think it was anyone's business, and partly because I like to keep people guessing.
That's a great thing. How noble of you, Pickles. You just see it as this massive, like, internal game that you're playing with your own audience. Cool. That's so sick of you. I can't believe that he thinks that's awesome in his head. Like, honestly, that is just a form of dishonesty. In my books, that is a form of dishonesty if you don't say, this is who I vote for and why. I don't think, look, this is what you need to learn from Chomsky's propaganda model, which is that, and I like this, I like doing this because it actually does some real media literacy. All the cunts on Twitter are always like, this public needs to be media literate. And they do. They do need to understand this point. Not from the press, because they are the most media illiterate fuckwits on earth, but they do need to understand. When Chomsky is talking about the propaganda model, yes, he's talking about big corporations owning the media and them pretty much just putting out PR for their own agendas. Yep, okay, that's all well and good. What he also states over and over again is propaganda used to be a neutral term. I think it's from the Latin word propagare, to spread. That's where it comes from. Meaning, propaganda used to basically mean anything that comes out of anyone's mouth is propaganda. This is not a reason to sit there and be like, that's why you have to be critical and shit on everyone. No, it's just to understand this is where I'm coming from. This is my opinion. Do you understand? It's very, very important to understand. Everybody that is writing a comment in here, that comment that you are writing is propaganda. What I'm saying is propaganda. What Swollen Pickles is saying is propaganda. Everything that any human has ever said is propaganda. That doesn't mean that there's a difference between deceitful propaganda and this is my honest opinion, and I have come to it from concluding these facts, but it is obvious, it is just to acknowledge that you are going to have that perspective because of your upbringing and because of circumstances, and to be self-aware enough to know that that is a way of honestly communicating with the public. Why am I pro-Labor? Because I came from a household that if the Labor Party didn't exist, I would probably be dead by now. I was really sick at 8. I had to be in hospital for a year, hospitalized in and out for a year when I was 8 years old from this weird 19th century disease that, if this was around in the 19th century and wasn't because of the Hawke Keating government's reforms, which brought about Medicare, I'd be dead. I came from a single income household of a woman that was on the disability pension. You can bet your asshole we would be out on the gutter begging like we're just in fucking Thailand or something if it wasn't for the Labor Party reforming the social safety net in this country. That's why I'm pro-Labor. You can come up with all the conspiracy theories you like about them paying me or whatever the fuck, I don't know, let's see what Swollen Pickle says about it. But no, the reason that I come from it is because I come from shit. I come from below the working class, and I read. And as such, I realize, my God, every good thing we have in this country, the reason we are an envy of the world nation is, 99.5% because of the Labor Party?
The coalition were in government and I criticised them, I was getting called a Labor shill all the time. Now that Labor are in government, when I criticise them, I'm called a Green shill.
Can you come up with a something original for once, Pickles? It's honestly like he's just this regurgitation of all these ABC journalists of, you're doing your job right when Liberal voters are saying that you're pro-Labor, and then when the Labor Party voters are saying that you're pro-Liberal. That's how you know you're doing your job right.
What would I be called in the unlikely event that the Greens ever found themselves in power and I inevitably criticise them? Who would I be?
Dude, it is not a cool thing to just shit on everyone all the time. I don't know why you think this is mad. What kind of brain rot has happened in your head where you think that my job is to sit there and actively go against national progress? What the fuck okay, I'll hear him out, but it really seems like this is the idea that he's formed in his head. Being constantly negative. That's awesome. That's really good for productivity. That's really good for moving things forward. Not giving people credit where they deserve. Just constantly fucking finding reasons to whinge.
I'd be shilling for then? This guy? This one maybe?
Two-party system.
Yeah, true. It's probably not something I'm ever going to have to worry about.
All right, so you're getting your points from them. Cool. Starting to make a lot of sense where he's coming from. All right, I'll give you this, Pickles. You're not a Greens voter. It's even worse than that. You are somebody that seems to think that you're smarter than every boffin in Canberra, regardless of their intentions. You, at home, the guy that's too scared to show his face, that can't even read the papers that these boffins are putting out. As we've showed before, with him just making these wild assumptions of, here's why. I wonder if he addresses this, though. Here's why the half will lose $1 billion despite all the other future funds making profits and going up consistently throughout history. But this one will lose 10% of its income in like 2 years because of these reasons I pulled out of my ass.
I've said this countless times before, but just in case you've missed it, I don't follow politics as if it were a team sport. It's not for me. People change. Their values change. If you attach yourself...
There we go. This is how you know that you should not take somebody seriously. If they think that supporting the Labor movement in this country is like supporting the fucking Manly Sea Eagles, they're an idiot. Are you seriously that stupid, Pickles? What, you seriously think the movement that gave people Medicare, the NDIS, is cleaning up the NDIS now so it's not this fucking multi-billion-dollar rort for a bunch of predatory companies that just, I don't know, hold the hand of a disabled person while they do their own groceries and say, yeah, I was out with them, that's $80 for me and another $40 for the company? You think that the party that gave us sewerage, unless you're from a rich suburb, probably about 70% of the people watching this right now, you would be walking around in your own shit if it wasn't for the Labor Party. This is what they literally dragged us out of this shit. As Bob Carr was pointing out when he was walking around, before him, people used to just have trash dumps in parks. Local councils used to just dig up parks, put all the shit there. There'd be all kinds of crap, like honestly, like sometimes toxic waste. And then kids, yay, let's play soccer over the top of it. What else did he do? He moved out sewage systems. So instead of people swimming in fucking sewage, it goes out to the deep sea. Made sure that that was treated properly before it went out to the deep sea. So it was way less toxic by the time that it went out. What else did he do? Secured 100 national parks. You think that would be happening under the Liberals? Absolutely not. What about all the infrastructure programs that the Liberals got to cut the ribbon on during the, the Baird fucking Barry O'Farrell and Bin Chicken governments? What do you think all of those ribbon-cutting big infrastructure projects, when everyone gets the talking point that Labor didn't do anything, you do realise that these major infrastructure projects takes like 10, 15 years to get up and running. You don't just snap your fingers, yay, a major highway's built in a really densely populated city. It was all done by them. They just get to cut the ribbon on it. What else have we got? The fact that you're literate, well, not Pickles, he doesn't know how to read properly, but the average person in Australia knows how to read. Why? Because of the Labor Party. Made universal education as well as universal healthcare. The entire social safety net, pretty much all of it can be attributed to the Labor Party. So that's, anything to do with widows' pensions, anything to do with rent relief, anything to do with fucking pensions, anything to do with unemployment benefits. This is all Labor Party ideas that they've pushed for. What else have we got just recently? Reforming Medicare. So again, it's not just this leaking bucket of privatisation. They're doing that right now. What about what they're pushing for in Queensland, which is one of the most ambitious energy grids on earth? This is cheering for laundry, according to Pickles. Just waving the flag. Yeah. This Labor movement, yay, that's my team. No, dude, it's a little more informed and vital than supporting a footy team. The fact that we are no longer a fucking penal colony, global quarry that has like a couple of sheep over the top of it, the fact that our economy is any more diverse than that is thanks to the modernisation policies of the Labor Party, the fact that we came unscathed out of the global financial crisis. I think the only country in the developed world to get out of that. Yeah, that's just cheering for laundry. Seriously, how stupid do you have to be to say that this is just a footy team?
Self to a political party like a barnacle. Sooner or later, you're going to have to.
Oh, that's awesome. That is so good. That's such a good retort to all of those points. Very smart, Pickles. You are so smart. You are smarter than some of the smartest people on earth that sacrifice major salaries that they could be making in the private sector to go and do thankless public service to have a bunch of idiots like you sit there and go, I'm just cheering for laundry. This country would be so much better. This country would be exactly the same if the Liberal Party was in all the time or the Labor Party was in all the time. I'm a genius.
Have to either compromise your own values, choose to look the other way, ignore things, or charge out to defend the indefensible.
Like you have with this half thing? Dude, you in the previous video, I can tell already, all it was you just selecting certain arguments that you thought you had an argument for. And even then, you had to cherry pick certain points. Like his fucking dumb point that, he said this in the last time. I think the best way to look at what all of these housing institutions thought about the HAF is looking at the draft. Looking at the draft. Not the bill, the draft. Looking at the preliminaries. Looking at the draft. That's the one that you're supposed to be looking at. And then even then, when he looks at the drafts, he just selects the sentences in their responses that suit his argument, which obviously in every draft ever, everyone is always going to say, here's what needs to be improved. I think more needs to be done, as what happens in the history of every single movement. Like he just thinks that you snap your fingers and the problem solved, homelessness no longer exists, this thing that's been plaguing humanity since the organized society, you can just click your fingers and then magically there's no more homeless people. You know what I'm talking about? Like, he had to lie about a lot of things to make his argument in the first place. He had to hide a lot of arguments that were made in that half video, that, like, as he calls it, the half video. It's not. He had to hide a bunch of that shit. And then this guy's sitting there saying, oh, if you support a major party, you have to go back on your principles. You have to lie, backpedal, defend the indefensible. What do you think happens at caucus? What do you think happens at branch meetings? What do you think happens at conferences? Everybody just gets there, goes along to get along. Have you ever been to any of these Labor Party meetings? They're rabid. People are constantly disagreeing with each other. It's just they all know, unlike you, that that's the vehicle of change in this country. And every time you dilute that, you're just fucking everything up because you need a strong bloc to go against unbelievably powerful corporate interests like a fucking international mining conglomerate that earns more than most of the fucking developed nations do in profits every year. You need to have a really strong base going up against that. They disagree with each other all the time. You're an idiot.
But
You don't know what you're talking about. No idea. None.
Clear here. I'm not a habitual Greens voter. I'm not some sort of Greens sleeper agent. I've never taken money from a political party or affiliate. I've never sought out deals from political parties or affiliates.
Yeah, no
I've
one's
never
accusing you
volunteered
of
or worked
any
for
of that. No one's accusing you of any of this shit, Pickles. We're just saying you're probably a Greens voter. And if not, tell us who the fuck you do vote for. Don't just sit there and say, I do it on a case-by-case basis. I want a history. Give me a history of your last fucking 3 elections. I'll give you a history of my entire voting career. You ready? Labor. Done.
Political party or affiliate, and I'm not a member of any political party. If you can't understand it,
Wow, that's really cool, Pickles. So you just sit there and say, everybody sucks except you. Wow, you are so good for democracy. You are so much better than people that go out, door knock. I honestly give people in the Greens more credit than this. I honestly think they're more reachable than someone that seriously sits there and thinks not just the Labor and the Liberal Party are giant douches and turd sandwiches, everyone, unless I can conveniently use their argument to reinforce my idea that whoever's in government always sucks. Like, I give people in the Greens more credit than that who fucking door knock, who go to their branch meetings and argue about policy, who try and shape a policy thing. Like, that is terrible. You want to be an active citizen, you go to your Labor branch meetings and you learn about why they're picking certain policy decisions. Then you'd at least have an informed opinion on why they're going the way they're going, and realizing a lot of the time, the reason that I disagree with them is because I'm an idiot that doesn't sit through a bunch of fucking board, like annoying, lame meetings and a bunch of Senate hearings and then come to this conclusion after listening to just like an expert after expert and then listening to all the people and here's the backlash that we're going to get, here's the way that we can go forward and actually move the country. Instead of that, you can just sit there and say, oh yeah, okay, yeah, the Greens are shitting on them. All right, I'll use their stats instead. Wow, that's so much better than going and doing the hard yards of building a democratic movement.
and accept that, then really that's on you.
Maybe.
What?
Well, maybe he supports Labour's.
No, I accept it. I just think that makes you more of a shit cunt.
He's a truth seeker.
Yeah, he's a truth seeker. That's how he advertises himself, and that's how his entire audience see themselves.
I don't advertise myself at all. I'm not running a business here. I'm one guy doing this in my spare time.
Yeah, but you've got every... Are you that stupid that you're using the literal interpretation of the word advertising? I don't pay for YouTube ads, so I'm not advertising myself. Do you not know that you've got like a brand? This is another thing. Like, if you don't know that you're like pushing a certain agenda, why are you even listening to this man that's that unself-aware that he doesn't even get this about himself?
Get on with this, please.
All right, let's hear
But,
it.
sorry, just before we continue on
You're the one that won't shut the fuck up about, oh, I've never listened to the podcast.
this point, you know why he thinks that only 5% of it was addressing the have?
Because it was.
And this is another thing that's really cool about his aesthetic. That really addresses a point that any objective observer, you go and watch that video, the half video, that's not exclusively about the half. I think any objective observer would say, yeah, there's a little more than 5% of this video that is about the half. But he goes back, reinforces that point. It just shows like how fair he's being in this whole ordeal, doesn't it? Won't even backtrack on something that is just so objectively untrue that, you could just say, it wouldn't take any skin off your nose whatsoever to be like, yeah, okay, more than 5% of it was about the half. Something that you can just go look at right now and know that he's fucking wrong. But instead, in classic Pickles style, he uses some shit gif. Wow, he's so much better than BuzzFeed, hey? Boring BuzzFeed, cool.
Because he doesn't have an argument
Or
to
95%?
big arguments that I put in it.
Well, let's see what the kid has.
Well, hang on. Let me just point out two major ones that I remember because this was ages ago, so I won't have the facts and figures in front of me entirely, but they'll be like, around the ballpark. But, like all Greens voters do, they do this every time. They just say, you don't have any opinion. All you did was do funny voices, which I'm currently doing now, and you don't have any facts. But it's just like, dude, all they do is they just ignore the arguments that they don't have an argument to, and then pretend that argument didn't happen. Because again, they just live in fantasy world. So two of these massive examples being, first one, doesn't address at all that we are currently in a huge labour shortage, massive. I think it's like 500,000 people or something like that. Like keep up with the demand of the things that are slated to be built now, you would need 500,000 more people in the building and construction industry. So no answer to that. No answer to the material shortage that has made build time like a third longer. No answer to that at all. Just you can magically appear houses.
Let's hear his arguments before we rubbish him.
Right, so his two big arguments were labour shortages and material shortages. Gotcha. Those were his...
To
95%?
big arguments that...
No, they weren't. And I think you just showed the part in the podcast. Like, you don't even have to go and watch the original one. He's just so stupid that he's continued on with it. But obviously what happened is Ali cut me out because I'm waffling on like I am now, which, look, I completely understand if you're not going to watch this whole thing. I don't know why anyone would. I just have to do it because I'm not going to have someone sit there and rack up views that fucking fill up a stadium just saying, like, he's a dishonest piece of shit. It's like, I have to respond. What did you think was going to happen, you idiot? But... no, he cut me off before I was going on to my other big point, which is that, Pickles, you don't even know how the half works. You've repeated this point. You can't build 30,000 houses with $72,000 each. Showing that he has no understanding of how the half is supposed to work. So, the basics of what he is criticising, he doesn't understand. That was my other big point. It was probably a bunch of others. It's just been, at this point, I don't know, like 9 months since I released that video, so I can't remember them all out, but let's see what he says in this selected thing that he's just interpreted as those are his two big points
that I put in it.
Okay, fair enough. Now, at first I thought I missed the two
Big arguments.
he presented in his video.
To quote you, just imagine that I use one of your shit gifs from some 80s show. You did.
His original video did run for 65 minutes, remember, so he obviously had plenty of time to cover his...
To
95%?
big arguments that I put in it.
So how long did he spend talking about his...
To
95%?
big arguments.
in that 65-minute video? 14 seconds. Here they are.
Houses on your own street that got approval 2 years ago still haven't started construction, as we're in the middle of a chronic labour shortage of about 500,000 people. We're also in the thick of a material shortage that has made construction time, not approval time, just construction time, go up by a third.
Now, you'll have to forgive me for not covering his two...
Big arguments.
previously. I'm not...
Why? You think that's a mad own? What, because I was concise about a point that doesn't need any more extrapolation? Why didn't you address it? Again, you're only dealing with 5%. All of a sudden, the video's 65 minutes long. If it was only 5% about the half, why didn't you address something that is... I know that you keep putting this as like some mad own to be... Just zoom in on my face and be like, big. But why didn't you address those big points?
Not sure why I didn't realise that those 14 seconds hidden away halfway through were the big ticket items. I'll be blunt. It seems pretty sketchy to me to...
How could you not? How do you not think that that's like major issues? And I'm sure, because I kind of do vaguely remember that video, but it was around the giant context of you cannot just snap your fingers and will away homelessness. It's not going to happen. You are living in fantasy world. Not you, Pickles. I know that you don't even give a fuck about that. Your modus operandi, as you've made very clear, is just shitting on whoever's in power. But anybody who genuinely cares about homeless people, no. There is no cure. It doesn't exist. It's so naive. It's the same thing as what the Liberals are doing to Queensland Labor. Crime exists. That's why you have to vote them out. We'll fix crime like that overnight. This doesn't happen. This is not even, just dampening the situation. I'm sorry, but governments can only do so much.
Suggest that I'm ignoring his big arguments when they accounted for a solid 14 seconds of a 65-minute video, don't you?
No, I don't think that. Address them. Why did you address... You were the one that was saying only 5% of it. So what is 5% of fucking 65 minutes? Fuck, I'm shit at maths. Let's see if I get this right. Let me know in the comments. I don't know. Fucking, let's just say 3 minutes to be generous of it. Yeah, at 3 minutes. What's 14 seconds of fucking 3 minutes? I don't know. I'm too stupid. And I've got that wrong as well. Look, I'm shit at maths, but I am admitting it, unlike Pickles, who uses a fucking computer calculator to explain a policy that has been formed in fucking policy wonk think tanks and policy wonk formations of all sorts of government bodies and financiers. He's smarter with his calculator. I'm not saying that, but look, why didn't you address it then? It was only 5%.
You think? Anyway, let's set that aside for a moment. What are these arguments for exactly? Since I don't want to be accused of deliberately ignoring Jordan's two
Big arguments.
let's take a look at them.
Houses on your own street that got approval 2 years ago still haven't started construction, as we're in the middle of a chronic labour shortage of about 500,000 people.
The first thing you may have noticed there is how he chose to highlight the start and end of this sentence, skipping over a little bit in the middle. Let's read the sentence together.
Okay, I don't know how this benefits you, but continue.
Master Builders Australia estimates an immediate shortage of 80,000 tradespeople in construction overall. It's a
Yeah.
lot of people, but it's also a long way off the 500,000 figure Jordan preferred to use.
Oh, okay, interesting. So, see the kind of handicaps these cunts like to put on you? When you're talking, he's allowed to sit there and shit on, it's only going to build 30,000 houses in 5 years. Over and over again, 30,000 houses in 5 years is fuck all. There's more homeless people. There's going to be more homeless people over the next 5 years. 30,000 houses is enough. But I'm not allowed to use a figure that goes over that same stretch of time. Not exactly the same stretch of time because it's still building up as we go. I have to use the figure that exists now and just assume that it's going to stay at 80,000 for the next 5 years instead of going to the 500,000 estimation. I'm not allowed to use what the labour shortage is going to be over that 5 years, but you're allowed to use the over the next 5 years they're only building 30,000 houses point. Why? Why do you get that and I don't? So you win the argument in your own head? See, this is the whole thing about all of Swollen Pickles' arguments. It's not anything about trying to explain to the public what is a good policy or what isn't a good policy. It just comes from every time, I'm smarter than the government, here's why they're shit. No, you can't fuck with my little shitty simple calculation in my head. They're shit. No, I can't admit anything else otherwise out of that.
As we're in the middle of a chronic labour shortage of about 500,000 people.
So the first thing to say is that suggesting that we're in the middle of a labour shortage in the construction industry of 500,000 people is misleading at best.
Why? Why is that misleading? What is misleading is to say that it's just going to be 80,000 people for the next 5 years. Isn't it? See, because it's already gone up to, I think, 131,000. This is incredible. This guy's had 6 months to put this together. I'm doing this off the top of my head. So you're going to have to forgive me for not getting all of the facts and figures correct. But I think that it's already gone up to 130,000, something around there. It seems like it's pretty damn on track to be 500,000 by the time we get to the 30,000 mark.
Let's read the remainder of the sentence. With more than 470,000 needed to enter the industry in the next 5 years to meet demand. First up, I think it's worth acknowledging that Master Builders Australia say a lot of things because they are essentially a lobby group for the building industry.
No, I love this one that Pickles does. You notice this every time about this fuckwit. He will inevitably use the same source when it agrees with him, and that's a fine source then, but then when it doesn't agree with him, it sucks. If you watch my content, and I know that he doesn't, I explain this over and over again. I don't know how many more times I can. Understand what your source is coming from, what angle they're coming from. I represent the streets, man. So I'm always going to be representing it, and I've made this perfectly clear in numerous podcasts, not just my own, that I'm trying to represent the worker, the vast majority of the population, the one thing that gilds the unwashed masses together. They are workers and they should have a share in the economy, and it is not because of the workers, it's because generally, even for the filthy capitalist pigs, it's better for them. You understand what I'm saying? Him, on the other hand, has used the Master Builders Association, Master Builders Australia, what was it? Yeah, it was for the draft shit that I was talking about before. The best way to look at what all these organisations think is when you're looking at the draft, when they're being more negative on it than they would otherwise. But when the Labor Party finally had the bill ready to go and the Greens were just stalling on it, and then the vast majority of the people that I use came out and said, what the fuck are you doing? Pass this. We need it passed right now. Nah, you just ignore that because it doesn't suit Swollen Pickles' argument, you know? And he used Master Builders Australia to say, here's Master Builders Australia. Master Builders Australia reckons it's shit if you just select this little fucking sentence out of their statement. The rest of it, they're saying that, no, this is a really necessary step. We need it. But yeah, they're little criticisms. I'll just highlight that. And then at that point, he doesn't say, oh yeah, they're a lobby group. I've talked about Master Builders Australia before. The reason I don't have to do it that time is because I've already fucking used them 1,000 times. Yeah, they are a lobby group for housing. The reason that I trust their 500,000 source is, one, it's already proving to be on track anyway. The second one is, dude, they're obviously going to correctly highlight problems in the construction sector because they want to fill those places. I don't agree with their solutions, but they're definitely keeping track of these problems because they're representing that community, and that community doesn't want to have problems. That's why they pay top dollar to have this union. So they're obviously going to be keeping track of, this is how many workers we need.
The second thing is that the figures referred to here seem to be an amalgam of talking points the NBA were running throughout the second half of 2022. Here's the NBA's CEO, Danita Warren, in one of her many appearances on Sky News.
Can you describe just how short are we in workers in the industry right now?
Ooh, Sizzle. What is she going to say? You know what's sad? I'm genuinely curious.
Thank you and good afternoon. Well, we're very short. We're estimating that the immediate need is around about 70,000 workers, but in the longer term, over 5 years, it could be as high as 500,000 workers as we see retirements and people moving other industries and so forth.
The NBA went on to refine these estimates in a report they published in April 2023. So let's take a look at the detail of how they landed on those figures. So what does the NBA's figure represent? It's the number of people that need to come into the industry to replace workers that are leaving the industry, for example retiring, on top of those that are needed to meet growth projections through to the end of 2026. According to the data presented by the NBA, there are, at the time of the report in April 2023, approximately 1.32 million workers in the construction industry. The data used by the NBA suggests that approximately 7.8% of the construction workforce leave the industry each year due to totally normal stuff like people retiring or picking up jobs in other industries. Based on those figures, just over 100,000 workers leave the construction industry each year. The NBA also used Jobs and Skills Australia data that suggested the industry will grow by 5.8% by 2026. So what the NBA were actually saying was that in order to cover natural attrition as well as projected industry growth, almost 500,000 people will need to start work in the industry over the next 5 years.
You know what's amazing? His audience, the ones that aren't too stupid to just sit there. Like, honestly, I really think that he probably could have got the same numbers by just titling his video Fuck Friendly Geordies, saving himself the hour at 16 minutes ago. Fuck Friendly Geordies. And he would have got the, wow, Pickles, you sure do your research, because they're just fucking Reddit pieces of shit haters, right? But this is another tactic that he does. He has just really elongated a point that didn't need any elongating at all because they just said that like in 2 sentences, but he just, for no reason, goes into unnecessary detail. Like, why? What's the point? I honestly think the point is because idiots will go and look at that and think, wow, he's sure done his research. He's read a couple of paragraphs. He's saying the same shit. How does that make it any different whatsoever that it's because people are retiring? You are still having the shortage. What does it matter? Unless they were like, you came up with like these, you got like some smoking gun that they're like really lying about their figures somehow. But he wasn't doing any of that. He was just going on, waffling on about like something that's completely inconsequential. It's completely inconsequential. It's 500,000. That's the shortage. Why does it matter if it's from retirement and shit?
People enter and exit the workforce all the time. It's normal. They are not saying...
Yeah, but having a 500,000 gap in your labour force is not normal. Why are you pointing to that? I honestly think it's just to beef it out. Like, this is a very long way of saying I'm right, Pickles. Seriously. And let's just assume for a second that I'm dead wrong and it's not going to be fucking 500,000 in a year. Let's just assume that it stays at 80,000. It goes back from being 130,000. It goes back to the 80,000. What is the building construction labour force again? I think 1.2, 1.3. I think he just said it. Let's just go with 1.3. That's nearly... as it stands, let's say 1 in 14 people that are needed. So you need 14 people and you've only got 13 people, around that. Don't you think that's a massive problem? Don't you think that you would have a lot of gaps in an organization that was made up of 14 people and one person retired? Don't you think that that would start building gaps? Now, if you work in construction, if you're an engineer, if you are a brickie or whatever, tell me what happens. Because my dad, for years, my parents were divorced. I didn't spend that much time with him as a child, but he was a labourer at some point, right? I remember even when I was fucking 7 or 8 or whatever, he'd be coming home and he'd be swearing, cussing off. And why? Because he was there to install windows. And if somebody came in and they didn't do the concreting right, or they were delayed on the concreting, or they were delayed on foundation setup, or anyone along the construction chain of building a building, if they were late, that could result in months of delays. We're talking about 1 in 14 people. And that's like, what he wants you to say. It's just like, it's only 1 in 14 people. That's not that much. The fuck? You don't know anything, Pickles. Like, seriously. Come on, tell me if I'm wrong. Any engineer, tell me if there is a labour shortage, because usually this would be somebody that would probably be doing one of those major jobs that you just can't find because there's these little gaps. And once somebody is brought up here in the housing market, this is why we have the 2-year wait at the moment. It's because of these gaps in the building. For him to just sit there and say, oh, it's only 80,000 people, which again, it's not. It's growing to 500,000 over this period that only he's allowed to use. The government's only building 30,000 houses, which is bullshit anyway. This is just from the HAF program that they're building 30,000 houses. But yeah, okay, that going up to 500,000 in that time isn't an issue. Just pretend that it's 80,000. You know what's annoying about this as well? It's honestly the same argument that the Liberals did when Labor came out and said, you've cut $80 billion from health and education. And then they said, it's like he was their fucking policy spokesperson, but I know that he's never been part of a major party. But he's using the same argument that they did, which is that this 80 billion is over the next few years. It's not right now, so why are you saying 80 billion? Because you cut projected spending in these fields. That is an $80 billion cut. Why can't you say the 500,000 point? He's using the exact same argument. It's not $80 billion. It's $80 billion in the future, which fucks over projections and spending on these fields and makes all of the people in these departments have to budget for that future. It doesn't have any impacts on the projects that you put in now.
That there's a shortage of 500,000 workers right now. The most recent data from the...
Yeah, but that's not what it's saying. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're in the middle of it. And we are. It's growing very quickly.
Federal Government's Labour Market Insights website shows that there has been growth in the construction workforce since the peak of the pandemic. In fact...
What a fucking idiot. This is amazing. It's just like, monkey learns what graphs are. Yeah. There's going to be an increase in the construction sector since the fucking peak of the pandemic. There's going to be an increase in, I'm imagining, virtually every industry except maybe Zoom. Why? Because most people weren't able to fucking work during the peak of the pandemic, Pickles. There was not the levels of migration either. This is something now that, you know, the Liberals start to bang over the head of the Labor Party. Immigration's just skyrocketed under the Labor Party. Yeah, because it wasn't able to happen. It wasn't able to happen during the pandemic. Jesus Christ, are you that dumb?
In fact, the workforce grew by around 146,000 in the most recent 12-month period available. In theory, if the industry...
So, what has that got to do with the shortage now? What has that got to do with the growth? Yes, it will grow when there is nothing stopping everyone from leaving their house across the planet. Yes, newsflash, industries will go. Well done, Pickles. That is such a good argument for you, and not for the fact that that has completely fucked over supply chains during that time that take years to restart.
Industry were to maintain that annually, they'd go a long way to covering off natural attrition plus industry growth. Look, I am in no...
Pickles, I really, really need to understand this. Are you being deliberately dishonest? You can't be that stupid. Are you?
No way suggesting that there hasn't been a skills shortage in this country. What I am...
And this is another tactic that he does. I'm not saying that there isn't a skills and labour shortage in this country. Put aside the fact that I basically just said that in the last graph. Put aside that I'm downplaying the fact that 80,000 is still a fuckload, even if you just want to give me that handicap over the next 5 years. Put aside the fact that I'm sitting there and saying that you can't use graph growth trajectory, shortages, really, going that way. You can't use that over the last 5 years, but I'm allowed to use the 30,000 figure and not explain why it's going to be difficult to build houses during that next 5 years. You're not allowed to use any of that. But I'm not saying that there's any construction or skill shortages at all. He does this every time. He says, he did it with the, which one was it? Yeah. Over and over, he was saying, the HAF is gambling. Putting money in index funds is gambling. You point out that is so utterly moronic. That is akin to giving terrible financial advice to people, because you absolutely should be putting your money in index funds. And if you're not, then, maybe, because that's what super funds do. Basically, if they're good, they usually just put it in index funds, or the vast majority of their investments they'll put in index funds. But you sitting there and saying, it's gambling, and then when you point out it's not gambling, and then he says both sides will say either it's gambling or not gambling. I'm not saying that it's either of those things, but then I'm going to go on for the next 10 minutes about how it's gambling. He's doing the same thing now.
Suggesting, though, is that Jordan appears to have well oversold the extent of it. Why? Who knows? So yeah, Australia has...
Have I? Or is that just you trying to discount a major fucking labour shortage and saying, I only talked about it for 14 seconds. You know why? Because you don't have to extrapolate any of this stuff. You just have to say it. It speaks for itself. It is a major problem. This isn't just with building social and affordable housing, by the way. This is the housing stock in general. We do not have the labour force necessary to keep up with migration. You want to shit on something, you shit on migration numbers. You also understand that it's a lot more nuanced than just shitting on migration numbers. But yeah, we don't have the labour force to keep up with the housing demand for that. That's something that I'm actually angry with the Labor Party about, but I fully understand that, because what else do you do when the Liberals have spent the last 10 years, when they were in government, those 10 years, 9 years, destroying the TAFE system? What do? Where the fuck do you get the labour?
Has experienced a well-documented skills shortage in recent years, which has no doubt been amplified thanks to the pandemic, as a lot of problems have been. But the reality...
Okay, but you just said before that, no, after the pandemic, things have gone up, but, that's not an excuse now, even though you are now saying that it is an excuse. What the fuck, Pickles? You've just cancelled out your own point.
Is a labour shortage in construction is not a problem that's just sprung up overnight. It's been an issue the country has had for quite some time through successive Labor and coalition governments.
Yes. How dare Kevin Rudd, during the global financial crisis, again, after Howard spending more than a decade destroying the TAFE system, how dare he have a skill and labour shortage? How dare he, given these unprecedentedly bad economic conditions, and also having no educational base to build a foundation to actually address the issue? How dare he, in that little tiny sliver of time that they had in between long swaths of coalition governments where they can kind of try and scramble to keep the TAFE system on life support in that time, trying to build it up again, and then another fucking decade of the Liberals. How dare the Labor Party not have a precise man-to-man construction fulfillment? No, you can't use that. I mean, you can if you're Pickles and you are being deliberately dishonest to keep this idea in your head that they're both shit.
In the present day, Infrastructure Australia have forecast a deficit of 131,000 trades and labourers.
There we go. So I was right. There we are. By 2024, 131,000. But it should only just maintain at 80,000. You should just assume that it's going to be 80,000 deficit, which is nothing. That's just tiny, by the way. But I'm not saying that it's tiny, but it is tiny. It's only going to be 80,000, even though it's 130,000 now.
In 2024, which certainly doesn't sound great. But should we just accept that nothing can be done to help solve a problem like that? Of course not.
No. That's not what we're saying. We're saying what you should be doing is realistically addressing it in the real world instead of just selling bullshit fantasy solutions like, oh, you just write out a policy and then magically, somehow, it just solves itself. I'm not saying that labour and material shortages aren't a problem, but also that's just excuse making. That is just completely, that's just negative thinking. That's just negative thinking. Yeah. There might not be enough mansions in the world for everyone to live in, but the reason that they're not all living in mansions is because of bad policy. It's just negative thinking to think that 7 billion people can't be housed in huge Shaquille O'Neal fucking mansions. It's so stupid. It is so stupid. How is that not a major problem?
It doesn't need a government willing to step in and take action. Everyone knows that...
See, all you need to do is just elect the right government and then the right government will solve homelessness. There with this little shitty gift, ta-da! It's just this easy. Solving homelessness is as easy as Drew Barrymore going, ta-da!
The government increased migration significantly in recent years to address the downturn in migration we saw as a result of the pandemic. While it may well have helped the country avoid a recession, the surge has also, unironically, put pressure on demand for housing and rentals.
Yeah, that's called the real world. What, so you think that there's just this magic quick fix to that, do you? I'm sorry, but when you have destroyed the education base of a country, you can't just close the borders tomorrow like it's fucking 1500s Japan and say, yeah, okay, well, we'll just figure it out from here. There's not going to be any demand in housing whatsoever. That will solve that problem. And it's like, yeah, okay. And as he says, it solved the problem of going into a recession. You got to pick your battles. This is the whole thing that people like. It's like in trying to make his dumb argument, he's going past the points that completely erode his argument. Like, I'm sorry, but there isn't some Wonderworld solution in governing where you can just put in the right policies, done, magically they'll appear. Labour and skill shortages aren't a problem again. That's fine. But also, problems don't rub up against each other either. No. You just look at one problem and you solve that problem and then all the other problems just magically solve each other. It's not like solving one problem doesn't cause problems in other areas. It absolutely does. Like, you need to do trade-offs in government a lot of the fucking time. It's like he really just doesn't understand something as rudimentary as this.
Probably wondering what this has to do with labour shortages in the construction industry. Well, this is where it gets interesting. Despite the surge in migration and despite the skill shortage in trades needed to build homes, the government made a decision to exclude highly paid trades from the specialist skills migration pathway announced in December 2023. Claire O'Neill was quick to say that the government's migration plan wouldn't make it harder to bring tradespeople to Australia, which is true. It won't make it harder. But it's also true that the government's migration plan won't make it easier to bring tradespeople to the country either. And let's be honest, it doesn't sound all that easy at the moment. This
Okay, so to try and debunk a point that he can't even properly debunk because he has to sit there and give this cushioning of like, no, it's fine. I said that like there's a skill shortages. I said that there was a material shortage. It's fine. I said that. But here's me just shitting on that idea, even though I can't. Instead of just sitting there and saying, yeah, these are good challenges, like these are challenges, you could have just said that very easily, moved on to the next point. You really could have, Pickles. Instead of doing that, he's dug the hole way deeper for himself because what he is using here is a stock standard. Remember that whole thing about like, oh, you can't use Master Builders Australia? Was that the one that he was using? It was Infrastructure Australia. I think it was Master Builders. You can't use them because they're like an evil development firm. And that is true. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong about every single thing that they put out, though. It's just like the way in which they construct their arguments that is wrong usually. But no. The government, you see, is not making it easier for skilled migrants to come into the construction industry. Source, Fin Review. Why do you think? Now, again, the Fin review, I use them in videos, but it's like I understand why they're putting things out. I understand that. I understand the reason that they were putting out pro-half points is because Peter Costello fucking runs it and he wants a piece of the pie in it. I don't have a problem with billionaires becoming billionaires as long as they're doing good things. It's one of the few things that Peter Costello did that actually helped this country. I'll give him credit for the GST. I'll also give him credit for setting up the Future Fund. But why do you think the Fin Review would be saying, oh my God, Labor isn't making it easier for skilled migrants to come into Australia in the construction sector? Why do you think that is? Because most of their fucking sponsors, or a huge chunk anyway, are in the development business. I can't read because it's so far away and I can't get into Fin Review because I don't have the tools. I usually get those articles magically. I can guarantee you this, because this is an old talking point from the development industry. It is going to be one of their puppet masters. It might even be the fucking master builders. It would probably be something like that. It might even just be straight out of like a spokesperson from Multiplex. It might even be Yimbies. It'll be one of these development talking heads that you see talking all the time about this is how you solve housing. You just increase supply. And it's like, that's one thing that you should do, yes, but that's not the only thing. But they'll be saying that all the time. And then their other thing that they're shitting on constantly is, why can't we bring in skilled migrants? And now Pickles is regurgitating that point. Why? Because his ego was hurt and he can't admit that he is wrong on this fundamental point, which is that we have a shortage. And so he is looking for outs. And so now, remember before, Master Builders, evil development company, evil development lobby group. Now he is just regurgitating a stock standard lobby group point in the Fin Review, pointed there, always, how dare Labor not bring in skilled migrants? And then he just regurgitates that point, no context needed whatsoever, and why. Let's see what his big reason for doing it is.
Quote from O'Neill was interesting. The government feels that for sectors like trades, you should have to prove that there is a skills shortage before you start to recruit overseas. I'm sorry, is there a skills shortage or not? Why wouldn't the government take the opportunity?
What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. Is that your reason? What, you think that the word skills, like, do you think that skills is a job? Hello, here's my little ID card. I'm Skills. I'm Mr. Skills. I have construction skills. Skills is a catch term, Pickles, for everything in the construction sector. And I don't even know which ones they're talking about now. It could be engineers. It could be cementers. I don't fucking know. But if you're talking about like high skills, it's probably up there in the white collar area of it. The reason that the Labor Party put the brakes on that is because construction industry use that loophole that the Liberals set up to let in a bunch of workers that are not skilled. They just want the shit put up. Dude, you can go and watch my video on site inspectors. He's going around all the time looking at all of these shitly built apartments all around Melbourne. It's exactly the same everywhere across the country. And why? Because a lot of them are built, a lot of the time, with Chinese and Indian migration, and they are not skilled. He showed us the guy that's supposed to come into the building. Like, this was a terrible, terrible build. He was pointing it out. It was like, dude, they were using nails instead of screws to hold up, foundational beams in the apartment, meaning that one day that beam is going to go and just fall off the nail because it's not screwed in. It's nailed in. Like, these are the sorts of building codes that it is violating. And then they get some guy that was from Hong Kong that isn't even like what are they called again? Certifier. I can't remember what they're called in Melbourne, but like a private certifier to just come in and be like, yeah, this all looks good to me. These are the kind of people that they're talking about. They are not skilled. They just say that they're skilled. And construction company wants it in just so that they can tick the boxes to the government and say, yeah, we had a certifier there. Yeah, we had an electrical specialist engineer there. But it's just some guy from overseas that is not educated to the quality that you need to be educated in this country to do something that even remotely resembles not a gingerbread house that isn't going to fall over at the first fucking gust of wind. You understand what I'm saying? This is exactly the same as like when people say, oh, I can't believe it's so racist. It's so racist that like you can be a doctor from the UK and you can come here and they let you start practicing. But like if you come from Pakistan, you need to like do another doctor's like certificate to. Why do you think that is? Because being a doctor from Pakistan it's a little bit easier to get your fucking degree there because they don't have the same levels of oversights and checks in third world countries. That's why they want those skilled workers in. That's why I'm saying it's okay to look at the master builders' predictions for there's probably going to be a shortage of 500,000 over the next 5 years, especially seeing as it's already shaping up to be that now. But when it comes to the solution, which Pickles is advocating for right now, just because his ego was bruised, he's spruiking the very fucking developers that he's sitting there being like, you have to be wary of these sources. When they agree with him, exactly what I was saying before, when they agree with him, he will spruik them. He will spruik them without any scrutiny whatsoever. Yeah, this proves Jordan wrong. What a mad own on him. It shows that he is not looking at this problem from an angle of what's going to get a solution. It is just to reinforce in his mind that he's fucking smarter than all of these experts that have been thinking about this problem for fucking decades, especially in the Labor Party, where they're trying to protect the Australian workforce. That's why they're not letting in those the shortage skills. That's why they advocated for changes in chapter, so it wasn't what the Liberals wanted, which is that you can import an entire construction industry force from China and just build a house from scratch. Sorry, you have to employ some Australians. And now he's using that as the solution, just so he can undermine this point and say, oh, yeah, construction thing, that's just negative thinking. That's just excuse making. The fact that we don't have a labour force that can meet the demand of what is needed, that's just negative thoughts.
To make it easier to bring skilled tradespeople to the country, particularly while we're in the middle of a housing crisis that we're told can only be solved by building more homes. Seems.
See? This is how he seems to look at the world. It's like what he was saying before. You can only focus on the half. You can't focus on anything else the government is doing to alleviate social and affordable housing. You know what he said the last time? It was like, I was pointing out, the government has put something around, I think it was $9.5 billion into other projects to alleviate housing that have nothing to do with the half. There's also billions of dollars attached to the half bill that the Greens were just stalling on to play politics because they thought that it would make them look mad in the Australian public to be like, look how virtuous we are. We're using homeless people to grandstand on and say that it's not good enough. How virtuous are we? When I pointed out that there was the $9.5 billion that the government's already committed and is committing more, like this is on the eve of the budget the budget announcement. I think there's another $10 billion that they're chucking into housing now. But let's just put that aside. That $9.5 billion, he just puts it aside in 2 sentences and says, well, that's just anything that's remotely to do with housing. And that's not what we're discussing. We're just discussing the half. But you are sitting there saying the half isn't enough, you fucking moron. And then all the other programs are just discounted. Nah, that's not it. I'm just going to focus on this, so I'm just right, I think, in my specific field. He's doing it right now. He's doing it right now. It's like if you do something in the government, it's not going to have any repercussions. You just solve a problem and then it doesn't have any repercussions in anything else. This is why most people think that they're geniuses, especially when it comes to other experts as well. They do this to the government all the time. They come in their little fucking field. Oh yeah, this would solve hospitals. This would solve education. It's like, yeah, it would in that field. It would have knock-on effects to other things. You have to look at how to move the country forward holistically. And that requires more than one guy with a shitty voice that's too scared to show his face sitting there and being like, here's an article that I think agrees with me. Oh, fuck, it's just complete and utter development propaganda. But you have to be wary of it when it supports Jordan's argument. But when it supports mine, genius. It's such a good argument then.
It's really weird, doesn't it? Adding to the problem further are the various state and federal government's major infrastructure projects. Trades that would once have been building homes.
Look at this. Why don't you just take everyone off infrastructure? This is insane. How does this man exist? Why don't you just take off all the infrastructure that needs to be built across the country and why don't you just put that into housing, just to solve housing? And then you just know that he'd come out and be like, there's a serious infrastructure shortage. Why is there all these people building houses? Why don't you put them in infrastructure? Duh. Because his whole viewpoint is, how do I shit on them? So it's like, you solve one problem and then that other problem is, there's this problem. It's a great model, isn't it? Great fucking model. You're always right because, oh my God, society always has problems and it's the government's fault. And as he said before, all you have to do is elect the right magical government and then everything gets solved. And I am explaining in my rebuttal exactly how stupid that thinking is.
Are being poached by major infrastructure projects thanks to the allure of higher pay. Not something you can blame workers for, but it is a byproduct of government decision making.
No, oh my, yeah, okay, it is, yes. Sorry about that, Pickles. Awfully sorry that infrastructure needs to be built in this country. How dare the government build major infrastructure projects?
Sooner or later, governments across the country may need to start making some tough decisions. Either build an...
Oh, yeah, not like they do that all the fucking time. You know what? I think it was Tony Blair that said this once. It was just like, being Prime Minister is like constantly being asked, do you want a punch in the face or a kick in the nuts? That's every decision that you ever get. This is something that I absolutely empathise with politicians, which is that no matter what you do, there's going to be whiny little shits like this sitting there being like, I know better, even though I'm embarrassingly proving how fucking naive I am about your job. They're building infrastructure. Build houses instead. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Another tunnel or build more homes. For what it's worth.
Yeah, just another tunnel. It's not like that tunnel increases productivity, which increases revenue, which means that you have more tax money to go and solve these other problems. No, infrastructure is like infrastructure, first off, is just a tunnel. Yeah, that's all infrastructure is. Just one tunnel somewhere in Victoria. But second, on top of that, how dare you build these things that increase the revenue and the economy of the country? How dare you do this, which keeps more people employed, which increases the tax base, which, you know, not only that, makes people better off. It's like, you know, poor people do use these tunnels as well. And if they can use these tunnels, it makes it quicker for them to get to fucking work, especially if they're caught in gridlock for like 3 hours a day. That's just another tunnel.
There is HIA data that suggests the worst of the skill shortage, at least for now, might be behind us. But you'd be best to approach these figures with caution, because the numbers could also point toward a slowdown in work started as much as they do anything else.
So why are you bringing it up? Thank you, Pickles. That was just another point that did not need to be there.
The point here is this. There are levers the government could explore pulling to help ease the skills shortage.
Yeah. And they have explored those, Pickles, because unlike you, this isn't some little hobby of sitting there and being like, how do I make myself feel better about being morally and intellectually superior? They sit there and solve problems. And as a result of that, they have pulled the lever. You know what that massive lever is? Building up TAFEs again after they have been decimated. Building up the manufacturing sector. As a result, that gives blue-collar workers employment options as opposed to what they have now, which is either smoking meth or working at McDonald's. That's what they're doing. That's how you solve this problem. That reduces migration in the long run because you actually have a population that is skilled enough to build all of these programs. In the meantime, sorry, but migration is a necessary evil to a certain degree. I still think that the Labor Party needs to be a little less big Australia than it is, but I also understand this argument. Why? Because I look at all of it holistically. I talk to experts. Experts, by the way, are not usually in the Labor Party, but the Labor Party listens to these experts and builds things as such accordingly. So when he's sitting there and saying, for instance, infrastructure is just another tunnel, you know what else infrastructure is as well? Rebuilding the entire energy grid so we don't cook ourselves. There's also that. Making ourselves a massive superpower. I think his name was Ross Garnaut. He wrote the book Superpower. If you want to know why infrastructure is so important and what the Labor Party is pushing us towards, go read the book Superpower. It is a brilliant vision of the future where it is Australia being a manufacturing powerhouse of all of these energy sectors. So we sort of become like a clean Saudi Arabia of the future. That is the world that they are creating. He's going to sit there and say, they're giving to gas. Yeah, that's called living in the real world. The gas companies are extremely powerful. You are deliberately ignoring all of the major infrastructure projects that they are building that, again, Pickles just reduces as, it's just a tunnel. Go build homeless houses. All of this stuff to make it have clean, cheaper, in Queensland's case, state-run energy, making us like creating all of this revenue for the state that you can build in, and then you can build more houses. But instead of sitting there and helping the Queensland government get elected, it's going to shit on them. Going to shit on Labor Party for daring to build infrastructure that is going to build the 21st century Australia, that is going to make us all fucking richer, all better off environmentally. Stop all that right now, just so Pickles can be right.
Whether or not the various unions, Labor's major donors, will be...
Yeah, another one. He has used the CFMEU in the past when they suited his argument. Now, all of a sudden, because they're donate to the Labor Party, that's bad. It's really bad, guys, to have a major party that can be elected that has to answer to unions, i.e. the representatives of the workforce. That is a really, really bad situation to be in, guys. That's dirty money, Like, holy fuck. There is nothing that big business would like more than for Labor to die. I can tell you that right now. Not have to negotiate with a party that is primarily funded by unions. They would love it if it was like the Democrats. A really good example of this is... I can't believe that I've even forgotten their name. How the fuck have I? This is embarrassing that I've forgotten the name of the major Israel. How did I? It's in the news, people. Oy vey! Israel is a prime example of what happens when you don't have a labor movement. Now they've just got two major parties that have to deal with a bunch of psycho little minor parties. This is the future that the powers that be really want. This is why they really love it when you have people like fucking Pickles here relaying corporate talking points without any context at all, saying that that's what we should be doing. We should be listening to these fucks and their solutions. He's saying that. Not only do they want that, they really want a very weakened Labor Party, ideally for it to just completely die in the arse like it did in Israel. And so, then you pretty much just have a one-party state like Israel is. And then it has to deal with a bunch of psycho minor parties that is just everybody's little egos and their little here's what I was culturally grown up on. That's why I'm culturally superior than everyone else. That's what voting about building a future is. It's making me feel good and owning those that don't believe in Judaism the same way I do. They have to deal with all those psychos as well when they're in government. They would love it if the labor movement died here like it did there. So you just two competing business parties. That's your opposition. Just in case they die, then you've just got an opposition that's, I don't know, nicer to gays. That's pretty much it. That's what they would love. They would. They really fucking hate having to deal with a party that, what was it, like $130 billion in stolen wages that the Labor Party gave back to workers, that forces them to pay superannuation, that clamps down on tax evasion, that, makes them practice proper hiring laws, makes them enforces unfair dismissal laws, stops them from working construction workers in dangerous environments so they die. They really hate having to deal with a party that enforces these things. That's why it's so infuriating when everyone sits there and is like, what we really need is to weaken the labor movement. No, we don't have to join it. We don't have to do what has historically been the only thing that has ever wrestled any power away from the oligarchy ever. No, what we need to do is go into our own little special parties that make us feel good about ourselves, like One Nation or the Greens or the Teals. We just need to take as many votes away from the Labor Party as possible and make them deal with all of these annoying little yuppie shitheads and their psycho little culture war things that they deal with, and then just keep reinforcing into people's ideas. We're actually better than the Labor Party because we wrangled another $1 billion for housing. We're so much better than them. The guys that sat there and painstakingly went through the housing policy and thought about a sustainable way to address it. We're so much smarter than them. They want that. They want these bullshit marketing gimmicks attached to a serious government.
Be happy for the government to pull those levers is another matter.
We're also in the thick of a material shortage that has made construction time, not approval time, just construction time, go up by a third.
Yes, there have been well-documented supply chain issues that have bumped up the cost of building materials in recent years. But the first thing I noticed here, though, was that this article was from a building company's website. It didn't link to the original data source, and it didn't have a...
This is exactly the same as what he was arguing before, that Nathan Dalbon is saying that the HAF could attract up to $9 billion of investment. I think that I couldn't find where it was saying where it's from. I couldn't find that, even though it was in the article. I couldn't find how he was getting to that conclusion, so I'm just going to assume that he just said could as this big fucking marketing gimmick that it's not going to attract $1 of investment. It's not going to attract anything. The $9 billion is just a lie because he said could. I think it's already attracted, what, like $13-14 billion in its first half a year of existence. How's that working out for you, Pickles? You're going to address that? You're going to address the fact that he was wrong, but he was wrong in the wrong way for your argument. Like, it's attracted more potential investment already. I think it's already got like 26,000 applications. Now, don't get me wrong, they're going to cull some of them because they're going to be shit applications, but you can't sit there and say, oh, it's not going to attract that investment. It's already potentially attracted that much, and it'll definitely attract much, much fucking more, seeing as that's the first half a year of it.
Published date, which rang some alarm bells. So it turns out it is a couple of years old, but I found the report that the numbers in this article came from. The HIA did a survey in February-March 2022 of 306 people across all sectors of the industry, mostly from Victoria and New South Wales, and that's where these numbers came from. There's no doubt that peak pandemic meant that it took longer to build stuff. That should really just be a no-brainer. Fortunately, though, since...
Yeah, but you were just saying before, peak... It's amazing. Like, it's just like, it's not even if an argument suits me, I'm going to use it, but if someone of that same source is saying something else, then all of a sudden they're dodgy. He's gone one down from that. He's gone one down from that. Now he's sitting there and saying, oh, okay, this data point that I was using before now contradicts what I'm saying. So no longer is pandemic an issue in any of these supply chain things. I mean, sorry, it is an issue now. Duh, of course it would go down during a pandemic. Nothing's getting built. You're arguing the opposite before.
It's 2022. We may have started to turn the corner. CoreLogic reported that
Oh, wow. We've started to turn the corner. That's sick, Pickles. What? So it's not skyrocketing. The price of materials isn't skyrocketing at unprecedented levels now. We should be so thankful. That means that the material shortage is maybe solved. Keeping in mind that it's just gone in this fucking V line. It's just like this, the price. You can go look at the material price. It just exploded. It's gone up like heaps. If you've ever tried to renovate a house, I know so many because I'm in my 30s, right? So everybody that I know is trying to renovate their house, and they've all stopped because of how much it has gone up to renovate. A lot of people are like, what it used to cost, they're coming back and saying it costs like 50% more to do that now. And this is like the good news. Well, do you think that's just going to go down like that? Even though it took a couple of years to go boop. Nah, just tomorrow. As always, with Swollen Pickles, not an issue because magically tomorrow, maybe it'll just go down again.
2023 saw the costs associated with building stabilise. In mid-2023...
Stabilised! Yay! So it's stayed at Mount Everest and it's hanging on. That's awesome news. Just so Pickles can win an argument.
The HIA reported that some material costs had actually begun to decline. In July 2023...
Wow, they've started to decline a little bit. That is mad in some areas. That is so cool, Pickles. Come back to me if over the next 5 years they've done the same thing. This is amazing. He just lives in the now. The past doesn't matter unless it suits him. The future doesn't matter unless it suits him. It's just the now while it suits him. It's going down a little bit now. So the next 5 years, it's just going to go like this. Trust him.
HIA also reported that price inflation on building materials was back to pre-pandemic rates.
By the way, I'm not saying it very well could fucking do that tomorrow, but that's just a very stupid thing to say. Yeah, it's fine. So go out and buy all these materials at peak price.
Maybe it's a bit too early to blow the trumpet, but things seem to be tracking.
Well, then why are you doing it? It's amazing. He just always does this. I've just cancelled out what I've said with this quick little fucking image of like a black guy playing the trumpet. Don't listen to anything I said, but listen to all of these stupid points that I've made.
In the right direction. So getting back to Jordan, what were these arguments for exactly? Is a labour shortage an argument for why we should all be grateful and accept a piss week
centrepiece?
It's not a piss week centrepiece. Like, that's your shitty assessment of it. I mean, go back and watch my videos on it and then come back to me and say that the HAF is a dumb, shitty idea.
Housing policy? A supply chain issue is an argument for why the HAFF is a
Visionary
housing policy? Or maybe the argument...
No, it wasn't. And if you listen to this, I know it was really hard for you to listen to, in your own words, 5% of a video, but the main argument was countering the other arguments that you can just click your fingers and build all these houses tomorrow because you very clearly can't. And now you are just taking that out of context so that you can make yourself feel right, even though you've just explained for like 10 minutes about how there is a skill shortage, how there is a labour shortage, and how there is a material shortage. And now all of a sudden it's just excuse making.
Is that we shouldn't invest more in social and affordable housing because there's a labour...
No, but again, you've just discounted 9.5 billion. I'm sure you're going to discount the other 10 billion that's just been invested in housing. Yeah, No, that doesn't exist. It's only the half. Only the half exists. And also the billions of dollars attached to the half, that doesn't exist either. It's just this one fund that's supposed to be addressing housing in the future. In his last video as well, he was saying like, but if you want a housing policy that is going to address homelessness right now, the half ain't it. Yeah, it's not. It's supposed to address the problem in the future. You know what his argument was for that? Because it's like, the reason that the half is there, I can't believe that I have to say this again, it's so tiring. The reason that the half is being installed, A, it's to give all of these super funds, all of these investors, all of these housing community programs the certainty that it needs, that there's always going to be some money invested in housing. Why do they have to give them the certainty that some money is always going to be invested in housing? Because the Liberal Party comes in and they gut all the housing programs. So they need to take it out of government hands. They need to put it in a fund that you can only allocate to these things. So there's at least going to be the promise that there is going to be some money going out to housing. Therefore, they can say, okay, we can do all these long-term decisions, like have a housing program that goes over the next 5 years, because we know that $500 million minimum is going out, and we can withdraw on some of that money and fill in the gaps in our funding to make these housing programs work. That's why you're doing it. He says, like, that's a shit insurance policy because governments can come in and, like, change that. Yeah, I guess they could. I guess they could come in and write a law demanding that this fucking essentially private fund comes out and just takes all of its fucking money out. They could just like do a full scale fucking fascist takeover. They could do that. That is such a dumb argument, and I bet you he doesn't address it because, again, to sit there and say that putting it out of governments, putting it out of the budget, I should say, putting it out of the budget's hands, it could still be done that way. It's honestly the same as just being like, why even bother writing in a constitution? You can have a referendum and change the constitution. It's not a good idea to put laws in a constitution because the constitution could be changed. Yeah, it's a little bit harder to change a constitution than it is, say, a law in parliament, isn't it? None of these things fire off in his head.
Labour shortage at the moment. I don't know, are we expecting that problem to just fix itself? To me, his two arguments sounded more like excuses for why we should accept the bare minimum.
See, it's excuses. Isn't that incredible? Isn't it amazing? Building shortages, skill shortages, and extreme material prices as well as a material shortage. This is excuse. Quote, his words, this is excuse making. The fact that we don't have enough materials to build the fucking things, let alone people to build it, is excuse making.
More than anything else. And that in turn does nothing more than make the guy sound like a Labour apologist. His two
big. Shut the fuck up, you Twitterati. Come up with your own language. What is this shit? You're a Labour apologist. I'm so sorry that the Labor Party has to deal with reality, folks. I really am. I genuinely, truly am. I am so sorry that unlike the Greens, they don't possess this magic little wizard wand and they can't just point at a homeless person and then all of a sudden he turns to a mailbox like The Simpsons and there's no more homeless people. I'm so sorry that reality isn't like a fucking Disney film. Arguments
aren't arguments for anything. They're just evidence.
What? You can't just say something is... Wow, what a universe. What a universe. They're not arguments. I'm sorry, I know I've just said this 1,000 times over, but he just keeps making such dumb things. Let's just get this on record. This is what he's saying. Saying that there is a skill shortage, a big skill shortage, as he points out. Saying that there is a labour shortage, a big labour shortage. Saying that there is a material shortage, a big material shortage. This is not an argument. Okay, thanks, Pickles. Thank you for educating your audience. Fuck, you're so well researched. Such a genius.
Evidence that the housing problem is bigger and more complex than anything the HAFF will be able to deal with. They're evidence that...
Yeah, that's reality, buddy. What's your solutions to it? What are your solutions to it? I would love to see them. Because a big thing about the HAFF was going through the green solutions and just talking about how fucking dog shit they are. Because if you scrutinise any of these minor parties for even a second, you realise, oh, they have no plan at all. It's pure vibe. They are just cornering off little demographics, Greens, inner city fuckwits, One Nation, Far North Queensland cookers. They are just getting these little sections and telling them what they want to hear. Everything's neoliberalism's fault, is what they whispered in Newtown. Everything's migrants' fault, is what they say to far north Queensland. It's nothing to deal with like the material real world. Yeah, sorry, the HAF, newsflash guys, is not going to solve homelessness. Neither is any of the bullshit, pixie, bullshit, fucking fairy tonic, snake oil that this guy is selling, such as just buy more houses. Why? So they can just be sold like the New South Wales Liberals did when they sold 3 billion of it? So they can just put all of their stocks in housing like they have in the past, and the Liberals privatise it and stop building it. So you should just not address the fact that in the future the Liberal Party is going to get in and they're just going to cut funding to housing. You shouldn't address that point at all. No, the solution is to just build a bunch of houses now with the non-existent labour force and the non-existent materials.
That the bare minimum approach to solving this problem isn't going to cut it. I mean, we could talk about the demand sides.
Shut the fuck up about your bare minimum shit. Another just Twitter talking point. This is all they ever say over and over again. Labor's doing the bare minimum. What's your solutions again? You should just like build more houses.
Skyrocketing rents and the impact they're having on driving demand for social housing. We could talk about how the cost of rent is out.
That's because of migration. I've done thousands of videos about that, but awfully sorry. That is the price that you pay for not being in recession.
Pacing wage growth. We could talk about why the Productivity Commissioner has said that the private rental market is the epicentre of the affordability problem and what was driving demand for social housing and homelessness services. If you want to get an insight into the rental market, check out Purple Pingers. There's some real grim stuff there, but I think I'm getting off track. So with that, I've probably given this more than the 14 seconds deserved, quite frankly. So let's move on.
Yeah, but like, dude, you've just embarrassed yourself immensely. Let's just do a recap of what he was talking about then. We already talked about it. Skill shortage, not a real thing. Material shortage, not a real thing, but it is, but it's not. Labour shortage, not a real thing. It is, but it's not. Why don't you just listen to all of these construction lobby groups when they suit me and just let in under par, unqualified people that are just disguising themselves as being skilled into the country? Why? How dare the building industry have to prove that there actually is a skills shortage? How dare they actually have to prove that there is a skills shortage before applying for a skills shortage? How dare they do that? Just let in anyone that says like, oh yeah, I'm an engineer. Why? Because I've like, I played SimCity once. Just let those people in. That's his big solution to it. On top of that, it's not a real thing. It's just excuse making to point these things out. Thank you so much. You really have owned me on this argument, Pickles. Thank you. Thank you for spending 10 minutes on a point that only you should have just said like, yeah, okay, moving on. It is a problem. Instead of trying to just bore your audience into thinking it's not a problem.
Go on.
But that's what I'm saying. He didn't.
And he
have an
also
argument to that
makes
argument.
funny voices.
No, he gets.
Oh, that's
The
his actual
Office.
voice. I'm just fucking around, swollen pickles.
Yeah, no, it's a very normal voice. No, that's-
Thanks, lads. It's okay. I hate the sound of my voice too, which is kind of unlucky given that I've got the perfect head for radio.
So good. Never heard that before. And then he puts out the cliche of the like, did it, which is a cliche in itself. So unentertaining. Like, it's just the worst assumptions imaginable. It's like, come on, anyone studying economics or finance or anything, come on, just write out in the comments. Like, this is a ridiculous assumption world, right? Like, this is just basically saying, say they put in $10 billion and it only gets a $1 return. Just so we can see how I could be right.
From what I can tell, Jordan and his mates spend a good slab of time attempting to rip into me because the hypothetical I used in the original video relied on some assumptions. Let's have a grown-up talk for a sec. Sometimes, in the absence of detail and transparency, assumptions are necessary.
Grown up, you mean gross boomer that just admitted that he's ugly and hates his voice? Yeah. Let's listen to somebody with admitted low self-esteem try and say why he's better than all these people that are trying to build the country.
It would have been lovely had the government clearly and openly articulated exactly how the HAF would work from a funding and fund management perspective when they released the exposure draft and subsequently tabled the bill in Parliament. But they didn't.
Oh, okay, so they have to spell these complicated policies out to you specifically in a manner that is explained to you personally. It has to be explained to your personal satisfaction. Other than that, the fucking hundreds of thousands of documents, I'm assuming at this point, that led to the construction of the HAF that you have not read because no one has read all of them. that has not been properly and clearly explained to your satisfaction. You had room to come up with all of these little shitty conspiracy theories in these gaps that you came up with, and that's the government's fault. They didn't, in your head, explain to you why your dumb conspiracies can't be used so you can think of other dumb conspiracies to shit on it.
They could have included the proposed investment mandate in the consultation process to remove any need for assumptions, but...
Why? Why? Because it just, makes you not look like an idiot when the investment mandate comes out and proves your fucking, they're going to do it on the medical research fund thing incorrect. Why do they have to include that there? In fact, why would you do that in the consultation period? That's the whole point of consulting, is to come up with what it should be.
They didn't. They could have outlined how the debt would be managed during the consultation process or included it in the explanatory memorandum, but they didn't.
Oh, okay. So is this Pickles admitting, this is context, you can go watch the other video about it, but is this Pickles admitting that him sitting there and saying, the HAF fund will have to pay back the debt? The HAF fund will have to pay back the debt, which even if it was true, that is something that they would outline, because that is so not what happens in government. When you take out a loan, the fucking tunnel, as you would say, is not paying back that loan, usually. Usually the tunnel is not paying back that loan in road tolls or whatever. Usually, well, maybe it is indirectly from going into government coffers, but Treasury is responsible for paying back that loan. But he uses that so he can say, I'm just going to assume that, the HAF loses $1 billion in 2 years, which is the dumbest fucking assumption that you can possibly make. And it is just him reaching as hard as he can to find a reason to say that the HAF is shit. To just come up with these utter deluded fantasies that this is going to lose 10% of its money within the first fucking 2 years, despite the fact that that has not happened in any of the future funds managements over the last, I don't even know how long it's been going for now, 17 years, something like that. Never reported that it is just had that much of a loss. It's reported losses, huge losses. In fact, it did get to 9%, I think, 1 year, but that was after it's been building up. I think it started with $60 billion. It is now nearly at $200 billion. These are all old figures. It's late. I can't remember them correctly, but the future fund started off with not much, and now it's fucking massive. Not much comparatively, that is. Obviously, $60 billion. I would like that.
Of all this detail meant anyone attempting to scrutinise the HAF was forced to fill in the gaps.
No, dude. No. This is you just coming up with conspiracy theories. What he's doing here is the same thing that, intelligent design people do to people in evolutionary biology. The same thing of, you don't have the missing link between ape and ape man. Okay, here it is. Okay, but you don't have the missing link between ape man and ape man. Okay, here's that link. You don't have the missing link between ape man and ape man. You can never find enough bones to prove to these boneheads that evolution is a real thing. They're always just going to look for the gap. They're always looking for the gap in the information so they can concoct fucked, stupid conspiracy theories like this. And then he turns around and says, why didn't the government stop me from concocting these dumb conspiracy theories? It's the government's fault that I don't know that in every scenario, unless it is stated otherwise, the Treasury pays back debt.
To make some educated assumptions. Transparency would have been nice.
It's not an educated... No, dude. No. You think you're educated. That's the difference here, Pickles. You think you're educated. It is not an educated assumption. This is amazing, isn't it? The government's stupid. How dare they hide all these things? I hide all of this information when I'm addressing Jordan, by the way. I just cut him out of context. I just cut all of these sentences that agree with me in drafts. I say that the draft is the part that you should be focusing on, not the bill, the draft. But, the government's being, just very, very seamy. And also on top of that, the government's stupid. I'm making educated guesses in between. You're making conspiracy theories, dude.
One of those words political parties only seem to use when they're in opposition. Anyway, they went on and on.
Why are you assuming that the government is borrowing money for this? Why? They didn't for the fund that you are using right now, they did not borrow money for. For the future fund, they didn't borrow money. I don't think that they borrowed money for the other two smaller funds either. Why are they borrowing money for this one?
There's more. The $10 billion we started with, remember, that's borrowed money. It's a more boring context.
No, it's not. You don't know that.
Let's address this one first because it's pretty quick and easy to dispel. Why did I think the government was borrowing to stump up the $10 billion for the Housing Australia Future Fund? Because it's exactly what the government told us they would do. The fact that the HAF would be set up with...
Oh yeah, he is right about this. I can't remember who. Somebody was writing to me afterwards and saying, yeah, the government said in some estimate that they're going to borrow the money. And it's like, cool, they're borrowing the money for the fund. It doesn't disprove the main point that he is making, that the HAF is going to have to pay back the fund, pay back the loan. It doesn't. This is like a moot point. It's like me asking for a source. I'm glad that he's provided that. That's cool, because he just said they're going to borrow $10 billion out of fucking nowhere. So yeah, okay, they are going to borrow it. Does that mean that the HAF has to pay back that $10 billion? Let's see if he answers that.
Borrowed money should not have been a surprise to anyone paying attention. Maybe you missed the initial announcement way back in 2021.
Let's just say this before we go on. Whether or not the government borrows money for the HAF is completely fucking immaterial to what he is saying, which is that the HAF is going to have to pay back that loan. Completely immaterial.
When Labor, then in opposition, were very clear that the Housing Australia Future Fund would be set up as an off-budget vehicle, in other words, not funded via the budget. Granted, the references to borrowed money were a little vague in the explanatory memorandum, but the statement, the initial credit to the HAF would have no impact on the underlying cash and fiscal balance, could really only mean one of two things, either a loan or someone's picking a bunch of cash from the magical money tree. Maybe you missed the references to the government having to borrow $10 billion to set up the fund almost every single time the HAF was mentioned in the media. Maybe you missed the Secretary of the Department.
Yeah, I did. You know why? Because I'm not looking for conspiracy theories to confirm that the HAF is going to lose $1 billion. Maybe that's why. By coming up with the wildest assumptions ever that it's just going to double count. These were the assumptions that he made. It's going to double count how many fees they have to pay back, so we can just chuck that in. It's just going to lose money outright. We're just going to say that it's going to lose money outright magically. Also, it has to pay back the loan. So you can sit there and argue about how well researched you are on this, dude. The reason that I don't care if the HAF is, a loan or not is because it is not counted by them. And let's just assume that he's right about this for a second, right? Let's just assume that he is absolutely right and the HAF is going to lose, I think, $500 million a year is his fucking ridiculous estimate. Now, again, that is not to discount that some years it might lose $500 million. Maybe. Probably not. Seeing as it's got a bunch of financial experts making very safe investments in it, but let's just say that it does. Let's just say that for the next 20 years, despite all of human history when index funds have existed, let's say that it did that. That still guarantees payouts for the next fucking 10 years minimum, which means that there is at least a long-term strategy in place when the Liberals are in to make all of these superannuation funds, all of these housing community bodies, all of these other investors decide, okay, we can still make these investments and fall back on government money. So even if it goes down to zero, even if he is right and it loses like $1 billion, what was it, over the next actually, let's just say 20 years. Let's just say he's absolutely right about that. Wow, that means it has to be topped up 20 years from now. Oh my God, that's so bad. That's so bad that there is a permanent source of housing funding that is very, very, very fucking hard to fuck with that you can then use to build social and affordable housing. What a terrible plan.
Department of Finance clarifying that the initial $10 billion will be borrowed by the federal government. There's a solid line in the HAF's Bill Digest that I think is worth reading. There's no question the $10 billion will increase gross debt, with the Secretary of the Department of Finance confirming the initial $10 billion will be borrowed by the Commonwealth. So just to make it very clear, the Department of Finance confirmed that the $10 billion needed to set up the HAF would be borrowed. There's no assumption there, no ambiguity.
Cool. Get to the main point, which is you are using that money. You are using loan repayments to make your stupid fucking conspiracy theories that it's going to lose a shit ton of money, which even if you're right, even if you are right about the fact that it's going to lose a shit ton of money, by your estimates, I think it was $1 billion over 2 years, maybe it was one. Let's just say it's up and running for fucking 10 years or 20 years, still fulfills the purpose of the HAF, which is to make sure that there is a constant stream of funding to keep this supply chain. You know how you were just complaining before about why are all these people getting hired to build infrastructure? That's fucking dumb, because it is a continual, guaranteed paycheck. That's why they move into infrastructure. That's why all these other construction companies start specializing to build government infrastructure, because they always know that there is going to be government infrastructure there. If you are starting up a business and you say, here's 20 years of guaranteed money from the government, that's when you start having businesses build up to address the social and affordable housing problem. when you have government money there getting spent all the time. So even if it loses all of this money, it doesn't fucking matter. But let's just see if he says his initial point, which is that you are going to be paying back that money from the HAF instead of Treasury. Let's see if he's man enough to admit that.
Ambiguity, the $10 billion was borrowed by the government. Once you're able to come to terms with that fact and accept it, one of the reasons why the HAF is a terrible
centerpiece
policy should quickly become apparent.
So they're just using it from their fiscal budget, like whatever savings the government has, they're using that for the fund?
Dude, it's just not specified. It's just like he is making this assumption. I'm guessing he's just going to be using interest. I'll see in a sec, but I think he's using interest from assuming that they're borrowing money for the fund.
Geez, he could have saved me a lot of time by just admitting that he didn't know where the money was coming from at the start. Just in case you're still not clear on how.
What the fuck? You're just pretending that this video that you put together for 6 months while he's sitting there being like, oh, get Geordies, I'll prove in my own head that there's no skills, labour and material shortage. I'll prove that you're going to have to be paying back money from the HAF. You've been sitting out there for fucking 6 months and now you've just brushed this aside like you're me, just being man enough to react to it in full time. I'm not man enough. It's just I can't be fucked to put in the effort to dispel this because it's just so obvious. It's so filled with so many fucking terrible holes that you don't need to spend 6 months dismantling it. I can tell you right now, I'd be doing a hell of a lot better job if I had 6 months like Pickles to do this shit. But anyway, what, you're just going to sit there and pretend like you just saw that? Oh, you could have saved me a lot of time. No, he just wants to distract everyone for the fact that like this moot point that is completely fucking immaterial of whether it's getting loan money or not is not the main point, which is that he is assuming that it has to be paid back from the fund. That it has to be paid back from the fund. And then I will go further. He is also discounting the fact, we'll go through it again, that even if it is, and his assumptions are right, that means that it will take 20 years for that HAF fund to be topped up, which means that I'm assuming in the next 20 years there's going to be one point when there's another Labor government in that will top up those funds. I don't think it will. I think that like every other fucking index fund in human history, it's just going to keep accelerating and accumulating and meaning that they can put more and more money into social affordable housing over the years. But even in these like doomsday, unbelievably unprecedented assumptions, even in that scenario, it still goes for fucking 20 years. So what are you complaining
How
about?
it was designed to work. Let's go again. Actually, no. Let's listen to the Department of Finance explain it with Katie Gallagher riding shotgun.
So the Housing Australia Future Fund is a commitment whereby the government has invested $10 billion, taken $10 billion and provided that to the Future Fund. Borrowed $10 billion and provided that to the Future Fund, who then invest that money. That money is invested by the Future Fund. It has been invested in order to generate the return that the government, on average, wishes to get from that investment, in order to support the disbursements from the housing disbursements through Housing Australia and the grants which are associated with that policy. Borrowed $10 billion, borrowed $10 billion, borrowed $10 billion, borrowed $10 billion.
As I said, not all funds are created equal. And this table, this refers to the Future Fund itself, which is worth $200 billion and has an investment mandate.
Hang on. I'm gonna rewatch that again because I just heard that my phone was going off. Did he just completely glide over that point? Or is he right about this and that the fund will have to pay back that money? Let's see.
On to work. Let's go again. Actually, no. Let's listen to the Department of Finance explain it with Katie Gallagher riding shotgun.
So the Housing Australia Future Fund is a commitment whereby the government has invested $10 billion, taken $10 billion and provided that to the Future Fund. Borrowed $10 billion and provided that to the Future Fund, who then invest that money. That money is invested by the Future Fund. It has been invested in order to generate the return that the government, on average, wishes to get from that investment, in order to support the disbursements from the housing disbursements through Housing Australia and the grants which are associated with that policy. Borrowed $10 billion, borrowed $10 billion, borrowed $10 billion, borrowed $10 billion.
As I said, not all funds are created equal. And this table, this refers.
So he's not going to address it. Unbelievable. He's not going to address the main point. He's not going to address the main point that he came up with this absolute wild conspiracy theory that the HAF is going to have to pay back the loan money. Not Treasury, the HAF is going to have to pay back that loan money. So he's just going to ignore that entirely and say, I was right because it has to borrow the money. A moot point. You are putting in this unnecessary burden on the funds that the Future Fund is going to have to disperse. You are putting that in deliberately to make it look like it's going to lose money. And you're going to sit there and say that I'm being dishonest and misleading by saying that over the next 5 years there's going to be a fucking $500,000 person shortage. You're saying that's dishonest. Have you no shame at all?
to the future fund itself, which is worth $200 billion, and has an investment mandate to deliver a return of CPI plus an additional 4 to 5% over the long term. The equivalent equity...
Interesting that he doesn't mention that their future fund, I think, started with $60 billion. It's now worth $200 billion or something there around. In, I think, 16 years. And this...
See you next Tuesday.
Here is saying, oh, but sometimes they lose money. Yeah, that future fund did lose money sometimes. It's now worth $200 billion. Yeah. What he doesn't mention, what he conveniently leaves out.
So yeah, what Jordan doesn't mention and what he conveniently leaves out whenever he keeps pointing toward the future fund is that the future fund is the last of the funds that you actually want to point to when you're discussing the HAFF. I've said this before, the HAFF is not the future fund. The future fund is a sovereign wealth fund, a long-term investment. It exists for future generations. The future fund was not set up with borrowed money. It was initially created using government surplus and proceeds from the sale of 1/3 of Telstra. The last I heard...
So what? What's that got to do with fucking anything, Pickles? Like... How is this proving your point? How is this proving my point that, like, the future fund is... So you're, again, just saying the same thing, are you? You're just saying, oh, this money is definitely going to be paid back from the HAFF. I've got no source for it whatsoever. That's really, really out of the ordinary that you would be doing that. But trust me, it's going to have to pay back this money because the future fund didn't. Okay, cool. More assumptions.
The future fund hasn't actually dispersed a cent yet either. By its nature, it can afford to ride the ups and downs of investment markets to target higher returns over the longer term. The HAFF, on the other hand, has been set up with borrowed money.
But the HAFF can't because it's borrowed money, you see, and it is going to be paying it back from the fund.
And it also needs to pay out almost immediately in the form of its annual disbursements. It needs to start paying out in its first 12 months. That means taking a lower risk strategy. In less than 12 months' time now, the HAFF will disperse 5% of its initial investment. It can't afford to roll a higher risk dice. Anyone that was looking at the HAFF with a remotely critical lens could see that equity exposure, which you can think of as a de facto measure of how much risk the fund is taking on, was 59 as at the 30th of June 2022. The smaller funds that the future...
Somebody's cranky.
See, another Twitter point. It's amazing that all of these people in their heads, they just can't think originally at all. This is 80s boomer sitcoms as well. I mean, I know I use the millennials' choice, but come on. As if The Simpsons isn't a bit better than Cheers. Dude, first off, I'm not even that angry. And the second thing is, I was a little bit, I'll get to that in a second, but even if you are, why does everyone on Twitter just like, that's a mad own? I'm saying a bunch of stupid shit that just defames you and like paints you in a deliberately bad light, and you having to explain that, which is extremely tedious as to why that's a dumb argument. You're getting kind of frustrated when I'm just repeating the same stupid arguments and not addressing key arguments, just gliding over them. Again, soon as it doesn't suit him, he's not going to address that point. You watch. He is not going to address that he used those loan figures in his... This is why the HAFF is a bad idea and it's going to lose money. He's not going to do it. Yeah, I got kind of riled up by you pretending that you understood these like high finance ideas when you're clearly just reading off a piece of paper.
Fund board managed, however, have investment mandates that tend to take on a lower risk profile and therefore achieve smaller returns. The Medical Research Future Fund is a prime example. Its investment mandate is to deliver a return of the RBA cash rate plus 1.5 to 2% per annum. Its equivalent equity exposure as at the 30th of June 2022 was 30, so about half that of the main future fund. Now that might all sound boring, context often is, but we should all be clear now that not all of these funds are created equally. We can accept that, right? I'll just pause here for a second. The point I was attempting to make here, which is a point that Jordan appears too cranky to have actually absorbed.
Yeah, I was mad. Epic own Pickles. Not mad enough to think about this for 6 months. Fuck.
Is that not all funds managed by the future fund are created equal. They all take on different risk profiles and therefore have different investment mandates. It was back then and still is today a statement of fact that the smaller funds managed by the future fund take a more conservative approach to risk compared to the main future fund. Taking on less risk generally means smaller returns. The point was, don't be like Jordan and point to the main future fund and expect the HAFF to see returns.
Yeah, but I wasn't. You're lying about this point as well. You're just lying about it, Pickles. And you even addressed this point in the original video, so you should know what I'm talking about there. I am saying that your shitty point that you stole from Max Chandler Mather, that it is gambling and they are using the future fund. They're the ones that were using the future fund. The Greens, they were the ones that over and over again were saying, the future fund lost money last year. It lost money. It's gambling. I'm not going to go through again because you're just such an idiot that I can't even have this conversation with you if you can't admit that an index fund is different to going to the fucking casino at a bare minimum. They're the ones that are saying that investing in index funds is the same as going to the casino. The reason that I'm going through those funds right there and saying that the future fund is getting all of these mad returns is because they're the ones that brought up the future fund in the first place. And Pickles knows that because he addressed that same point and then did his usual stupid equivocating thing of, I'm not saying that it is gambling, even though I've said that in previous videos, but now that it suits me, I'm not going to say it's gambling. And then in the next few sentences, I'm going to say why it's gambling.
Returns and growth like that, because the main future fund and the HAFF are not the same.
Hi there, my name's Marcus and I'm the founder of 8 Clients. Our vision is to become the most creative social media agency in Australia.
Love
and to do
it.
that, we're going to need to partner
I'm going
with
to the
right
toilet.
clients. So I wanted to create a really short video to talk a little bit about what we're looking for as an agency in a client to help us achieve our vision. The first thing is creativity. You don't need to have any of it, but we want you to want it. Our best work is for clients who have a 10 out of 10 appetite for creativity. We are idea generating machines, and we're going to be constantly coming to you and saying, hey, what about this? What about this trend? We just had this idea. So if you're not ready for an onslaught of creative social media, we're definitely not a good fit. We don't want to do boring posts. There are enough boring social media posts. Number 2 is that you can improve content quickly. In this fast-paced world of social media with TikTok trends quickly emerging and then going away, the brands that win on social media are those who are able to act quickly. So, if you have a 32-person legal department that needs to approve every single post, it's going to be really hard for us to deliver the most creative social media that's timely and aligns to both of our goals. And number 3 is that you're really nice and easy to work with. A part of our success is pairing awesome people with an awesome team. We put a lot of energy into our company culture and we treat people really nicely. Not just because it's the obvious thing to do, but because you can't create scroll-stopping awesome social media content when you have 45 clients, 16 deadlines, and 33 missed calls.
I'm getting myself another drink, baby, from our sponsors. You're going to have to watch this ad more. GG for life.
I hope this gives you a better understanding of us and the type of work and type of people that we want to work for. If you have any other questions, please let us know. Thank you.
That scrambled brain feeling? Overwhelmed trying to wrangle your insane schedule alone? You need a personal assistant ASAP, but hiring a real human is crazy expensive. That's why 1 million frazzled professionals use this instead. With Motion, you can gain a month's worth of free time per year by using Motion's proprietary AI algorithm to automatically plan your day based on your tasks and priorities. It takes just minutes to set up. You add your projects and deadlines, estimate durations, and set priorities, and
sucked
boom,
in, making
your
you
day
watch
is
more
perfect.
ads. Okay.
United Kingdom.
Done this before, but let's compare the proposed HAFF with the Medical Research Future Fund. The MRFF is far closer in scale to the HAFF and nowhere near the scale of the Big Puppy Future Fund.
Okay, so your logic is, holy shit, Jesus fucking dude, the universe these people have to retreat to make themselves right. His argument here is that the Medical Research Fund is $20 billion, and that's closer to $10 billion. Therefore, they're going to choose an investment strategy that is closer to the Medical Research Fund, just because it's closer somehow. That's his logic. Why not go with the Drought Fund? Why not go with the Indigenous Fund? Why not go with the Disability Insurance Fund? Why not go with those ones? Why are you going with that one? Look, it's because it has a very small, safe return. That's why he's using this one. That's why he's using it.
No, that's not why I used it. A lot of people...
You just said that's why you used it. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to rewind on this. I think he said it in his own video. That's not why you used it? The reason that you didn't use it is because it is much closer in scale to the HAF. The Medical Research Future Fund is at $20 billion and the HAF is at $10 billion. That was not the reason that you were using the Medical Research Fund. That's your reasoning.
Done this before, but let's compare the proposed HAFF with the Medical Research Future Fund. The MRFF is far closer in scale to the HAFF and nowhere near the scale of the Big Puppy Future Fund.
Your words. That is the reason that you chose it, Pickles. Why are you lying? You put it in your own video. Wow, your audience are such critical thinkers. Your audience are so smart, and all of my audience are absolute drone monkeys that just accept whatever I say and then do the evil bidding, which is to make you personally feel bad, Pickles. Why would you lie about that? That is the reason that you put in. That's the reason you put in. Are you lying about it because you started thinking about a way to weasel out of this point later on? And why are you saying that I'm saying that you should be, comparing it to the Future Fund in the first place when you're using an argument that I was using to dispel a Greens argument about why the Future Fund is gambling? I'm just saying, if you're using the argument that the HAF is closer in scale to the Medical Research Fund, well, there's a bunch of other funds that they control that are a lot closer than 20 billion. Why didn't you use them? It is because it has a lower investment mandate. It is because it has to get a smaller return for them to ding the bell and say that's a success that year. And that's why you chose it, Pickles. You're going to lie now and say that wasn't the reason when it is in your own video, you stating that that is the reason that you're using it? Let's just play that one more fucking time.
Done this before, but let's compare the proposed HAFF with the Medical Research Future Fund. The MRFF is far closer in scale to the HAFF and nowhere near the scale of the Big Puppy Future Fund.
Okay, so your logic is, holy shit, Jesus, fuck, dude, the universe these people have to retreat to make themselves right. His argument here is that the Medical Research Fund is $20 billion, and that's closer to $10 billion. Therefore, they're going to choose an investment strategy that is closer to the Medical Research Fund, just because it's closer somehow. That's his logic. Why not go with the Drought Fund? Why not go with the Indigenous Fund? Why not go with the Disability Insurance Fund? Why not go with those ones? Why are you going with that one? Look, it's because it has a very small, safe return. That's why he's using this one. That's why he's using it.
Nope, that's not why I used it. A lot of people draw.
Dude, usually when people shift the goalposts, they don't film themselves moving the goalposts. They usually cut that part out. Again, you had 6 months.
Gordon and his wingman included focused on the fact that I used the Medical Research Future Fund as the baseline for my first comparison. To be fair, there are a few people that commented on my original video that took issue with that as well. Now, there are a few reasons why I used the MRFF, which I tried to touch on in the original video and one prior, I think. None of the reasons were as Machiavellian as people may want to believe, though. Remember assumptions? Well, funnily enough, the PBO regularly referred to the Medical Research Future Fund and the Emergency Response Fund throughout.
Did they? Just going to have a read of it. Okay, let's assume that Swollen Pickles in that video said that the reason that he was choosing the Medical Research Fund wasn't for the reason that he stated in the very video that he just showed, that it was because it is closer in scale, even though that is the stated reason that he said that he was using the Medical Research Fund in his own fucking words. Let's just assume that he is using it from the Parliamentary Budget Office. Because the Parliamentary Budget Office used it to estimate what the HAF would be dispersing in equity deployment. Okay. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Pickles. What you have just done is what you have done. It's getting late. I'm getting delirious. What you have done is essentially say, I'm going to build the cup holders for a plane. How? By modelling it off how the engine is built. It is seriously the same as saying the Medical Research Fund. I'm going to be using the Medical Research Fund because the government used it to make assumptions about the Medical Research Fund in the sense that they were going to be using the Medical Research Fund as a fund. It's got nothing to do with your point, Pickles. Your point I can't believe that I have to explain this to you. 6 months. Your point is that you were using the medical research fund. Sorry. The point that you say that you weren't making, even though you filmed yourself in your response video making that point. Your point of why the medical research fund should be used to measure its investment mandate, its investment targets, is because it was used in the parliamentary budget for equity deployment. I know that this is a bunch of bullshit, namby-pamby words to most people, but what he's saying there is that equity deployment, what is that? Equity deployment is, say you've got a normal stock portfolio, just a normal stock portfolio. I'm not even going to go into the different assets. Let's make it really badly simple. This is too simple, but I'm just trying to simplify it as much as possible. It's you saying, or you're like hedge fund manager or whatever the fuck you've got, saying, let's spend 25% of your money this year, and then next year we'll spend another 25% of it, and then next year we'll spend another 25% of it. So you're just talking about what you're actually going to invest and what you're just going to keep behind. That's what they are basing this off of. That's what the parliamentary budget is basing this off of. They are not making assumptions about its investment mandate, especially, and you know why they're not making assumptions about the investment mandate, by the way. Again, the investment mandate is the target that they should be hitting for investment returns every year. So completely fucking different to how they're going to deploy equity. The reason that they will be not putting in this investment mandate so he can come up with his conspiracy theory. Remember before when he was saying, why didn't they put in the investment mandate so I don't make an idiot of myself? That's the government's fault. The government's fault is making me make educated guesses. The reason that they are not putting in a locked investment mandate is because, sorry, you using the draft to go and say, oh, the draft said all these ideas were dumb, and so that's the one that we should be focusing on, not the bill. Because when you are making this and forming this policy, there's still going to be things that you will need to change and amend, usually right until it's fucking passed. Right until it's legislated, you are still probably going to have to be changing things in it. One of them could have been deploying more or less money, which turned out to be true. Which turned out to be that instead of having a maximum of $500 million deployment, they made that the minimum of a $500 million deployment. So when you are chopping and changing the bill before it's passed, you can't put in those concrete things. And so this reason, that let's just assume that he's not lying about this, that he is choosing here, it's honestly the same as saying, I'm going to build a cup holder based off of what the plans are for an engine. It's like, it's not the fucking same thing. Why would you do that? He's just doing it again so he can try and make himself seem to be right when he's just really fucking dug a hole for himself, and he just keeps digging.
Out their costing report, with those two funds forming the basis of the majority of the assumptions the PBO used when providing their report. Of the two funds that the PBO had used as the baseline for their analysis, I used the MRFF in my original video because it had been around longer than the ERF. At the time of pulling together the original...
Yeah, but before you were just saying that, that index funds lose money in certain years. So why would length matter to you, Pickles? Why would length matter all of a sudden now? Why does it matter that there has been a fund around for long enough that it is returning an investment? Why the fuck would you be... That's got nothing to do with your argument about the investment mandate. Again, the length of it being around has nothing to do with the investment mandate. That has nothing to do with it. You see how he's just squirming around?
Video, there was not even 3 years worth of returns data available for the ERF. The MRFF, on the other hand...
Yeah, all of a sudden, index funds don't need to be around for a long time before you judge them. All of a sudden, no. They have to be around for fucking, 300 years before you can make a judgment about whether an index fund works or not. Again, just changing data points, changing arguments, changing whether a source is legitimate or not, purely to prove his point.
And have been around long enough to have weathered some of the ups and downs of the stock market. The MRFF also makes annual disbursements.
Well, so is the 3 years, buddy. There's some pretty shit years in the last 3 years on the stock market, let me tell you.
The value of those are decided each year by the Future Fund Board. Ultimately, though, whether I'd run with the MRFF or the ERF, it wasn't going to make a hell of a lot of difference. The end result was always going to be within the same ballpark. It's kind of funny that someone would take issue with me using the MRFF as the baseline when Jordan...
I'll get back to this point in a second because, like, hang on, I just want to hear what he says here.
seemed to be quite happy to repeatedly point to the Future Fund itself and its return when he was discussing that.
Pickles, you fucking moron. Go back and watch when I'm using this video. Like, seriously, in the 6 months, did you not go back to the original source? I think that's a good excuse for me because I'm not going to spend the time going through all of your dumb, stupid arguments to make you and your mouth breather audience feel good about themselves for daring to stand up to the Labour movement. Fuck, we're so much smarter than every fucking well-intentioned person in the country. You're just lying about it again. Either that or you've completely now misrepresented that argument on two different levels, as I've already explained, so I'll just shut up.
The big Future Fund is the last fund you'd want to point to in comparison to the HAF if your intention is to actually...
But I'm not there. I'm not pointing to that there. I'm not. My argument to your argument of just like, we're just going to make all these assumptions about like what its investment target is, which again, like, dude, it doesn't even matter if what their fucking investment target is because they're obviously going to try and get above $500 million so that they keep getting a profit above the $500 million that it has to disperse. That's the assumption that you should make, Pickles. But anyway, like even if they set like a lower mandate or whatever, because that's just going to be like, this is the minimum that we need to try and offset some of the losses that we're going to be making. But I'm not making an assumption about what they're using. You know why I'm not making an assumption? Because I don't make fucking assumptions, or I try not to make assumptions. I try not to make assumptions at the very least that are as embarrassing as yours, Pickle, because they didn't end up using the fucking medical research fund. Are you going to admit that? They didn't end up using the medical research fund as like a base model for what they're going to be using for the HAF's investment returns. Let's just see if he ends up caves to that point in a second. But like, again, he's just being so dishonest about this future fund point. I have never ever made an assumption about what its investment mandate is going to be. I was just sitting there and saying, why the fuck are you making assumptions about it? You have no grounds to do that. Just like you have no grounds to say that they are going to be forced to pay back loans in the fund as opposed to Treasury paying it back. You don't have grounds for this. You're just saying it so you can create a universe where you can convince yourself personally that you're right.
Provide genuine analysis. The HAF was never going to have an investment mandate comparable with the big future fund. That much was obvious. If a simple ape like myself could see it, not sure how Jordan missed it. For what it's worth, though,
you just, again, look, now he's just invented this reality where that's what happened, so he can feel smarter than me. It's like, dude, I feel bad at this point. I want to give him even just that, just so he has something. Just so he has fucking something in the half an hour that we've been going. But so far, all he's gotten right is the fact that it's like, you know, borrowing money. He hasn't gotten the big point of the borrowing money back. He hasn't got the point that he gets to justify making loans a payment from the fucking HAF. He doesn't get that, but he gets to pay back, I guess. Yeah, you've got that one piece in the last 28 minutes, and all you had to do was greatly fucking embarrass yourself so far. Greatly embarrass yourself. Like, this is really, really shoddily bad. Like, if I was doing this, obviously, I'll tell you what I'd do. First off, I just moot the point and say, I might even do the snarky thing of going, oh, it was only 14 seconds long, but yeah, I'll pay it. There is that shortage. I might even do the whole like, but is that like really enough? You know, the emotional plea of like, is that really enough to solve homelessness? If I was making that argument, which would be really fucking dishonest anyway, because it's like no one's ever saying that it's going to. Just because it's a big visionary policy that is thinking well into the future doesn't mean that it's going to solve the problem. It's just a good policy. No policy is ever going to solve problems. They are going to mitigate them. They're going to make them go down as opposed to go up. But these problems are always going to be with society, you know?
I'm not the only one asking questions about how well the HAF stacks up. A couple of weeks after the initial video, Michael West Media published an article from Harry Chimay looking at the HAF. Pretty happy to see that he'd also logically worked through the information available at the time and landed on the MRFF as a suitable proxy for the HAF in his analysis as well.
I'll read that article in my own time. As you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about Westy. I'm a big fan of him. And look, you know, if I disagree with him on that point or I agree with him on that point, that doesn't mean that I'm like starting a beef with him. I disagree with Michael West all the time, but I think that he is a genuine actor, unlike Swollen Pickles. I know what Michael West is looking for, which is going after the tax cheats, essentially. That's really what he's motivated by, like stopping the financial scammers and shit like that. Really, his big issue with it is that it is in a index fund that is run by like essentially private managers. And yeah, I don't like that either, but I also understand that it is a necessary evil. Just like, you know, people always say like the banking system's really evil. It's like, yeah, that's cool. What are you going to do without it? Bitcoin!
Find Harry's original article here. It's well worth a read. As an aside, when the results for the financial year 2022 to 2023 were published, I did another follow-up video looking at all the child funds. It wasn't all that surprising to find that there was not a lot of difference between the smaller funds in terms of their performance last year. Do you know what the MRFF returned last year? 4.4%. And the ERF? 4.6%. So
oh, okay. So now all of a sudden we're back to, 1 year. 1 year is what an index fund is based off of. See how he's just changing over and over again? Like he has changed this like 3 or 4 times at this point, that an index fund returns money over the long period of time. Then when it suits him, it doesn't, because you have to focus on it not gaining those returns. Then all of a sudden when it does, oh no, we can't use 3 years anymore because you have to look at an index fund over a long period of time. Now we go back to, oh, in this 1 year, they got a similar return. You see? You see what he does? You see how consistent I've been this whole time, and I've admitted when I'm wrong. I'm not even fucking wrong on the loan point, because I wasn't saying that they weren't borrowing money. I was just saying, where the fuck's the source for it? I was being probably a little bit like pig-headed about it and saying like, you can't say that. You don't know that. No one knows that. And it turns out people did know it. So yeah, okay, I was wrong about the fact that people knew that it was getting a loan to put in that fund. But he just glosses over the actual point. I need to keep stressing this. He glosses over the actual point of whether that is significant or not. And he's done the same thing here. Index funds, doesn't matter that it's over a long period of time when it suits me. It does matter when it's over a long period of time when it suits me. It doesn't matter when it's over a long period of time when it suits me. He's changed. I have not changed. My argument this whole time has been, you can't judge an index fund over 1 year's performance. I'll go further. You can't over 2 years' performance. You can't over 3 years' performance. You can't over 5 years' performance. You can over a decade. You can over 20 years. And we are using other index funds in the past to show that they fucking work. Because they've been working for a long, long time. And people that do invest in it. You know, I heard Warren Buffett the other day say, if I had to give my wife financial advice, I would tell her to invest in Vanguard. You know what Vanguard is? It's an index fund. This is Warren Buffett. I think he knows a little more about investing than fuckhead here.
So the reality is, whatever smaller fund I'd chosen to use for my example, the end result was going to be very similar. But
Hang on. I'm just going to read this again. Sorry, I know that this is going to be extremely long and tedious. And again, I don't blame you for bailing out and saying, this is really long and unnecessary. It's just like, I am not going to have a stadium full of people sit there and use this shitty video so that they can go back and discredit me when it is just so appallingly bad. like such a pathetic little ego defense mechanism this whole thing is. This video should just be called Ego Defense. Well, that was entirely unnecessary. Sorry about that, folks. He's just going through all of the previous funds and what their returns are. What their investment
all
mandates
this talk
are.
of how stupid I am for picking the MRFF is really just a moot point. Why?
Why? I'd be fucking delighted to know why.
Because now the HAF is underway, we don't need to make any assumptions about the investment mandate because they've finally been published.
He's going to do it. Okay. He is going to point out that they didn't use the investment mandate that he was using to make all these assumptions about how the HAF is going to lose money. They did not use his investment mandate model that he's modelling off the PBO off a completely different point that he claims. Again, that's not the reason that he stated in that video. He's going to say that doesn't fucking matter. Okay, let's watch.
And shock horror, the HAF. investment mandate is far closer to the MRFF than it is to the big Future Fund. The Future Fund board has been given an...
Yeah, but you're the one that just keeps saying that it's closer to the Future Fund. I was just saying you can't make that assumption. You can't. You cannot. You had no information to make that assumption. You just did.
An investment mandate for the HAF to deliver an average return of 2 to 3% plus CPI each year. That's the rate that I'd used in a follow-up video to the one that was discussed on this podcast.
Cool. That's mad, Pickles. Because you obviously realize you fucked up immensely. Because by your own metric that you were using back then, you might have changed it since, by your own metric back then, even if you're going by a stupid assumption of like the medical research fund has similar amounts of money to the fucking HAF. There was all these other funds that had much more similar amounts of money to the HAF that you could have been basing it off, and they chose them. They chose ones that were closer to that. Now, I'm going to just reverse on this because I can't remember what the fucking fund numbers were because the last time I looked at them was fucking half a year ago.
Or exceed its benchmark return up to 43% of the time. In terms of the loan itself, I touched on this in the original video. In years gone by, there have been times where the government has been able to borrow at a ridiculously low, going to be very similar. But all this talk of how stupid I am for picking the MRF.
Yeah, look at this. They chose a very similar number in invest. I think they chose exactly the same one. Yeah, similar to the Drought Future Fund, similar to the Aboriginal Fund, I think. Yep. And he's taken out the other pieces of information, which is like whether they're basing it off the RBA cash rate. Oh, no, okay, yeah, no, the Medical Research Fund is based off the RBA cash rate, and the other one is based off the CBI. Sorry, this is just a long way away, so I'm going to you, it's close up. Magic of the streaming services. But I'm not close enough to read these properly. I'm getting old. But yeah, okay, so RBA cash rate and then CPI, which are two different fucking numbers. Now, he's going to sit there and say, oh, some years they're the same. Some years they're not. But I think that the number that the HAF ended up using was exactly the same as the Drought Future Fund. That was 2 to 3% per annum plus CPI. I think that's
MRFF is really just a moot point. Why? Because now the HAF is underway, we don't need to make any assumptions about the investment mandate because they've finally been published. And shock horror, the HAF's investment mandate is far closer to the MRFF than it is to the big Future Fund. The Future Fund board has been given an investment mandate for the HAF to deliver an average return of 2 to 3% plus CPI each year. That's the rate that I'd use.
Yeah. Yeah, so not the Medical Research Fund rate. Are you going to admit that? You going to admit that? Are you going to admit that you made this, like, a third of your video all basing it around the fucking idea that it was going to be based off the Medical Research Fund, and while you're sitting there trying to squirm around the fact that you were so right about it, even though you stated before that you were using it off like, this number is similar to this number, and then going, oh, that's not what I meant. The PBO used it for equity disbursement. That's the reason that I used it. And also, like, it was pretty close anyway. 1.5% to 2% is the same as 2 to 3%. And the consumer price index is the same as the RBA cash rate. Close enough. Close enough. You were wrong. Pickles, come on. If we're going to be serious about this, can you just at least admit when you're wrong? I have so far. It doesn't hurt. It's just I'm nowhere near as wrong as you are. Like, nowhere near. Not even the same fucking universe. And why? Because I live in the universe. This is the reason. It's because, dude, and this is why the Labor Party exists as well. The Labor Party is a party of material outcome. The Labor Party wants to improve the world in the real fucking world. And doing things in the real fucking world, who'd have guessed, is a little bit different to what all the fucking art students that the Greens are of like, I'll just paint a pretty world and put it on my fridge. Why aren't you making my painting? You know? It's a lot harder to do this shit in the real world. And so as a result, I don't care when I'm wrong. I don't spend 10 minutes trying to explain away a fucking labor shortage and a material shortage and a skill shortage. I don't try and explain that away. If someone just put that to me, I'd just go, yeah, okay, that's a point I hadn't considered. And I'd move on with my life. You know why? Because his worldview is based off the idea that I am smarter than everyone in Canberra and all of them are dumber than me. I don't know why this is attached to my ego for whatever reason, but they're all just out to get me. They're out to get the Australian public. The only reason that anyone goes into public service ever is to fuck over the public. Yes, that's what they're trying to do. That's his worldview. He needs to defend that worldview. So he can never, ever be wrong about a government making sensible decisions. He can never be wrong about that. Me, on the other hand, When the Labor Party does something that I don't agree with, like migration or AUKUS, I'm just like, yeah, cool, necessary evil, move on. You know? Yeah, it's bad. What the fuck are you going to do otherwise? Because every solution that people give, even when Keating was talking about AUKUS, it's like, cool, you might have been able to do that in the 80s when you were versing a fucking guy with dementia, but like, I'm sorry, the idea that Joe Biden has dementia is all fucking hype. The American empire wants us to contain China, and they will coup you like they did fucking Whitlam, like they did Gough Whitlam, if you don't play ball. You know? You just have to accept that. It's not a good decision, but it's also, that's what the evil empire wants. That's what the evil empire gets. That does not discount the fact that in the real world, because this is a real thing, the CIA exists. The CIA can commit coups like they have in the past. You just got to deal with that shit. You know, you got to do what you can with the things, literally in this case, with the material that you have.
Used in a follow-up video to the one that was discussed on this podcast. So if the HAF had started on the 1st of July 2022 based on funds with an identical investment mandate, you can expect that it would have delivered a return of between 4.5 and 4.7%. Here's a bonus fact.
The Parliamentary Library
Have compared existing funds and have said that the Housing Australia Future Fund could be expected to...
Mad. So, okay, we're back to again. You can base an index fund off of 1 year's performance. Cool, Pickles. Thanks for moving.
...not meet or exceed its benchmark return up to 43% of the time.
Yeah, but you're a fucking idiot, Pickles. That doesn't prove your point at all. That's actually good. That just means that, like, yeah, it can lose money 43% of the time and, shock horror, still gain a profit. That means nearly half the time it can still lose money. And I need to repeat this, will still make a profit. So you have to be right, not 1 year. You have to be right 4 out of 10 years. Sorry, no, you have to be right 5 out of 10 years. It has to be losing money half the time for it to actually lose money. That's the genius of index funds. This is what you just will not get through your soft cock head. You will not get this through. You fucking reality cuck. You will... I'm the reality cuck now that I think about it. Yeah, again, like I shouldn't be doing this late at night. Sorry, the reason that I've taken this long, this is honestly the first time that I'm going through this shit. The reason that I've taken this long to respond to this shit, I haven't looked at it before that because I'm just like, what's the point? Because I know that he's just going to be making the same moves over and over again because this is all just cope. This is just an hour of cope, right? Like I know how he argues. The reason that I'm like deliriously doing this at, what's the time? Like 1 a.m. at night? Months down the line is because I just don't have the time. He's lying about not having the time. Like, dude, I do a lot of shit. like I'm constantly touring. I'm constantly writing scripts. I work like 16 hours a day. Tonight I'm going to be sleeping like 4 hours because of how many fucking lies this cunt puts in his videos.
In terms of the loan itself, I touched on this in the original video. In years gone by, there have been times where the government has been able to borrow at a ridiculously low interest rate, but that's not today though. It was 4.8% on the 1st of November, the day that the HAF was established.
We're still going through this, are we? Still just assuming that it's going to be paid by the HAF. Oh my God. Okay.
Michael Pascoe pointed out way back in February 2023 that even before disbursement, the HAF was going to need to generate a 4% return just to break even. How the government serviced the debt for now at least remains one of...
Okay. Your point being? Let me just read this article. 1 sec. He might have a point. Let me read it. Okay, so that's where he's got it from. That sentence that is just very dishonest from Pascoe, which is that it has to service the fund for 4%. Cool. Is it paid back by Treasury or not? You still haven't answered the question. No one has answered this question yet.
Life's great mysteries. What's not a mystery though is that the Commonwealth will be paying interest on their $10 billion loan.
Oh, okay, so now you admit it. It's the Commonwealth that's paying it back, not the HAF.
Lack of transparency around how the $10 billion loan would be managed didn't...
Oh, okay, so it's the government's fault as usual. They didn't put in this specific point that stopped me from making an idiot of myself. That's what he's saying now. This is the way that he weasels out of these arguments. It is incredible. So he's admitting that it doesn't happen. And again, even if it's right about that, it still doesn't fucking mean shit. It still doesn't mean shit. Because by his calculations, it's up and running for another fucking 20 years before they have to top it up again. And it's out of the hands of the Liberals. Well, you know, not entirely out of the hands of the Liberals, but way more out of the hands of the Liberals than it would be in the budget, where they can just cut it entirely. Now all of a sudden, they didn't write it out for an idiot like me to understand that point. That the Commonwealth, who'd have guessed? This is where all this debt comes from, that the Liberals point to unfairly and say, oh, look at all this debt, they have to pay back the debt. It's all in the Treasury. They have to pay back these loans. They have to service them. They're the ones that are fucking taking them out. Now he's just saying, they didn't make that clear to me. It's their fault that I look stupid.
Go unnoticed though. The Housing Australia Future Fund Bill Digest pointed out it's unclear why a public debt interest costing or offsetting net investment return is excluded from the explanatory memorandum. I'll leave it to you to speculate as to why that information may not have been included.
I'll tell you why, dude. There's no speculation involved. It's not like to try and get you off the scent. It's just most people in Canberra that deal with this shit know that that's the deal. You know? I'm sorry, but this is a perfect example of why you are not smarter than people that spend their entire fucking life sitting through all of these boring fucking estimates, these boring fucking meetings in Canberra. Like, that's a politician's job, mostly. You think that it's just sitting on television and being like, the Liberals have really taken it too far this time. That's like fucking 2% of their job. Most of it is just sitting there reading all these fucking documents that no one wants. And Pickles sits there, as a hobby it seems, and reads these documents, but doesn't understand them. But it just makes him feel smart to sit there and like, here's another reason I'm better than these people and more moral.
Fund management fees. Again, some people took issue with the 1.6% cost figure I applied. I thought I was pretty clear with it, but the 1.6% was based on a 3-year average of direct and look-through costs. In his example, Harry Chamay applied a similar principle but rounded up to 2%.
Yay. My least favourite rapper. Take it. Triggered everyone. I hate him. I hate him more than P.
Those
Diddy.
fees, there's another $160 million coming out of the pot. So now the fund is worth $9.55 billion.
Except, this is incredible. If he read the same report, because I have read that report, if he read that same report, he would know that the profit that they are projecting from the fund that he's talking about there and all the other funds, the profit that they're projecting about like the 4.1% return and shit, that is the profit after that money has been taken out. So he's just making it like, okay, 160, in his bizarre world, it's probably not even going to be close to $160 million. I'd really have to see how he got to that number. But let's just assume that it is $160 million. That $160 million has already been taken out. And yet he's taking it out again.
All right, let's take a deep breath and look at this calmly. I think what Jordan is saying is that I was factoring in investment fees and costs associated with managing the fund twice, because they'd have already been taken out of the return. He's also saying he's read the...
Okay, nice pivot there, Pickles. Nice pivot there. I'm sure that a lot of what I'm going to be saying is gobbledygook because I'm trying to articulate very complicated points and I don't have 6 months to do it, right? What I'm saying there is, in that annual report, 2021 to 2020, fuck you, I'm getting it out because you lied about that as well. You absolutely did. You can go back and watch that original video podcast that I was doing on the matter. See, I'm getting so fucking tired that I've had to go to the same grey matter as old people. The video podcast. Future Fund, what years was it? Annual report. 2021 to 2022. God, this must be such a riveting video for everyone out there. I truly am sorry about that. Sorry, while I'm rereading this, I also forgot to mention the fact that he is just assuming that the fees are going to be $160 million. Those are based on performance, and it clearly outlines that in the report. You can go look at it. It outlines that in the years that the fund does well, they charge more, and in the years that it does poorly, they don't charge as much because that's a lot of the fees that go into it. A lot of it is based around performance. Anyway, sorry. Because, hang on.
Except, this is incredible. If he read the same report, because I have read that report, if he read that same report, he would know that the profit that they are projecting from the fund that he's talking about there and all the other funds, the profit that they're projecting about like the 4.1% return and shit, that is the profit after that money has been taken out. So he's just making it like, okay, 160, in his bizarre world, like it's probably not even going to be close to $160 million. I'd really have to see how he got to that number. But let's just assume that it is $160 million. That $160 million has already been taken out. And yet he's taking it out again.
All right, let's take a deep breath and look at this calmly. I think what Jordan is saying is that I was factoring in investment fees and costs associated with managing the fund twice, because they'd have already been taken out of the return. He's also saying he's read the 2021-22 Future Fund Annual Report, which is a cracking read. Anyway, I'll quickly walk through why I don't believe fees and costs were double counted. In the example I'd used, I'd taken the percentage return on investment since the start of the MRFF and the average percentage of direct and look-through costs for the most recent 3-year period. From what I understand, when the fund and the Department of Finance report on dollar figures, they are reporting net of costs. In other words, fees and costs have already been taken out. When they refer to a percentage return, though, they're referring to nominal returns. It's not particularly well labelled, but you can see it here.
Oh, okay. That's your little weasel out of it, is it? Fuck. I'll give him this. In this one specific point, he spent his 6 months thinking about this well. Pickles, you said that the Medical Research Fund, that's what you were basing it off. And you pointed out that the Medical Research Fund, and you've done it again here, is going to be the Reserve Bank cash rate target, the Reserve cash rate, RBA cash rate, plus 1.5 to 2% per annum. That's the investment target that they're going for. What you clearly left out, you have clearly, deliberately taken this out. Page 155 of that report. For the Medical Research Future Fund, an average return of at least the Reserve Bank of Australia cash rate target, 1.5 to 2% per annum, net of investment fees. That's the target. You are counting fees after that. You're counting fees after that. Why are you withholding that piece of information? This is 1.5 to 2% plus the RBA cash rate, and this is net of fees. Net of fees, 155. Thank you very much. So, let's just go through this again, shall we? Not only is he wrong about them using the Medical Research Fund, he's still just pretending by just putting this up for so long that they've used the Medical Research Fund to base it off the HAF. Even though he just coyly will not admit that they didn't use the fucking Medical Research Fund model. They actually used one of the other ones that I was like, why don't you use this? Why don't you use that? They're using like the Drought Fund or the Torres Strait Islander Fund. You know? He could have been using that and he would have been way closer to the mark. Now, he's trying to weasel out of the fact that, like, let's just assume that they've got this 160 million that they have to pay, which again is based off of performance, changes every year. But on top of that, now it's also not net of fees. Now he's just putting in the fees. That's also what they have to discount as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has made so many assumptions. Like, it's just amazing. Like, in his own video, it's like he's drilling holes in his own boat and saying, see how afloat it is? See how this is? Just keeps sinking more. I'm just going to drill another hole in it.
Unless there's some trickery going on here, the standard definition of a...
No, there's no... You are doing the trickery. Yeah, that's true. You have absolutely done that there, Pickles. You've absolutely done that. You have walked away from your fucked assumptions.
Return.
You're still defending it. Why? Just say... At the very least, just say, okay, it's not based off of the Medical Research Fund. I was wrong about that basic fucking assumption. And even if I was right about that, if you're a real man, you'd say, I was deliberately leaving out net of fees and just included the fucking fees.
Is that a nominal return on an investment is the return before factoring in expenses such as taxes, investment fees, and costs. In other words, investment fees or costs haven't been factored into this figure. Look, there's always a chance that I'm wrong, but that's the logic that I applied, which made sense to me. Regardless,
Cool,
I think
that's
it's just
mad.
the real
You were
mistake
wrong about your assumptions, dude.
Made here, which was unnecessarily complicating things with an example in the first place, which is my bad. I could have made the point.
Oh, yes, you're so much smarter than the rest of us. No, what you do, as always, is just pour through a bunch of boring... This is the lamest, worst thing about Swollen Pickles. It's just like, dude, you're going to make up conspiracy theories. Make them up like Alex Jones, you know? Just say that fucking, you know, like your leader just getting high off DMT in like genuine contact with a bunch of fucking clockwork elves. At least say something interesting. Don't just scour through reports, deliberately misrepresent them and not understand them at the same time to come up with fucking lame conspiracy theories just to prove yourself right to your sad little 30,000.
Point a lot simpler, which I'll try to do now. Whichever way you try.
Yes, you're so much smarter, Pickles. Pickles, you don't understand your own point.
And cut it though, the half just doesn't really stack up. Honestly, I think I've done this whole section to death. Perhaps the mistake I made in the initial video was overcomplicating things, so let's summarise this as...
See, now he's admitting where he was wrong. He's too much of a genius for you. Wow, I'm the condescending, snarky one.
simply as possible. The government borrowed $10 billion at an interest rate of 4.8%. They handed over that $10 billion to the Future Fund for them to invest and manage on the government's behalf. There are costs associated with that in the order of 1.6%.
Assumption. You don't know that it's going to cost 1.6% until the report comes out. Could be more, could be less. You don't fucking know. And again, they're borrowing it at 4.8%, and then the Future Fund invests it on their behalf. Yeah, but you're just, again, assuming that they're paying it back. You don't fucking know. Now, again, they could be, but you don't fucking know. You're still just assuming.
The government has also committed to dispersing $500 million from the fund each year. That represents 5% of the initial capital. You can see the problem, right?
Yes. Yes, I can see the problem when you are coming up with bullshit numbers to prove yourself correct. Yes. Yes, that is a big problem in your fucking invented universe.
Essentially, it means the government's going to spend a nudge over $600 million in order to disperse...
You don't know that. You don't know that. Unless you're saying that the government is Treasury. Yeah, okay, but then you're just being dishonest.
$500 million to Housing Australia.
Now that's value for money.
The HAF is going to have to...
Fuck off with your shitty fucking gifts.
...perform out of its skin for the government to actually break even.
They are trying to distract from the fact that everything that the Future Fund has touched has gone up. All of them have gone up massively, which means that they are dispersing more money into their selected fields. And this is the thing. They are up and they are dispersing money. And he's just pretending like this fund, for some weird reason, because fund managers, for whatever reason, don't want the bonuses on this and just want the fund to fail so that they can advertise, wow, we lost $1 billion, invest with us. He's assuming this one is going to lose $1 billion in 2 years off of like just obscene, stupid points.
Yeah, except that's not entirely true, is it? The Future Fund, which has grown significantly since 2006, has not dispersed a cent.
Did I say that it did? If I did, sorry. Look, if I did say that, I apologise. When I'm saying a bunch of these points, I think that I will be probably wrong on a bunch of tiny little moot points because I am going back on information that I was looking at fucking 9 months ago, I think, at this point. Also, I'm really fucking tired, and I think that a lot of what I'm going to be saying is mumbled, but that's all you're going to fucking get out of me. Sorry, I'm not going to spend more time than I'm already losing half of my sleep just to address this shitty video. You can get the general gist that he is so utterly wrong on so many points and refuses to acknowledge when he is, just pretends that he doesn't, moves the goalpost. But if I did say that it has like put out funds, yeah. But I think that what I was saying is that it is grown from $60 billion to fucking $200 billion, which is fucking massive. And the point is, so what if it hasn't dispersed funds? My criticism with the Future Fund is that I wish that they started with $200 billion, but that would require taxing the mining industry. You know, but like, at least they did something. I'll give the Howard government that. They fucking mismanaged the budget in so many other ways. I've done an entire fucking stand-up show about it. You can check it out at friendlyjordies.com. But yeah, if I said that it has been dispersing money, I don't think that I did. I think it was just like all these other funds have, which is true, and wasn't talking about the Future Fund. But, dude, those are mad returns that you're just dismissing. And that's great for future generations. Once you have $200 billion all set up, there is going to be huge disbursements of money every year into good programs. That's a good forward-thinking idea. Personally, I wish that they just kept it going and didn't pay back anything in the Future Fund. Didn't disperse anything in the Future Fund for like 30 years. So it was, I don't know, God knows how much it would be then. Let's just say that it's even fucking $400 billion or $500 billion. Imagine if it got to $1 trillion, and it very well fucking could. Very well could get to $1 trillion. That would be incredible.
Combine that fact along with the fact that it has the most aggressive investment mandate of all the funds, and it's pretty obvious why comparing the HAF to the Future Fund is just stupid. And
yeah, but you're stupid because you're saying that that's what I was doing. And We've already gone through this, Pickles. You're just wrong. Admit it.
And awkward quick reminder, that's exactly what Jordan was doing a lot.
Look, everyone. Look, the fund they're basing it off went down this year. Just ignore the couple of decades it consistently went up. Even if
You
the fund
fucking
underperforms its average
idiot.
of
Oh my
7.8%, there's still
God.
a very good chance that the fund will offset itself.
Dude. You've done it again. You have done it again. You have deliberately cut me out of context so that you seem right in your fucking parallel universe.
Whatever reason, don't want the bonuses on this and just want the fund to fail so that they can advertise, wow, we lost $1 billion, invest with us. Whatever reason, don't want the bonuses on this and just want the fund
let me just fast forward there.
Aggressive investment mandate of all the funds, and it's pretty obvious why comparing the half to the future fund is just stupid. And awkward quick reminder, that's exactly what Jordan was doing a lot.
Look, everyone, look. The fund they're basing it off went down this year. Just ignore the couple of decades it consistently went up. Even if the fund underperforms its average of 7.8%.
Yeah, just a reminder. That point was in point to the Green saying, look, it lost money this year. That's gambling. They were basing it off the future fund, you fuck. And you know that because to get that clip means that you had to watch me explain that. Holy shit, that's dishonest.
8%. There's still a very good chance that the fund will offset itself within the first 2 years.
The smaller funds, the ones comparable.
And then he cut that out. He cut that out. He cut out him saying, Nathan Dalbon's point that it's going to attract $9 billion within the first 2 years. That's just like based off assumption. This guy gets to say that's based off assumption. Yeah, you've really earned the position to nitpick people making assumptions, Pickles, especially people that are actually fucking educated and know what they're talking about. Nathan Dalbon, as I just said before, was wrong. It's now attracted, I think, $13 billion. $13 billion. They're not going to accept all of that money, but it's already fucking exceeded his prediction of it. So Nathan Dalbon was making a very conservative estimate. Pickles is making a really fucking generous estimate of how it's going to lose money. Unbelievable, just unjustifiably generous. Nathan Dalbon, it turns out, 2 years, $9 billion. That was his estimate. First 6 months, $13 billion of potential investment in the half. In the construction industry because of the half.
Comparable to the half, the ones that are actually dispersing funds, they haven't grown massively. No, they haven't.
All of them.
Okay. Go on, I'm intrigued. I could have... Now, to be fair, because honestly, at this point, I want him to be right about something. I really do. Because I'm just sick of fucking... It just sounds like I'm sitting here and being like, no, didn't, but no, he didn't. I do want him to be right about some of these points. Just for some variety.
Gone up massively.
The Disaster Ready Fund, formerly known as the ERF, started with approximately $4 billion. Its investment mandate is identical to the half. It began in
Okay, you just spent a long chunk of time saying that you were right about the medical fund. Just admit that you were wrong. You're not even admitting it here. He's doing it again. He's pointing out something that proves him wrong and not admitting that it proves him wrong. It is not the same investment mandate. The disaster fund is the same investment mandate. Why don't you say, Pickles, I should have based it off the disaster fund if I was going to make these fucking stupid assumptions?
December 2019. It's now sitting on $4.45 billion.
Oh no, it's only up $500 million when it had an investment of $4 billion. I'll tell you what, man, I wish that I was that good at fucking investing. Dude, if I put in $4 and then over the span of fucking 3 years or however long it's been going up, it went up to 4.5, I would be pretty fucking happy with those returns, honestly. I really would, especially when it's dispersing money at the same time. Well, this is a long time ago that I was thinking. I think the Disaster Relief Fund was one of the ones that's dispersing money.
It's great, but...
And on top of that, bad years. Bad years. There was bad years in those 3 years. Bad years in those 3 years for the general stock market. Still returned money, $500 million on an initial investment of $4 billion. And he's sitting there just being like, that sucks. It didn't double its money in 3 years. Index funds are a failure. Idiot.
It didn't start dispersing until the start of the 2020-2021 financial year.
So?
And then it only distributed $50 million, or 1.25% of its initial capital, in that first year. In the two most recent financial years, the fund has dispersed $200 million each year.
Oh no! So it almost dispersed that much money, meaning that if it kept money in there, it would probably be on close to fucking $5 billion. So a 25% fucking return, that's not good. A quarter return. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, that money, if that was in there, would make it close to $5 billion. No, that's not that much money. And it's dispersing money. Oh, it only quadrupled the amount of money that it was dispersing. It only quadrupled the amount of money in a single year from 50 million to 200 million. Keep in mind, that's going to continue going for the rest of eternity. It's on 4.5 now. Who knows in the future? Let's just say that it's a 10 billion. Let's say it's a 20 billion. It'll be dispersing more money than that. That is money gained from nothing. But this is a shit investment.
5% of the initial capital. The fund has also started to go backwards since they started to do that.
No! No. It went back, guys. Look at how much it went back after it started dispersing money. That's why it's a shit investment, even though it's made money. Even though it's made money out of thin fucking air and dispersed money out of thin fucking air. On two counts. Big wins. No, they're not big wins. Just ignore that, as Pickles always says. Just like there's no skill shortage. The skill shortage is just excuse making. The fact that this fund, it's so weird. Like, he is showing evidence. It's amazing. I don't even have to research his points as to why they're wrong. He's showing me why they're wrong on screen. Not only is it making money, it's also making money and dispersing money. Like, and quadrupled the amount of money that it's dispersing.
Go backwards since they started.
And now it's gone backwards, guys. Look at this. Look at this, guys. It went back 4.1, and then it was up to 4.645, and then it went down 200 million when it dispersed. And then now, guys, it's down from 4.45 to 4.448. It's lost even more money this time. So it has more money than it started with, despite still dispersing big quantities of money. $200 million. $200 million out of nowhere that is going into disaster relief. I don't know about you, but I think that a fund that is continually going to be dispersing levels of money like that, probably in the future, it'll be dispersing more money like that. I like the idea of that in the age of fucking climate change. Shoot me, maybe it's just a policy difference. Maybe it's just a policy difference that I like that money is getting invented out of fucking nowhere and is being used to address climate change. And that's just one of the things that these funds are doing. But it's lost a tiny bit of money in that time. Take away the fact that it's fucking up. That it's up, by 500 million. It lost a little bit from its peak of 650 million. Lost a little bit, so it's a failure. This thing that has made money and has been dispersing hundreds of millions of dollars.
To do that. Oh, and the government didn't borrow any money to set this one up. The Aboriginal...
Oh, yeah, because we forgot. We forgot, didn't we? Sorry, just to remind you again, the HAF is definitely going to be paying back that money, guys. Trust me, I have provided no source.
Great Islander Land and Sea Future Fund started in February 2019. Its investment mandate is identical to the HAF. 5 years later, it's sitting on $2.078 billion.
So what? So fucking what? Let's go back. Let's just repeat what he said. Let's just go back. I think I might have misheard him. I was just reading over for a glass.
Began in December 2019. It's now sitting on $4.45 billion. That's great, but it didn't start dispersing until the start of the 2020-2021 financial year. And then it only distributed $50 million, or 1.25% of its initial capital, in that first year. In the two most recent financial years, the fund has dispersed $200 million each year, or 5% of the initial capital. The fund has also started to go backwards since they started to do that. Oh, and the government didn't borrow any money to set this one up. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund started in February 2019. Its investment mandate is identical to the HAF. 5 years later, it's sitting on $2.078 billion. On average, it disperses around $55 million per year, or approximately 2.7% of the initial capital.
What the fuck is your point? It is dispersing 50 million and is up. This is the whole thing that's so stupid about this. It's just look, okay, let's just assume it's got an identical mandate. What he chooses to leave out is so did the other one. I think anyway, sorry, I might be too delirious to remember this, but there are other funds that have identical funds and he's just not showing them. I think he even showed that one and it did have an identical fund and it was up. Just because that's their target doesn't mean they have to meet it. And just like, maybe they might just be making more conservative funds for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander fund. The whole point is, like, he is making a big fucking deal about investment mandate targets. The only reason that I'm responding to it is because he brought it up, and I'm just showing that him bringing this up in the first place, he has to make so many fucking assumptions to make it work in his favor. Just insane assumptions. Just to show you the mind of Swollen Pickles, that, like, even if you go into his own territory, he's just so utterly wrong. But let's just go back to this then. If they have a target and they don't meet the target, so fucking what? So what? It still doesn't matter, as explained before. On top of that, maybe they will invest more aggressively than the target. The target is arbitrary. The target is exactly the same as you just goal setting in life. It's like, it would be good that if I'm fit, and the fact that you have that goal means that you have a much better chance of being fit, especially if you compartmentalize it. Join up for Jordan Shanks. Especially if you start compartmentalizing it, you'll have a much better chance of meeting that target. Much better chance. Much better chance. But it doesn't mean shit, Like, you still could be a fat cunt after the goal setting. It depends if you follow the goals that you're actually doing, Like, it adds some psychological pressure to it. But as he's shown already, sometimes they will exceed the fucking target. And it's because they're making more aggressive investments, because they're assessing. That's what a lot of these look-through fees go to. They're assessing the market and saying, yeah, I think we can be a bit more aggressive this year. Or no, I think that we have to be a little more conservative.
And no, the government didn't borrow to set this one up. The crowd favourite, the Medical Research Future Fund, was credited with $20 billion, and it's now on just under $22 billion. It's had a respectable increase, which...
Because it has a really, really low target. So they're not aiming for great returns in it. They're aiming for really low ones. Again, they break it frequently, as he pointed out. It's amazing that just before he's saying that, like, it got a 4.4% return or whatever it was before, and now it's just not that much money. Look at how much it's dispersing anyway when he's saying it's not that much money. Look at it. 200 million, 400 million, 600 million, rough estimate, 4.5 million, 600 million, 35 million. Look at all the money that it's dispersed, that it's pulled out of fucking nowhere. Now, again, the reason that I know all of this shit? It's because I remember looking back at the Liberal Party making these funds. I think it was in New South Wales. I was just like, oh my God, they've got like a future fund there. Or I can't remember what it was. And I was just like, that's gambling, like the same Greens points. And then I educated myself on it and I was like, oh, this is just fucking playing the index funds. It's actually good to put some of your money in these things because look at the results that you get. Forever, it's just going to be dispersing money. Forever. Free money out of nowhere. No, not free. Yes, there is the initial investment, but investing $20 billion in 1 year is stupid. This is the same thing that that everyone was going off at the Liberals for giving. I don't remember what it was now. Like, was it like 400 million, 500 million to some random Great Barrier Reef charity that no one had ever heard of? And they're just like, how could you give them that much money? Like, they're just not built for the infrastructure of being flooded with that much money. And that's a good point. Like, you can't just chuck money at a problem and make it go away. You actually have to have, like, systems in place to properly disperse that. You can't just, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just chuck $30 billion at a construction company and say, build enough houses for homeless people. They don't have the fucking, you have to have, like, systems in place to get this all up.
Sounds great until you realise that the most the MRFF has dispersed in a year is $598 million.
Oh, that's nothing. That is absolutely nothing. $598 million. And it'll definitely be nothing over the long trajectory of its existence when, as he's pointing out, this is dispersing a bunch of money and it's still up. It's still up from where he's going. I don't know why he's arguing any of this. Like, it doesn't prove him right at all.
Which is just 3% of the $20 billion it started with. The average amount dispersed over the first 7 years of the fund is approximately $325 million per year, or 1.6% of the initial capital. And no, the government didn't borrow to set this one up. So what do we take away from this? Well, the smaller funds, those with more conservative investment mandates, the ones that are actually dispersing funds annually, they're not seeing massive growth. It's really odd, isn't it? That when you don't invest...
He does this all the time. He just says, you just say, these are good returns. And he goes, no, it's not. Based off what? Just my personal vibe. Go to any fucking hedge fund manager on earth and ask them, are those good returns? And they'll say, you know, yeah, for the targets that they're getting, those are good fucking returns. It's like shock horror. People that have PhDs in finance and heaps of experience with funds, they make good investments. And again, like, it's just so stupid because he's saying, oh, this fund is supposed to solve all of the problems in this field. No, it's not. It's just another way of approaching it. And it's a good way of approaching it. And the fact that he can't even admit that, like, his just premise is, it's bad, everything that it ever returns. Like, you can guarantee if it was returning $1 billion in a year, he'd be like, oh, it only returned $1 billion and its investment was $20 billion. Like, guys, if you are into investments at all, right? Let's just say that you had $20 billion and you got $500 million in a year to just disperse. As in, it's still making money and you've just decided to disperse $500 million and it's still going up your initial investment. You would be happy with that, yeah? Not Pickles. Why? Because he's not happy with anything. He's only happy with him shitting on everyone else.
As aggressively and you regularly withdraw money from the fund, just doesn't grow as fast. Strange. What we can all...
Yeah, it doesn't. Wow, what a great point, Pickles. It's just like you're just stating a fact and then being sarcastic at the end of it. That sucks.
Also take away from this is that none of these funds are regularly withdrawing anywhere near as much in percentage terms per year as what the HAF will.
Why not go? Cool. Because it has that investment, it's probably going to make more... because it has that requirement, it's probably going to make more aggressive investments. And again, even if it doesn't, who gives a fuck? It'll still be around for 20 years by your own fucking shit psycho numbers.
Go with the Disability Insurance Fund.
The Disability Care Australia Fund is not sitting on $16 billion due to the returns on investment.
Yeah, cool. I know that. You are going to be extremely dishonest about it in a second, and I know exactly what you're going to do because it's obvious, but let me just point this out again. I am saying with all of these funds, your initial metric was $20 billion is closer to $10 billion. You are now saying, no, that's not what I meant, even though you showed yourself saying that's exactly what I meant. 16 billion, I can't remember how much it started with. I think that's how much money it has now. But whatever it had, 15 billion or whatever the fuck the disability can. That's closer to 10 billion, isn't it? I was just using your own shitty logic. And now you're sitting there and just being like, that's dumb. Not according to the logic that you provided me, dude.
Its returns have been modest at best. If I'd wanted to pick the worst performing fund and use that as my baseline, this would have been the one to pick. Thanks.
Okay, all right, hang on. Wait, maybe he might explain. Maybe for once, Pickles will actually be honest. Let's find out.
To the increase to the Medicare levy, the Disability Care Australia Fund has been credited with almost $39 billion since 2014. It's dispersed almost $24 billion. It has grown, but not because of its return on investment. It's grown because money has regularly been credited to it.
Okay, so I gave him a chance to be honest about something, and he just lied about it. Cool. More. You try and throw him a lifeline. Why is the disability fund dispersed way more than it's being given out? Because the way that it was designed, that fund, is it would be cool if this disability fund made some more money. So we're going to give it to you with like a really, really low investment mandate. I think it was like 0.3% or something like that. I'm going to have to look it up again, but really, really, really unbelievably safe investment. The reason that it has been credited with close to $40 billion and now it only has $16 billion is because it's written in such a way that every time the NDIS or I think other disability schemes across the states need more money, they can go to that fund and say, I want some more money. And then the fund says, okay, here you go. So they're just parking a certain amount of money that is supposed to go to the NDIS and I think other disability services, and they're putting it in there, and maybe it might make back a little bit of money, but maybe not. Again, who cares? It's about trying to make back, like, you know, maybe just increasing some. It's just like a, you know, a very, very, very safe insurance policy for the disability insurance policy. And he's just sitting there and saying, it's actually lost money. It's not designed to make money, that one.
This Days is for sharing all kinds of moments. From post-concert bliss
The other thing as well is the fact that all these people are always arguing. This was such a stupid argument from Greens voters. It's like they assume that everyone does things for free.
Nah, I mean, I can't speak for Greens voters, but my baseline is to assume that very little in life is free. When the government borrowed...
Okay, all right. I need to get up. I need to make myself a coffee. I have to break my fucking coffee cycle. Fuck. I just got to finish this in one go, so don't get me this whole like, oh, he's being dishonest. I'll try at the very... let's try and get through this together. We're going to pull an all-nighter. But I'm going to come back to that point because holy fuck. It's amazing. It's just like this entire video just keeps escalating in dishonesty. The other thing as well is the fact that all these people are always arguing. This was such a stupid argument from Greens voters. It's like they assume that everyone does things for free.
Nah, I mean, I can't speak for Greens voters, but my baseline is to assume that very little in life is free. When the government borrowed the $10 billion, for example, that wasn't free money. There's a nominal 4.8% interest rate attached to that. When the government gave...
Fuck up! You're not right about it, Pickles.
That $10 billion to the Future Fund to manage on their behalf, that wasn't free either.
Not right about that either. Just assuming.
Fund management fees and pass on costs associated with it. I'm sure there'll be costs associated with Housing Australia administering the HAF too. Nah, nothing's free.
Okay. What he's done there is just take out a section of this podcast. You can go and look at it. I said he selected that one so that he does this all the time. Like what he did before where he's just taking me out of context. He is just getting out the point that I'm saying, oh, I love it when people just assume that people do things for free. And then he's just using it to reiterate his shit point that like, I'm not assuming that like all these fund fees, they're not free. They're not free. Why don't you answer the actual point, Pickles? Why did you just cut that part? Why didn't you answer my actual point? Which is that you are assuming that the only way this money is going to have fees attached to it is if it is through a fund. Why aren't you addressing what I was saying? Why? Why aren't you addressing that I was saying, what, you think it's going to be free if it stays in Treasury with a bunch of Canberra boffins? You think they're not going to charge money for their services? You think it's going to be free if we do your shitty idea of just spend it all on housing now? Just do that. You think that the people that are going to go out and buy those houses, you think that the people that are going to manage those houses, you think that that's going to be free? Why aren't you answering that? Like, come on. Why? You had 6 months to come up with an answer to that, and what you do is just clip me out of context? It's pathetic. It is really pathetic because, honestly, if I had fucking 6 months, I would come up with like a mad answer about like, oh, actually, it's going to be less if you put it through Treasury. It's going to be less. Like, I'd at least say, no, it's not going to be free if I put it through this, but there'll probably be like less fees associated to it if it goes through Treasury and shit. And look, if it wasn't, I would admit that that's the cheapest way to do it. I don't know, but I do know that there is going to be fees associated with any government program, regardless of whether it's public or private. There's still people that are going to charge for their fucking services, and so they should. They spend a lot of time in uni, usually getting PhDs or masters or whatever the fuck they do with their heaps of experience. They should be charging money for their services. That's fine. But you sitting there and just hyper-focusing on it and being like, oh, it costs money when you put it into a fucking fund. It costs money to put it through anything, you fuckwit. The difference is in the fund, it has a very, very, very good chance, as in almost a certainty that it is going to deliver a profit in the long run and then disperse more money.
So isn't his argument that the minister will have the prerogative of deciding where the funds go, even in the future?
Yeah.
So could you make an argument that if there was a coalition government in the future, they'll misdirect those funds and would put it into housing?
No, because it has to go into the housing. Like, the worst thing...
But what if it's like, it's for housing, so hence, direct it to my house?
Yeah, they can do that shit. But that's still building a fucking house, you know? Like, this is the whole thing. And that's like a cartoonish version. Oh, I'm going to put all $500 million into my house. No, they'll put it into housing in their electorates or something like that, you know? And it'll be for social and affordable housing, which will be the mandate. And that is still better than nothing.
Oh, boy.
Thanks for the lesson on when pork barrelling is okay, I guess. By this logic, sports rorts and car park rorts were absolutely fine then, weren't they?
No. No. That is not, like... Saying that they're absolutely fine is not the point. I don't know if that you're deliberately trying to like discount the nuance of what is being said there, or you just don't understand the nuance that is being said there. But what I'm saying is that if you have a choice between houses that can be sold. Now, this is not... this is the whole point. These people just live in such a simplified world because they can, right? Because they don't have to live in the real world. They can just make it as simple and abstract as they like. If you have the choice between a program that is on the budget, which means that a future Liberal government can just scratch it off immediately, whenever the fuck they feel like it, or you can put it in a fund where there is still the minister that has to, it is written into the law that the minister has to disperse that into social and affordable housing projects. Yeah, like everything else when the Liberals are in, they can figure out ways to fuck with that. They cannot, however, figure out ways to fuck with that money anywhere near as much as they can when it is on budget. When it is strictly, first off, the investment and the money that is being created is out of their hands to begin with, and then their decision after that is, I'm going to disperse these funds here. That is a hell of a lot better than them just sitting there and going, nah, I don't want to spend that money on housing. I'm just going to spend that on some other fucking pork barreling project that has absolutely nothing to do with housing. That is far, far better. And you're sitting there and just completely discounting the difference there. You do realize that this doesn't make you look good to any moderately... I'm not going to say impartial, but like just not your fucking fanboys, right? Like you can't just give simple answers like this to really complicated, politically entrenched problems and just pretend that it's not like there's this one huge chunk of parliament constantly that is sitting there thinking of ways to fuck over social infrastructure in this country. Like that doesn't make you look good. It's just not accepting the reality of the situation at all. And you just sitting there thinking it's like a smart point to just like inflate what I'm saying to the degree that it's like, oh yeah, pork barreling's fine, when I'm clearly not fucking saying that. It's like, it's just really scummy.
The money was still allocated to sports and car parks. This is, of course, without even going into the fact that the government elected not to define what they meant by social and affordable housing within the HAFF bill, giving themselves all sorts of wriggle room. Let's move on.
Why? Why does that give them all sorts of wiggle room? It's pretty widely known what fucking social and affordable housing is. You know, like, I can't even, like, now I'm just going to have to go back and look at it. But, like, I remember reading, like, very definite, concrete answers as to what social and affordable housing is. It's just another one of these things that is just like, oh, they didn't specifically outline like tons of pages of what these words that everyone in Canberra fucking knows they mean. That's them just trying to pull one over you. No, it's just everyone in Canberra knows what those words mean. If he did his stupid idea, he was touting this as an idea. Why don't you just put the $10 billion directly into housing? Again, no real understanding of like how houses are built. No understanding that you can't just chuck money at things and hope that the money just like goes into places. It's just this very simple thing of go out, buy houses, build houses, put it all in housing. Because, and I remember he got some expert up saying that housing has projected a higher return on investment than index funds have. Well, you know what would get an even higher return than housing, Pickles? If we're going down that logic. Why didn't they just invest the $10 billion in fucking Microsoft shares in 1995? And then sell those Microsoft shares in 2021 and buy GameStop shares? That would have made way more money than the housing. It's so stupid. It's like putting money in an index fund where you're investing in all of the top performing fields of everything. So there is housing. There's money going into housing. But not just that, you know, the top 200 companies, you know. This is amazing. Him just putting this like little gif in the corner being like, boring. Dude, have you ever watched one of your videos? Have you ever listened to your voice with its no inflections in it whatsoever, as close to monotone as a fucking MS Word voice? And then some of it with your little shitty gifs from crap shows. Yeah, that's really entertaining and engaging. I would love to see your fucking retention rate in your videos, Pickles. I really would. Like a bunch of commodity shares, all that stuff. No, not the retention rate in these. It's going to be great.
That's stupid. You shouldn't be diversifying your portfolio. Fucking hell, it's like these people really just don't understand the basics of investment. I'm not an investment genius by any stretch of the imagination.
I'll just pause on that fleeting moment of self-reflection for a second so that we can listen to an actual expert, economist Dr. Cameron Murray from the University of Sydney, speaking at the Economics Legislation Committee inquiry held on the HAFF. It looks like Jordan's been trawling through the deep cuts because this wasn't in the original video, it was in one of my old ones. But anyway, here's the clip I'd say.
What, I watched another one of your videos. Why is that a bad thing? What the fuck? What is your logic here of like, oh, you gave me an extra view, you're an idiot?
He's referring to that poses the crazy question that maybe, just maybe, a housing policy could look at investing in actual housing as opposed to the stock market. Perhaps, rather than giving Costello $10 billion to play around with on the stock market, we just invest that $10 billion in housing. I mean, that sounds simple, right? Is it a crazy idea? Well, it's not as crazy as you might think.
I'll start by saying how puzzling it is that, considering how obsessed this country is with property investment, the housing policy we've come up with to help households being squeezed in rental markets is to not invest in building housing, but spend $10 billion investing in non-housing financial assets instead. I feel like satire and reality have met. In the political comedy show Utopia, there's a scene where Rob Sitch's character...
It's like the show Utopia. Another Twitter trope.
...explains to a political staffer that building infrastructure today is fixing the future.
This is an infrastructure future fund. It's just something that sounds good. Exactly. It's like a dream, an aspiration. Then where do we disagree? On this. We were going to take money from people in order to build infrastructure. But instead, we're going to hang on to it for 20 years in order to build infrastructure. Again, I don't see where we disagree. Why don't we spend it now? Then you won't have a future fund. You've blown it. Jim, Tony, we're talking a major expansion here. Staff, budgets, new board, new building. Sky's the limit. Thinking about the present fixes the future. No, it doesn't. When we get to the future, you're still in the past. What?
Whereas a fund is just...
Mad. His point is a comedy show. A comedy show that isn't basing anything on fact. It's just going off the vibe that if you don't understand what these boffins are doing, it seems insane to the average fucking dead shit watching the ABC. I'm smarter than the government, aren't I? Now to listen to this government propaganda.
It's a risky, expensive and unnecessary waste. The other thing to consider is that houses are assets. The New South Wales Land and Housing Commission manages the public housing stock in that state, and the value of its assets went up from $32 billion in 2012 to $51 billion in 2020, a 7.8% compound return. In capital value alone, Australian dwellings increased 7.7% per year in value, net of rental returns since 2006 when the Future Fund was established. What did the Future Fund earn? 7.8% per year return. Had the Future Fund invested directly in building housing in Australia instead of the financial products it did invest in, it probably would have made more money. So perhaps instead it...
How is this adding anything to the point where you just put over the GIF? Boring. You're just not listening to what I said. I'm recapping his argument. And you're just repeating it again? And you're sitting there saying that my videos are boring.
Instead of spending tens of millions of dollars a year managing a financial fund and doing further research, we could simply pay the Housing Council or the Future Fund Board to be mystery shoppers and go out to the property market and just buy new dwellings, often in bulk at a good price.
Yeah, and if you put out those mystery shoppers, as he's saying there would be fees attached to that. So why are you sitting there and pretending that there isn't Pickles? I will address the meat of his point again, even though I didn't, he showed it, and then just shows this and thinks that that's a mad trump card. It's just like, normally when someone responds to a point, you don't just show the point again and be like, that's why I'm right. You listen to the point and you listen to my arguments against the point and then you address that.
Price from private developers in townhouses, apartments or land and house packages. This would put housing equity and asset into the fund, increase the rate of new housing construction and immediately grow the pool of housing to allocate to public housing agencies, CHPs, or my favourite, by lottery to non-homeowner households.
If you did watch that video, I hope you caught the end of it because it kind of seems relevant here. And if you're a lifelong Labor supporter,
you are going to hate this.
And your first instinct is to attack someone for trying to push the ALP to be better, well...
You need to take a long, hard look at yourself right now.
If you're after an idea though, how about this one?
Wait, so you're not going to address my point? You're just going to repeat exactly what he said that I was saying. You're just going to put that thing up. I said his point. The major dot points of his explanation there is, why don't they just put the money into housing? Because housing over a period of time has delivered more money than the index fund. No shit. It is also, if you are looking for a safe investment instead of your fucking major point, which is just like it's gambling, that the index funds are gambling. You know what's really gambling? You know what's really gambling? Put it all on black, baby. Yeah, okay. Housing went up over that time. Why are you not answering this point? If you invested in specific stocks and you put all of your money in those stocks, it would have gone up more than housing. So that's a better investment by your shitty logic and this fucking crap professor that is just looking at it through the prism of, oh, this is an economic good idea. It's like, yeah, that's one layer of making decisions in politics. There's also the political reality of the situation that you also have to deal with. That guy is not factoring in at all. And also when he's sitting there and saying, oh, the assets of these houses went up to 51 billion, he's not adding in that the Liberals sold, I think, about like 3 billion in New South Wales. Every time the Liberals are in, they sell a bunch of fucking public housing assets. Why aren't you factoring in that? That is a political reality. They are just selling off assets when they can to just like, because that's what they always do. They just they privatize whatever the fuck Labor builds. And it's just the endless Red Queen cycle that we're in. But, you know, Labor, who is building all of these assets, they're the shit light ones, you know? That's so shit light in comparison to the shit ones that just fucking privatize everything. Why is there no addressing of that? That when it is just in their hands, the Liberals do privatize these assets? Why is there no discussion in this that, like, when you are, and he's just pointing it out right now, just talking about like a rental crisis and all this shit. It's just like, yeah, you know what's a really good idea in a rental crisis? Going out and buying existing houses. That's not going to make more homeless people. It's so stupid. It's like, don't... And like rapidly, at the very least, rapidly increase rents for everybody else. If you're just spending fucking tens of billions of dollars on houses that don't exist, that aren't in the rental market. Now, we need to make this point because you know what Pickles is going to say. It's the same thing that Greens always say. Yeah, when it comes to buying a house, capital gains and negative gearing is a factor. That's one of the factors that it goes up. When it comes to rents in this country, that is a direct result of migration patterns. More migration means higher rent. Why? Because that is just directly supply and demand. That is not the answer when it comes to housing. When you're buying a house, when you're renting out a house, it is directly related to supply and demand. So you are just taking out more fucking supply. Why isn't that factored in? Why is he not answering the point that, like, if you just want to invest in one investment category, there's better investment categories to put it in? I'll tell you why it's not. Because that is fucking gambling. That is gambling. He is saying, I'm just pointing out what Pickles says here. He said in previous videos that investing in index funds is gambling. But investing in housing, all of your money in housing, one asset, that's literally just putting all your money on black. That's not gambling. Why? Because it had a better return in the past. Okay, if you're going to be using that logic then, why is the history of index funds always going up? Why are you just discounting that and going, it could lose money in the future? Actually, it's going to lose $1 billion. Trust me, I've just made up all of these expenses that I don't know it's going to have.
If the government truly lacked any real ambition to solve this problem, and we're absolutely wedded to the idea of an investment fund, how about...
Yes. Anthony Albanese, that grew up in public housing. Who were the other ministers that did? I think the housing minister grew up in public housing as well. There's a bunch of others. The reason that the Labor Party is the Labor Party is the same thing as me. They grew up in shit. I grew up in fucking squalor. I did grow up in public housing in a certain period of my life, right? Like, I'm not going to sit there and say that I was like so downtrodden that I'm just like a houso, you know? I was a houso. I was a houso for I think a year or two or something like that. And then we got like a really fucking, you know, it wasn't fucking flash the house that we had after that. Again, I was raised by a single mother that had a fucking disability pension to her name. And then she proved to be a psycho, and then I moved to my dad, who was, instead of just being in the welfare class, he was in the working class. So my conditions did not improve because he was also a massive tight ass. But anyway, the point is, what, you think these people are just sitting there being like, how do we fuck over people in Housing Commission with my lived experience of coming from Housing Commission? Now I'm at the top and I'm a landlord, so I've just switched over hats and I've just forgotten my shitty childhood of eating nothing but fucking Sayo crackers for dinner. Yeah, now I'm on their side when I'm part of the Labor Party. Do you have any idea how easy it is to enrich yourself in the Liberal Party? It is so much fucking harder to do it in the Labor Party because when you're out in the Labor Party, where do you go? Some of them might go, like, you can point to them and just be like, oh, they get employed in gas and shit like that. It's like, not to the degree that the Liberals do, dude. Not to the fucking degree the Liberals do. A lot of the time they'll go to like a superannuation board or they might get a job on a union or something like that. But honestly, once you have Unless you're like a really, really high senior minister with a lot of profile, so the banks and shit like that can sit there and say, oh, that's, we have like a former like foreign minister on our board. Like if you're just like down there in the Labor Party, you're probably not going to get that shit. If you're in the Nationals, even if you're a fucking no-name, because you did the dirty work of all these corporations, you're getting on the fucking board of like Cotton Australia or something, mark my words, unless you're so fucking toxic like John Barilaro. But if we didn't make John Barilaro's name toxic, mums he would be on like, I don't know, fucking the CEO of Sportsbet or something right now. You can guarantee it. Like it's just so stupid. Like this is amazing. Just to prove that he is right, he is not factoring, he refuses to address the point that the Greens holding up. He thinks the Greens are geniuses for this, by the way. He thinks the Greens are genius of turning homeless people, getting all these houses built for them. That was this plan that went through a bunch of committees that he's not a part of, that all sat there for years hammering this out, that he refuses to admit, but in those same, even if he's going to use the draft proposals, in those same draft proposals, they're all saying how necessary and vital a HAF is to keep a continual stream of funding, regardless of what political party's in power, there so that they can make their financial decisions on how many houses they can build. And as a result of that HAF, a lot of them had planned all of these houses that were going to be built. And the Greens sitting there and saying, oh no, we've decided to just play politics with this and make it look like we care more than the Labor Party. The reason we're not passing this that would immediately like start building enough houses to house a fifth of the people that are currently homeless, the reason that we're doing that is because we actually care more than these housing associations that fucking spend their entire life trying to housing people. But we've just learned that like we've looked at polls and people like concerned about increased rent. So we're just going to make this policy that's about housing domestic violence victims and homeless people. We're going to make this about renters. They're the real strugglers out there, the renters. And he's sitting there cheering it on, using their stats, being like, Max Chandler Mather is awesome when he agrees with me. He's so awesome. He just makes me feel morally superior. And he's sitting there pretending that the Labor Party are the ones that don't care about, housing the homeless. They're the ones that have fucking sat through the committees and come up with a realistic alternative and figured out all the factors of like, this is the political reality. How the fuck do we get around that political reality? But they're the ones that don't give a shit.
Instead of borrowing $10 billion, they just transfer $20 billion from the Future Fund and set up the HAFF with that. They could keep all the other settings the same.
Huh? Wait. 20, because that's not the design of the Future Fund, you fucking idiot. Like, you could do exactly the same thing with the Future Fund. Why not just take that out and put it into, I don't know, medical research? Why not just take that out and chuck it into the army? Why not just take that out and take it to the cops? Because it is not the design. It is long-term. It is not you trying to prove a point, Pickles. It is trying to get a big, big investment nest egg so that we can curtail a lot of other future problems. Because we will always have this huge fucking nest egg making huge amounts of money, like Norway has with its fucking sovereign wealth fund. That's the point of it, to make something like that. If you wanted to criticize it, you would say the Howard government didn't put enough money into it. You can make that criticism when we were just flushed with cash instead of just chucking it out at fucking baby bonuses and other middle-class welfare. Should have just put it all into the Future Fund. That would have been some shrewd fucking, like, that's truly long-term thinking, And then he could have just supported the Liberals could have supported the mining tax, which really would have kicked things up a notch. But no, obviously, because they're just bought by the thumb of it, they're not going to be doing that. But, that does not dismiss the concept of it. The point is to just keep the nest egg building up so you get to a huge amount of money. And so it is dispersing a huge amount of money. How is this so hard for you to understand? I'll tell you why. It's because he is deliberately trying not to understand this basic point.
And the investment mandate, the $500,000 annual disbursements. If they'd done it that way, they wouldn't have had to borrow any money, and therefore they wouldn't have added to public debt. And the benefit of the $20 billion...
Debt is always bad. Fucking moron. Despite the fact that the Labor Party has delivered 2 budget surpluses now. Again, not that I care. Budget surpluses matter. It depends what you're spending the budget surplus on. And it depends if you're running a debt. Like, it's good to run a debt in certain situations. It's not good to run a debt. I just don't understand. There's always just these two sides when it comes to the public debt debate. It's just like all debt is bad, or accumulating as much debt as possible is awesome. It's just like, dude, it depends what you're spending the money on. If you're spending the money on building a broadband network, that's mad. That's going to have a huge return to the economy, or would have if they fucking did it in that time and gave us like 10 years of advancement in the infotech age. But no, the Liberals had to fuck that as well. That's why. Like, and him just sitting there and saying, like, building the half is like a... He's just saying, like, he's doing a Liberal Party argument here. It's just like, it's adding to the debt. Yeah, for a mad reason, so shut up.
$1 billion investment is that it's better equipped to handle $500 million annual disbursements and still grow. It'd still be a piss weak
centerpiece
policy, mind you, but it would make more sense financially, at least.
It is. Yeah, okay. All right. Cool. Pickles. You just claiming that the half is piss weak makes it piss weak. Yes, yes. You're so much smarter than all of these fucking housing bodies that have said that it's like they really, really need this. But you know better, don't you? This guy that has just proven embarrassingly for 45 minutes he doesn't know fucking anything.
It's not supposed to address the housing crisis now. It's supposed to alleviate it in the future.
Is it though? I mean, cool, let's check in on how the half has alleviated the housing crisis in the future. To be fair, you'll probably find that most peak bodies, particularly those that rely on government funding, publicly support the HAFF. But just how good and vital they view the HAFF is probably best summed up by the submissions from the peak bodies during the bill's consultation phase. The Community Housing Industry Association highlighted that...
Holy shit. Why would you go to submissions from, look, December 2022, so from last year, submissions to the draft?
He's going to address it. I'll give him this. He's actually more gutsy than I thought he would be. I thought this would just be another one of these points that Pickles just rolls over and pretends he didn't make. Like, if the Liberals were in, do you think that Jordan would be doing a fucking an hour video defending the half if they put up the half? Dumb points like that. What was his other one? That he... 2 years. He just cut it out entirely. Nathan Dalbon reckons that it's going to attract $9 billion over 2 years. It's already attracted $13 billion of potential investment. No response, but still uses the point, but just cuts it out of context. I'd really like to see how he fucking worms out of this one. This is going to be interesting.
Reading the draft of Great Expectations and thinking, well, I had great expectations. You didn't read the fucking book. Like, that is... like. There's two alternatives here. Either he is being unbelievably dishonest or he just doesn't understand how Parliament works. What happens in submissions is the government says, hey, affected bodies, hey, community, we're thinking of passing a law that affects you. Tell us what you think about it. Have your say. This is not, I repeat this.
1 sec, I'm going to need another coffee. What's the time now? 1:15. 1:15. See, this is the real problem with cunts like this, right? It's just, and it's the same thing with the press. It's like, if you don't address it, it's like what Kevin Rudd says. It's just all these little chinks of, it's like what, how the press get the Labor Party out. They just chuck a fucking billion lies at them. And through time, those little lies that not everyone believes like little ones that like kind of gel with their reality, they eventually wear them down. It's what's happening to Queensland Labor right now. This is the whole thing. If you don't just sit here and address some cunt writing, like, you know, just trashing you unnecessarily. It's not like I took a shot at him. I would be very happy for him to just live in his little shitty conspiracy bubble. But, like, him writing this, you know, the Saturday paper writing bullshit articles, Crikey writing bullshit articles, Sydney Morning Herald writing bullshit articles. Not everyone watches them. Not everyone agrees with all of their shitty little attack points, but they all come up with different little attack points that people attack you from different angles. And so you have to address them. So I've just got to do it. But it's like it's not like I enjoy doing this. Like, I'd much rather not think about... Like, his voice just pisses me off. Like, it's just annoying to listen to. That's the first hurdle that you got to go through, let alone how fucking dishonest he is to his own audience, which is just infuriating that he's sitting there cobbling this little conspiracy realm of all these, like, Reddit nerds. You should have seen the nerds that pointed this at me, right? Like, it's just like, they're just... You can tell just from their photos that they're fucked in the head. It's just like when people, like, with a fucking fish in their photo are just like, you gonna admit that Labor sucks yet? Can you give me any reason for that? They're socialists. It's like they're that, but, like, on the other end. They're just clearly fucked. That's his audience. And so if you give that hyper online psycho audience the oxygen to sit there and just link this video over and over again, they're going to do it anyway, but at least there's something sitting here to counter it. But it's like, no, sorry, you don't just get to make, like, these really long, seemingly to people that have no experience in government, don't know how it works, they're just going to look at this on face value and go like, wow, he's flashed up reports that don't match up with what he's saying, that disprove what he's saying, but it goes for an hour, so it must be right.
This is so important to understand. A draft is not the same as the fucking final legislation that they put up for a bill. It's not even close. It's like, you may as well just be looking at fucking drafts from the 19th century about the post office or something like that. It's just like, it has no relevance at all to the final thing that we're talking about here. He's using that. He's using what they said about the draft.
The legislation as drafted provided...
Not just using it, that's the best one to use. Don't actually look at the final bill. Don't look at that. Look at the draft.
There's so much wrong with what he's saying here that it's really difficult to know where to start. I mean, let's
okay. Wow, someone's coming in cocksure. School me. Teach me. How is it wrong to not use the draft? Who the fuck uses the draft and says that's the best one to use? Seriously, show me any expert in any field that will say what Pickles is saying here. Like, just on face value. You don't have to be an expert. Look, when you are judging a book, do you judge the final copy or do you judge the first draft? Which one do you think is going to be a better thing to write a review about?
Aside the arrogance for a moment, which I have to say I'm finding...
The arrogance. Dare you defy Pickles' genius decision of picking drafts to make big calls over policy? And also on top of this, just like, what is the arrogance here? The arrogance here is that I am arguing with him. He's not arrogant, though, to sit there and say that the Labour movement is the equivalent of just cheering for a fucking footy team. That's not arrogant at all. That's not an extremely fucked thing to say about a movement where people have literally sacrificed their lives to give you the standard of living that you have now. Unfortunately, that includes Pickles. There would be so many things that Swollen Pickles is currently benefiting from because of the fucking Labour movement. You know the reason that the Labour Party's colour is red? It is to symbolise all the blood of the workers that was shed to give us the standard of living that we have now. You know what the Conservative Party's one is? You know why it's blue? Because blue was the most expensive colour to manufacture. But, you know, shit and shit light. They're exactly the same. And it's not arrogant at all to say something where people have sacrificed their fucking lives to make sure that you have an 8-hour workday and get paid overtime and that there's safety checks on dangerous fucking hazardous sites. That is not arrogant.
Progressively harder to ignore the more I watch, and let's just focus on his words. Let's break it down.
Why would you go to submissions from, look, December 2022, so from last year, submissions to the draft?
Why would someone read submissions to the exposure draft of the HAF bill? Well, background for starters. They're a good resource for learning a little bit more about what a wide-ranging bunch of stakeholders actually thought about the bill outside of it.
No, you didn't do that, did you? Because a lot of those ones that you popped up in your first video, you just highlighted sentences that agreed with you. If you read the thrust of what they were saying over and over and over and over again, the very bodies that he put up, and it comes from master builders, it comes from fucking 1,000 of those different fucking housing charities, whose name obviously escapes me because months ago that I was reading it, but over and over again they are saying, thank you for doing something in this field. Thank you for setting up a separate funding model so that we have the certainty to make long-term investments in housing, in affordable and social housing. This is something that has needed to happen for years, and the Liberals were ignoring it. This is the general sentiment of the ones that he put up in the draft. And the reason that he didn't put up the final part is because when the Greens were stalling, when he's cheering it on saying, yay, play politics with homeless people's lives, that's so fucking cool, Greens. You are so much better and morally superior to the fucking Workers' Party, these fucking yuppie pieces of shit in fucking Paddington and Newtown. You really understand the plight of the commoner better than this, you know, this party that fucking sits there and talks to commoners all day. Virtually every last one of those housing bodies, the reason that he doesn't show them talking about like the final form when it's getting ready to pass and the Greens are stalling on it is because virtually every one of those that he uses in the draft to just highlight, here's my issue with it, here's how I wish it was different, virtually all of them were saying, what the fuck are you doing, Greens? Pass it. Like, you're really fucking over a lot of progress. Like, months and months of work that we put in to get to the point where the HAF can be passed and we can start building these houses. Over and over again, the same bodies that he's using. Virtually go back and look at the draft of all the different bodies that he's using and then go look at what they were saying when the Greens were stalling on it.
Headlines.
Either he is being unbelievably dishonest or he just doesn't understand how Parliament works. What happens in submissions is the government says, hey, affected bodies, hey, community, we're thinking of passing a law that affects you. Tell us what you think about it. Have your say.
Now, as to how Parliament works,
this is so important to understand.
The government drafted the HAF bill. They then released what is known as the exposure draft as a consultation step to allow industry stakeholders and the wider community to provide feedback on what the government were proposing to put to Parliament. Stakeholders provided
He's
their
done it
feedback.
again. He's just doing the same thing. It's like, I've just explained it, and then he just does it again, showing up graphics, and then says like, oh, I'm doing something different here. Why?
Back in the form of their submissions, the things that Jordan's berating.
I think it's just so he can get out to an hour to say, like, look at how much time I've spent on doing this. When so much of it is him just stalling, repeating what I'm saying and being like, let's just put this in more context.
For actually reading. Following that, the government then had the opportunity to make changes to their draft before they tabled their bill in Parliament.
I repeat this. This is so important to understand. A draft is not the same as the fucking final legislation that they put up for a bill. It's not even close.
I'm not sure how to say this, but in this case, they're not just close, they're almost identical. Now, this is very important.
I'd really like to see how he weasels out improvements to housing efficiency, improvements to disability access, improvements to loan access, improvements to, just making it like instead of a $500 million minimum, it was a $500 million minimum instead of a $500 million maximum. What else do I remember from it? They also put out, they reduced the time that you're going to go into the next review of it. That was another change. And again, dude, this is me at fucking 1:30 in the morning going through how it was different. If I had the fucking bill in front of me, I could point out like a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Like, you agree just on those 4 things, which were big things that a lot of these draft people were talking about. Like, a lot of the people that were submitting things to the government saying these things should be changed, a lot of it was there should be greater access to disability. There should be greater access to housing efficiency. Make it a $500 million minimum is the thing that superannuation funds were saying. Loan access, that's a better thing to do instead of just giving out the money. Also, make sure that like people can give loans to the HAF, which is another way that the HAF could make money, and also just improves it and gives loans, very complicated finance, but there's reasons that they would want to put out loans as well, right? Making sure that there's like a tighter oversight in a shorter time frame than the government was originally suggesting. This was another thing that they wanted. These are 5 things that I can remember off the top of my head at fucking 1:30.
Understand, and I did mention this at the time. The differences between the exposure draft and the version of the bill they first tabled in Parliament were minimal. Calling them tweaks would really be overstating it. These were minor changes not impacting the substance of the bill at all. You could review both versions yourself. I have reviewed them. I even used this little command to output the differences between the 2 versions. It was pretty...
Okay. So minimal. It's the same tactic over and over. The HAF shit because I just think it is. So I'm just going to keep saying that it sucks. Minimal. Here's a page of shit that's different. All right. Also, on top of that, the way that I'm going to show that they're exactly the same is like, yeah, I read the draft and then I read the final bill. And the way that I read them is that I just like did some little fucking Control-Alt-Delete fucking like little shitty, I can't remember what the thing is, like my editor would have to do it, but you just like, oh, here's the highlights of how they're different. Genius, Pickles. Wow, you are so well read. Also on top of that, even if this page, right? Even if this page of fucking differences, let's just say that like there was one word. Let's just say this for a second. One word was changed in the fucking bill. that one word could be massive. Change the entire meaning of it. Just like if you change a word in the Constitution or a sentence in the Constitution, like with America, you have the difference between slavery and not slavery. You know? This is so dumb. Now we're going to go, instead of just asking financiers and engineers, now it's time to go to the lawyers that are watching this right now, if there is anyone watching this at this point. Lawyers, tell me this isn't true. A huge part of your job is sitting there and arguing over a word in a law. A word. Right? That was a huge part of my defamation case. Just arguing over a word. One word. And it is because some words are deliberately in there to give, interpretation to meaning. And other words, they try and change in those laws to make them very specific. This is exactly the same as your shitty argument when it came to, it was only 14 seconds that he was talking about a construction and material shortage. Let me expand out for 10 minutes so you forget that he was right about there being a fucking labour and material shortage. Let me expand that out for 10 minutes. This is exactly what he's doing here. There's only a few words. In his case, it looks like there's a whole page that's different. You know? Like, he just keeps minimizing things that just do not deserve to be minimized. And that's his argument. I have shit because I say it is. These are minimal changes to the draft because I say it is.
Proud of myself. Anyway, it's very safe to say that the version of...
Oh, he put some up that I can actually read. Hang on, let me just close it up. Yeah, see? So he puts up one of these examples of what is different. And the one example that he does is, let me see if my eyes can see from here. Of enabling Housing Australia to make grants in relation to acute housing needs. And then that was changed to of enabling Housing Australia to make grants and loans in relation to acute housing needs. So this is the example that he puts up. It is honestly remarkable how often he disproves himself in the evidence that he presents. It's like, it's amazing. It's just like something is not firing off in his boomer head. That one word is huge. Whether the HAF can make grants or grants and loans is huge. That is a big difference from draft to legislation. That is a big difference that I can assure you one of those drafts, one of the people submitting to the draft would have been saying, you should be giving out loans. You should be giving out loans and grants. And they went, yep, sweet. But whether a bill is able to just dole out money or if it's able to say, okay, you can give it, but you have to give it back in return to the HAF, huge. That is a big difference. That is a big, big difference. And the fact that his response is like, but it's just a word, it just shows how stupid he is. Like, okay, again, he's saying that you should be basing it off the draft. You should be basing it off the draft. Again, he was saying that's the best thing to be basing it off. The first draft of a book, not the final copy. I'm going to be doing my review on the first draft of a book. And then he goes out and says, and the reason that I was justified in looking at the first draft as opposed to the final copy is because, only a word was changed different. And that one word is the difference between whether it can just dole out money or it can have a loan in return. Those are two very distinct, different actions that are available to the minister. Very, very distinct, different actions that are going to have an outcome to how much money is in the HAF and what abilities this gives access to when building all of these other houses. It's unbelievable. You've just disproven your own point. Why? Why do that?
The bill that stakeholders provided feedback on in December 2022.
Here's his other mad slam. In the draft, it was the department or an executive agency administered by the designated minister concerned, or department or executive agency administered by the designated minister. Oh, they got rid of the word concerned. They got rid of the word concerned, guys. Lawyers, again, tell me that doesn't make a fucking difference. Tell me that doesn't make a fucking difference. These are the kind of wiggle words. These are the words that Liberal ministers look at and they're just like, okay, I see a way of getting around it. Like, getting out little words like that does make a difference in the future. There will be a bunch of decisions that are limited as a result of that.
In January 2023, the exposure draft is largely the same as what was first tabled in Parliament. So when he's banging on about the exposure draft not even being close, it's largely the same as what was first tabled in Parliament.
He thinks it's a mad
so
slam.
When he's banging on about the exposure draft not even making differences between the two versions,
fucking
it's pretty proud of
self
myself.
again.
Anyway, it's very safe to say that the version of the bill that stakeholders provided feedback on in December 2022 and January 2023, the exposure draft, is...
Oh, well, that was just some spacing that was taken out. Yeah, fair enough, that one. But, you know, like, cool. They got rid of some typos as well. Mad. You still really fucked yourself on the lone one, dude. You really fucked yourself on the minister's concerned point. Like, you know, this is the whole thing. Pickles, look, I am not a genius by any stretch of the imagination. The reason that I know all this shit is because I've just been focusing on this for 10 years, non-stop, 16 hours a day, day in, day fucking out. All I do is read. All I do is talk to experts. That's my job. As a result, I know how lawyers think generally. I am not an expert. I go to lawyers when I'm talking about a legal problem. When I'm talking about something in the economy, I go and talk to economists. When I'm talking about something in, finance, I talk to people in finance. You understand? People with experience in finance, at the very least. As a result, I know things like, yeah, words matter in legal documents.
Is largely the same as what was first tabled in Parliament.
And see, because he doesn't, he's putting out like a Rick and Morty meme being like, you got owned by the fact that it wasn't many words that were changed.
So when he's banging on about the exposure draft not even being close to what was first tabled in Parliament, I can't really figure out what he's playing at.
You're too kind.
And the reason that you can't is because, son, you're just not at my fucking level. You're just not. Your problem is, Pickles, like you really like Twitter tropes, right? You are suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. You think you're a lot smarter. You think you're a lot more knowledgeable than you are. You know what my superpower is? I know that I'm a fucking idiot. So I export a lot in different areas constantly. Like a lot of the videos that I put in now, and have been for fucking years, you know, it is the result. This is where research goes in. This is why you should be paying money into Patreon, by the way, is because it is going out and talking to experts. A lot of it is that. So as a result, we have a knowledge bank. We have a general... When you go out and you talk to people in different fields, you have a better understanding of how these fields work.
You're too generous.
That a draft is the thing that you should be looking at, and you're sitting there saying, like, I'm being deliberately misleading and laying it on a little bit thick.
You did, and you're doing it again. Self-reflection.
I just really do wish that the magic wand existed, so you could just put it into Swollen Pickles' mush head of a brain, that you could turn it into something resembling normal grey matter for a second, so you could just realise what an idiot he is.
Reflection is the cornerstone of personal growth. Hey, maybe I should start a self-help channel.
Okay. Oh, really? Really? So you don't watch me at all, but you know that I have a second channel. And as always, like all these Reddit pieces of shit, I'm not saying that Pickles is. I think that he's honestly too stupid to understand even what Reddit is. But like every fucking Redditor on earth, self-help sucks. Why? Because they're all fucking losers that just want to externalize why their life's shit onto society, which is exactly what this cunt's doing. Like, dude, there is a lot of similarities between him and Gary Awesome. Both of them. Shitty boomers with shitty annoying voices, scared to show their faces on camera, massive cowards that sit there with dumb little conspiracy theories that they've concocted in their melting minds over decades about, oh, everyone's out to get me, you know? Not like, they haven't made this connection in their like decades and decades on this planet, which is that maybe I should be contributing to society. Instead of sitting there and fucking whinging and making the people that do contribute to society's lives a hell of a lot fucking worse. You know? Oh, I'm just going to sit there and be another cancer. You know what the Labour movement really needs? Another shithead attacking them from a different angle with another different fucking conspiracy theory. It's not like there's enough of that in the mainstream press. No, the real independent thinkers out there are inadvertently regurgitating a lot of the mainstream media's talking points. Like with the fucking Fin review. That was fucking phenomenal, wasn't it? Fuck me. The one where he goes out and says, the reason that you can let in skilled migrants is because I read this Fin review article that is just relaying a bunch of development lobby groups saying that you should let in skilled migrants. I don't understand the wider context of that, but I think it owns Jordan. See, again, my major point is they always have a problem with self-help because they don't think that self-reflection is necessary. You know? Like, both Gary Awesome and Swollen Pickles, isn't this an amazing coincidence? They're both obviously failed musos. Like, Swollen Pickles, it's obviously from the fucking Swollen Pickles pedal. The only reason I know that is because of Mislove. I'm just guessing. Like, you can't just be like, I like Swollen Pickles, because that's even more fucked. Yuck. If that's what he's basing it off. But I'm guessing it's off the Swollen Pickles fucking guitar, right? Pedal. Gary Awesome, you know, I think we all know from his powerhouse rendition of the Foo Fighters, what Gary Awesome wanted to be doing when he was 50 is sitting around going, Julia Gillard, more like Julia Gillard. They've obviously just failed in life. And like Redditors that are a bunch of failures, they just need something to externally blame for their shitty circumstances. And what's the way to do that? The government. That's why they all have these fucking withdrawals, and they always say about me, oh, now that the Labor government's in, you have just turned into propaganda. You know? Like, in their head, all you should ever be doing is shitting on people, because shitting on people is their cope. You know, shitting on governments is this ointment that they run over themselves, and it kind of just alleviates how fucked their lives are. That's what they're doing there. It's just like, it's the government's fault. It's the government's fault. And then you sit there and you go, hey, the government did some really good things in environmental policy. Hey, the government did some really good things in the economic field, like, giving us some of the best economic figures during the cost of living crisis, and they've only been in for a couple of years. This is propaganda. It's not you saying it's shit. My copium. Where's my copium oil?
Regardless, I think you can work out for yourself why Labor tried to slip this bill through with a $500 million disbursement cap with no minimum spend. If the HAW...
No, the reason that they did that is because that was on the preliminary, and then a bunch of investors and advisors came back, including superannuation funds. It had nothing to do with the Greens at all, I found out after, even the video that we did on this before. Really had nothing to do with the Greens at all. And they even used to acknowledge that it had nothing to do with them. It was never any of their demands. It was the demands of a bunch of housing experts, economists, and superannuation funds that were like, put it up to a $500 million minimum cap. That was because of them. They were not trying to slip this through. That was in their draft, where they're just like, what do you think about this? And the expert said, make these changes. And that was one of them.
Why did they make those changes?
Because they just looked at it, and a bunch of fund managers and stuff said, yeah, I think that we can get like a $500 million return. I think that's fine.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who Jordan found that out from, but based on what he's been saying in this video up until this point, I'm highly skeptical. Why? Because I read a large slab of the submissions on the draft bill, which is where the industry stakeholders, including the super companies, provided their feedback. I saw big chunks of the public hearing.
I read a large chunk of these drafts, so I could select sentences that approved my little narrative in my head and not listen to what they're saying.
Hearings that were held too. I read the committee report and the dissenting reports. The most interesting aspect of the committee report was that despite all the feedback and recommendations from stakeholders, the Labor-led committee didn't recommend any changes to the bill at all. The committee just recommended that the bill be passed. Why did the committee report not take on board any of the feedback from the exposure draft? Why was that all left to the dissenting reports of the crossbench? You'd have to say it's because Labor were perfectly happy to ram it through the way it was. I get that as a Labor man, Jordan will be highly resistant to giving any credit to the crossbench whatsoever, but to suggest that the eventual changes to the bill were a result of consulting with super companies.
Okay, first off, isn't this amazing that he's retreated to the crossbench when this whole time he's just been talking about how fucking sick Max Chandler Mather was and the Greens are for holding this bill up, and now he's moved to the crossbench. When, again, dude, it's because the crossbench, he thinks that he can make the crossbench look like they agreed with him. The crossbench, if you exclude the Greens, the ones that they, your Lambies and your fucking Pococks, they wanted it passed. They wanted it passed, okay? He's sitting there now and retreating and saying, it's the crossbench. The crossbench is awesome. When before he was saying it's the Greens, and he was giving the Greens direct credit for increasing the cap. He was giving Greens direct credit for that. Now it's the crossbench.
Etc., and not a result of months of crossbench pressure is just plain ridiculous.
Why? Go look up Sebus's mission. Go look up what Sebus has been saying about it for fucking well over a year. Sebus was sitting there saying, and they have actual reasoning for it, And you can't even point to anyone in this crossbench that's saying, oh, yeah, raise the $500 million. Right? Like, I'm happy to give the crossbenchers credit for it. I don't really care where the $500 million came from. I just care that you are sitting there saying everything that the Greens added to that bill is mad. You know, the $10 billion fund sucks, right? The $9.5 billion that the Labor Party is putting out into other housing investments, that sucks. But the Greens getting the cap raise to $500 million. Wow, what an accomplishment. That's why you need 15 fucking seats in the Senate, or however many fuck they've got now. That's so use, those like tiny amounts of seats in Parliament, isn't it? To just give off something that makes them look good, when in reality, the Greens had nothing to do with that. If they did have something to do with it, cool. It doesn't discount my major overall point, which is that the Labor Party was sitting there seriously talking to all of these stakeholders, coming together with this consensus. The draft was like almost a formality at that point. That's, you know, not fair on that, but like they've been working on this for years. Policy wonks have been working on the HAF for years, and then the Greens, just to play political points, come out and say it's not good enough. As always, the it's not good enough crowd. They can't even understand, like Pickles, they really don't understand how the HAF works because that's not what they do. They're ideas people, and they just come in and say it sucks because it's just all politics to them. Not interested in seeing any real world outcomes. It's just fucking narcissism, like it is with this cunt. You know? So when it comes to the HAF and the $500 million getting raised to a cap, judging by the paper trail, and if the paper trail is changed after this, cool, whatever. And remember, this guy was the same guy that before was saying, oh, I'm just a guy on the internet. When I pointed out, no, it's not the Greens that had anything to do with this. He's just like, whatever, I'm just a guy on the internet, even though he said before that it was the Greens that were doing it. Now it's just like, whoa. Like, it's like, you know, if the Greens came up with this point, it really doesn't change anything about my argument at all. My overarching point is that the Greens just take credit for shit that they don't do constantly. If they got that, like, concession in it, cool. It's just so they can slap their name over the top of it and say, this bill is mad because we sat around and threw a tantrum. And people don't really understand what the bill did, but it just reinforces in people's head our shit little narrative that we've been pointing out for fucking 20 years, that Labor's shit light and, like, we make the Labor Party better. It's just to reinforce that crap narrative. So as long as they get any point that does that, like, they're happy, you know? But it's even worse when the Greens didn't. The Greens didn't do it. Sebus was the one that was saying, as far as I can tell anyway, look, again, I'm open to the idea that they didn't, but like it seems to me from the paper trail that Sebus was saying, raise it to $500 million because you want to ensure to all of the super funds, you want to ensure to all of the investors, you want to ensure to all of the housing community bodies, you want to ensure to them that there is going to be a substantial amount of money that they can fall back on to make all of these investments in housing, these long-term decisions. A maximum of $500 million isn't enough to shore up that level of certainty. That was their argument. What was the Greens' argument? Labor comes to them and says, how about we raise it to $500 million? Yes, we thought of it. Labor sucks. It's just tantrum throwing. There's no rationale behind it. They can't point to a time that they even mentioned it. They just come out after the Labor Party offers it to them and just like, we got concessions, guys. It's fucked.
For what it's worth, when the Greens eventually wave through the HAF bill, albeit in a slightly better state than what Labor would have...
You fuckhead. You fuckhead. I can guarantee you, now I'm just delirious, but like, all right, I'm not going to say guarantee. I'm going to say I'm 90% certain that Pickles before was saying that these concessions that they got through are mad. Now he's sitting there and giving them credit again. He's gone back from, oh, it was the crossbench that did it. Now it's the Greens. Now the Greens did it.
Pushed through had they gotten their way initially. My opinion of the HAF didn't change. The crossbench were able to force the government to make some improvements, but still, overall, it's a pretty piss-weak housing policy.
Not according to the housing experts, dude. According to the housing experts, you just waved over this, but before he was just saying, like, just how necessary and vital these housing experts think it is, I think you're laying it on a little bit thick. And then I point to points where they're just saying, like there is examples of it. In fact, fuck you, I'm going to find them. Fuck you. Let's It's been long enough. We may as well just go the whole stint. Jesus, now we're nearly at 2 a.m. Oh. That cut out at not the worst time, but I did talk for another 2 hours after that. I think that stopped around 2 a.m. last night. Oh, my head. It took me like 6 hours to respond to that git. And now I have to do it all again. And it stopped at such a bad time because it looks like I'm going like, fuck you, I'm going to look up where I'm right on all these things that Swollen Pickles is lying to you about. And then it just cuts out. And then it's a new day and it's like, oh, here they are. I had the sheet in front of me. It wasn't even to address Pickles. It was old notes that I have from ages ago, but it looks like I couldn't find any and then had to spend the next 24 hours looking for it. I didn't. They're right here. Trust me. Please believe me. Look, if you don't, it's fine. It doesn't really matter because it doesn't take away from the point that Swollen Pickles, it's amazing. The whole game with Swollen Pickles is to see which of his points is going to be the most dishonest. That's the whole game of watching Swollen Pickles. I think that this is a major contender for that because he is trying to make the point that all of these pink bodies don't think that the half is a good idea. Watch me go to the draft. I know I've repeated this before, but I'm going to say it again. Go to the drafts and, not the final result, not when the bill was being blocked. No, I'm going to look at the drafts and look at the recommendations of how they personally want it strengthened. And I'm going to ignore that virtually every one of those housing bodies that I put up was saying in those drafts, we really welcome this is urgent. And then putting aspersions on me saying, I can't believe that he's saying it's like vital and urgent. When did they ever use those words? And look at all of these bodies, the same bodies that he was using to try and like just get their little point to be like, see, they agree with me. I mean, how unbelievably dishonest do you want to be? They don't agree with him. They just don't. Anyone who's not a complete nitwit trying to prove themselves right will look at this and think, yeah, no, Swollen Pickles is cherry picking in like one of the worst, most obvious ways that you could possibly do it. It's not even subtle. Let's go with his favorite, Master Builders Australia. Master Builders Australia today welcomes the reintroduction of the housing bill to the House of Representatives and urges all sides of Parliament to pass these bills without delay. There is no silver bullet to the housing crisis, but the HAF is a vital piece of the housing puzzle. He's used that example. And again, like when Master Builders Australia doesn't agree with him, then they're like this evil funding development body. But when he can make it look like they agree with him, even when they don't, all of a sudden I'm just going to put their like little quote at the bottom up here and not mention that they're a development company. It's like, dude, I'll just say it now. Yeah, Master Builders Australia is fucking evil. So is Minerals Council Australia. But when Minerals Council Australia says minerals are a vital export of this country, it's not like that's lying. It's not like they're saying that is misleading. It's like, yeah, but there's like a bunch of other things in there, like maybe we should have some of the taxes of that shit. It's not just because like they're an evil body means that everything they say is factually incorrect or misleading. Spokesperson of Everybody's Home official launch or whatever the fuck it is. Sorry. See, I'm still so tired. I'm even more tired than I was when I kept up until 4 a.m. responding to this moron. They are distressed by reports that the fund will go up for a vote in the Senate before it has enough support to get over the line. They want it over the line. That's the key takeaway from that. They want it passed. And you know how you know? Because they directly say that. We want the fund to pass. We are the biggest cheerleaders for building more social housing built immediately. But that means negotiating until it gets enough support and negotiating to ensure that it is as strong as it can be. They want it passed. And they are scared that it was going to get destroyed. While Swollen Pickles is sitting there saying, yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. Make sure it doesn't get passed. That's mad. Get more concessions. We can't risk this fund failing to pass. The housing crisis is urgent. Another word that is very close to vital, wouldn't you agree? And the stakes are too high. This is from another peak housing expert body that is probably a little more illuminated on the matter than fucking Swollen Pickles. The UDIA, another one that he used. Urban Development Institute of Australia is very disappointed that the Senators voted to postpone the debate on the federal government's landmark Housing Australia Future Fund, or HAF, legislation until October, and urges Australian political leadership to get on with the job of incentivising housing supply and affordable housing. They wanted it passed. It is extremely disappointing that the Senate did not pass the HAF and instead elected to kick the can down the road, causing further delay at a time when Australians are struggling with a chronic lack of housing. See, this is what was so evil about people like Pickles and the Greens sitting there and saying, yeah, well, like, you should be really ashamed of yourself because you don't want a magic wand to come out and make nobody on planet Earth homeless anymore. So you're actually the morally inferior ones. And just so that they could get the vibe of feeling like they're like morally better than everybody else, they stop progress that gets homeless people in a house as quickly as fucking humanly possible, not in their little fantasy construct world that is purely designed to make them feel like they're better than everybody else. Like, they're better than all of these housing organizations that have spent decades looking at the problem and trying to figure it out. All these ones that wanted it passed. No, they understand the situation better because they're smarter than everyone, don't you see? And also, they live in such a fantasy world that all of these bodies agree with Swollen Pickles. They all think the HAF sucks. All of these bodies that are just saying over and over again, for the love of God, fucking pass it. It is vital and urgent. While he's sitting there being like, I don't know if they think that it's like vital. I don't know if they think that it's good. You know, like, just not tethered to reality at all. This is the kind of shit that you have to deal with when you're talking about politics. You have to deal with constant morons like this, constantly trying to undermine the nation improving, which is hard enough. It's hard enough with all of these organized lobby groups and opposition that is just a lobby group, but in Parliament, sitting there trying to constantly privatize and make everything not work on purpose so that they can hand it out as like pork barreling. That's hard enough. But then when you have like a shithead population of people like Pickles sitting there and thinking, I'm better than all of these people, and, you know, I've got no actual plan at all. I'll never have to implement my stupid ideas. No one will ever listen to me on a big enough scope that these ideas will be taken seriously. It's like, yeah, but there is just these little chinks in the armor that bring down governments that are trying to move the country in the right direction. Delaying the HAF means delaying homes for vulnerable Queenslanders. As a developer of social and affordable, this is BHC, as a developer of social and affordable housing and landlord to some of Queensland's most vulnerable people, this week's decision to postpone the debate on federal government's Housing and Future Fund legislation until October is unfathomable. Sounds again like another really important housing body that wanted it fucking passed and thinks it's awesome. We're at a tipping point. We need to stop talking about solutions to the housing crisis and actually start delivering them. Yes. Couldn't have put it better. Could not have put it better. National Shelter. I don't know if you use this one, but National Shelter welcomes the opportunity to make a submission to the housing legislative package. I think I put this one in because he was using the drafts, and so it was just like, look at what these drafts that he's like taking sentences out at the bottom where they're saying this is how we think it could be improved. Look at what they're saying in the introduction. We acknowledge that not all matters raised, like it's just like the housing fund, blah, 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 this is what the housing fund will do. Treasury laws amend housing consequential amendments to the bill as meant to address the review. This is a high-level submission concentrating on key aspects of the proposed legislation due to the short time frame available for submissions and limited access to legislative drafting expertise. It should include both recommendations and raise points for clarification. We acknowledge that not all matters raised in the submissions can be enacted through amendments to the legislation or be resolved in a timely manner that aligns with the expectations of the Minister commencement of the legislative package. By the way, Pickles is going to sit there and be like, see, they're saying that like the frame available for submissions is really short. And it's like, yeah, it is really short because there is a bunch of housing bodies that had this time frame down to a T before even Labor was elected, they started working on these submissions because they knew that Labor was going to pass this half. And then, like, you know, as we've said 1,000 times before, it takes fucking like 2 years a lot of the time to plan a house. And so you've got to get all of that going. This is aside when you're just using your own private money. Even if you're using like a bank, let alone government money. There's a bunch of application processes and preparation that you need to do to get there in the first place. So the reason that it was shorter than usual is because they just wanted to get the houses going as quickly as possible. We were pride things in the healthy spirituality of Quishby. So the reason that I'm bringing this up is because he's going to say that National Shelter was one of these ones that's like very critical of the government for it. When if you read it, they're clearly not critical of the process. They're like they understand that everything that is said in the draft process is not going to make it into the final bill. Everybody that submits drafts knows that. They're saying, here's ideally what we would want. And if you read all of those drafts, you'll notice that every single one of these that Swollen Pickles is saying, look, they down the line shit on it. They're all suggesting different ways in how it can be changed. Are all of them right? No. Like, all of these housing bodies would disagree with each other on how the bill should be changed. They're just putting in their 2 cents. Everybody that submits to draft processes knows this is the game. And then you come together as a government and you get a consensus of these and you go, we're moving forward with this. Not everyone's going to be happy with it. That's just democracy. That's just making a decision amongst people. Not, you know, like, it's amazing that these people just have such low social acuity that it's like they've never even had enough friends to sit around a Chinese table and say, what meal should we get? It's like this is a foreign concept to them, that their little baby concept of the world. I heard that this is a good idea. Put that in immediately, government. This thing that I saw on Facebook that hasn't been through a bunch of rigorous Senate fucking meetings and had all the holes punctured through it. Urban Development Institute of Australia urges the political leadership to pass the UDIA is another one that he used, leadership to pass the Housing Australia Future Fund when Parliament returns next week so we can create housing for people in Australia who need it the most. The UDIA fully supports the Australian government's reintroduction of the HAF through the Federal Senate. When fully deployed, it will unleash $30 billion of low-cost housing leverage from private funding. So they're saying $30 billion. UDIA is saying that it will leverage $30 billion in private funding to address the housing crisis off this $10 billion budget, this $10 billion fund that they're saying won't do shit. Well, that's $30 billion that the UDIA is saying, which just seems to be on the track, seeing as in the first 6 months it seems to have attracted $13 billion. $30 billion of housing that is going into social and affordable housing that otherwise wouldn't be going there and also cannot be touched by the Liberals. And they're saying that this is a shit policy. They're saying that it is going to leverage 3 times the amount of money. So for every dollar that you put into the HAF, you're going to get back $3 from private investment. Powerhouse acknowledges and welcomes the necessity of the HAF to bridge the viability gap to deliver social and affordable housing at scale. As you would if you understood what the HAF was trying to do, which that part that I was just explaining to you then about it attracting private investment, that seems to seriously elude Pickles' level of intelligence. Like, he really just can't even understand that point, or is willfully ignoring that just because his need to feel like he is right in his head exceeds reality. As such, this paper provides suggestions for how the HAF could be implemented alongside further housing policy reforms to build a better system moving forward, commencing with the federal budget reply. This paper draws on recent discussions with the Shadow Minister for Housing and Homelessness. Same thing over and over fucking again. Anyway, I think you get the point. You could keep going, and you can. Virtually every one of those sources that Pickles put up, none of them fucking agree with him. None of them agree with him. About Max Chandler Mather in the Housing Fund video, using Google Calculator to come up with this idea that, oh my God, this fund would only, if you were building 30,000 houses, that would mean that each house would have to cost like $73,000 or some shit. You can't build a house for $73,000. Like, didn't understand how the fund fundamentally worked. Did not understand that main point. Like, just thought that, like, I just divide it by 30,000, it's $73,000. Someone pointed this out. Swollen Pickles literally used the fucking computer calculator to get to that number.
He did the joke. I did not know that when he did that. He did that joke, and this is another thing that he is just completely ignoring by saying like, oh, it was only 5% substance. A big part of that video, a huge part, was trying to explain how it builds houses at not like, and the idea that it's like just $73,000 going into these houses is absolute buckus, just like wanton lies. He was explaining how it gets to that like $300,000 mark of building houses, and he just completely ignores that. He has no answer to him being such an idiot that he just divides it on his.
Ooh, he's going to have an answer to this now. Get ready, guys. It's going to really explain how he doesn't understand how the fund operates, and has, despite that, made multiple videos on not even getting the foundation of it correct. This is going to answer that question. Shitty calculator is like, there you go, I'm smarter than everyone. No answer to it, so no substantive argument, doesn't exist.
I would never claim to be smarter than anyone.
Yeah, but you do though, don't you, Pickles? A huge part of your video is you saying, look, maybe I shouldn't have used wild, insane assumptions that I've got no foundation or basis to make those assumptions. And the reason that I shouldn't isn't because that's insane, and that is me trying as hard as I possibly can to construct a universe where I could possibly be right so I can retreat to that. Just let me live out that fantasy, guys. No, it's not because of that. It's because my dumb argument for why the fund is going to lose $1 billion in the first 2 years is too smart for everybody out there. You just don't get it. You just don't get how, in like an absolute ridiculous cartoon universe, my assumptions could be correct.
I do listen though. The government has claimed that the HAF will be building 30,000 homes in 5 years. You can't build 30,000.
So he can use the 30,000 number. Remember that. I'm not allowed to say that there is going to be a labour shortage of 500,000 people over the next 5 years. I'm not allowed to use that stat, but he's allowed to say, oh, it's only 30,000 houses over the next 5 years. See the double standard?
1,000 homes within 5 years, spending just $500
Showing the calculator again. Why are you proud of this?
$1 million a year. That was my point, which I think in a roundabout way, Jordan's kind of reinforced.
How? Please explain this. If you just move on to the next point and that's all you say, is just reiterating what I was saying, but not acknowledging that you're a fucking idiot for thinking that. Let's see. Let's let him cook for a bit.
The government have been happy to let people run with that line, though, and make it sound like they're actually building homes.
Oh, okay, right. So the reason that Pickles is not wrong about how the fund builds houses is it's the government's fault. Isn't this crazy? It's just such a perfect metaphor for these types of people and how they just externalize their shitty view of the world. And like, you know, the reason that I'm a failed musician isn't because of me. It's the government's fault. It just comes from the fact that they are failures in their own lives. And so anybody else that is doing anything else, it has to be them. It has to be the government that's doing this. So the reason that he embarrassed himself immensely by not understanding how the fund works at all is because the government puts out little press releases simplifying very complicated ideas because they know that no one in the press is smart enough to even put it together because they're all fucking monkeys anyway. And then even if they do put it, the public is going to lose interest in this long explanation. Generally, they just want the highlights. And that's at the best case scenario because the public generally isn't even thinking about the fucking HAF. So what are you going to do? You're going to put out all of this text that they're just going to completely ignore like they did in the shortened years? They learned their lesson from that. All it does is give cunts like this more wiggle room to come up with even more detailed, granular conspiracy theories like this guy does. He bases his life off of that. And then like now his point is like, yeah, but you just made it easy for me to do that. I could just, because you just simplified that point and I didn't inquire into it at all of how it's going to build that, I just divided it on a calculator. What a genius I am. How embarrassing is that? Pickles, you can't be proud of yourself. How the fuck are you still saying that you're right in a round? You are saying, this is how deluded he is. He is not only saying that he's right for something that is just mathematically fucking wrong, fundamentally wrong. Like just, you know, he's essentially him being like, here's how you crack a walnut open. You stare at it for a really long time. Well, how it doesn't open the walnut? Well, that's not my fault. My dad told me that, so it's his fault. Yeah, but you should... What the fuck are you talking about? You're the one that's spreading that information, you idiot, and now you are trying to just burrow yourself out of that point. You're trying to burrow it out, and you're saying, still, not only is he not admitting that he's wrong on how the fund works, like, I cannot stress how fucking dumb that is. How many negative videos has he done something on that he does not understand? That's the first point that we need to get out of the way. The second point is, he's dragging me down. He's so deluded that he's sitting there and saying, Jordan just admitted that I was right about this thing that I am just wrong on. And why? Why? As always, it's the government's fault. It's the government's fault that this fund that I don't understand doesn't work. Here's all my shitty logic for why that is not backed by anyone. Here's me imagining a bunch of housing bodies saying that they agree with me when they don't. And in fact, not even that, Jordan agrees with me. He just doesn't understand that he agrees with me. What a fucking deluded man.
How does a reasonable person interpret this quote attributable to Julie Collins?
Not reasonable, you're a dumbass. You just don't even know how a fucking press release works. See, look at him. Look at him. It's Julie Collins' fault that I don't understand how the HAF works. Me, who has been sitting there and purporting for months and months and months that I'm an expert, I do my homework, every one of his comments that are all these rational, objective thinkers in Pickles' own mind, they're all sitting there being like, yeah, so smart, Pickles, you do your homework. This is who you are dealing with. This guy here that doesn't... Not only does he understand what a draft proposal is, he doesn't even understand what a press release is designed to do.
Housing Minister, for example. The Albanese government's ambitious housing agenda also includes establishing the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, which will build 30,000 new social and affordable rental homes in its first 5 years.
Look at it. He's just working on poetry now. He's gone to the point that he's just... It's the same thing of when he was just wrong and clearly lying to his audience about keeping out the fact that even if you are going to be using investment targets... And it clearly says in the investment target that they are basing it off of like a 2 to 3% increase, and I think it was CPI. And also, it's net of fees. But he just got rid of the part that said net of fees so that he could include net of fees in his shitty calculations. And it's the same thing that he's doing now. Look at him. He's just highlighting a word in a press release that is trying to simplify a complicated idea as much as possible. It's not that it's complicated. It's just it has more steps. Like, honestly, if you sat a 5-year-old down, not a 5-year-old, probably like an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old, you sat them down and you explained step by step, this is how the housing fund builds houses, they would understand it. But because he's so stupid that even though the video that he was saying was only 5% about the HAF, a huge chunk of it is explaining bit by bit by bit how the fund builds houses. Ignores all of it. Nope, Jordan agrees with me. The reason that I'm wrong on that is because Julie Collins used the word build.
I suspect the average person's going to read that and think, oh cool, the government's going to use the fund to build 30,000 homes.
Which is what they're doing, you idiot. You just don't understand how it builds because you didn't look into it. Your assumption going into this is shit because the government does it and everything the government does is shit. Me fucking shitting on everything makes me feel smart. Oh, I'm actually a moron for shitting on it. That's the government's fault again.
In 5 years. Nice one. I guess, though, it's probably harder to sell the HAF if you were to describe it as the government stumping up $500 million a year in subsidies to encourage private investment in social housing to make it easier for capital investors. Anyway.
Yeah, that would be harder. So he does understand it, but he's just trying to make it look like to his audience. Fucking hell. Okay, so he's not even an idiot. He's just... This is even worse. He is smart enough to understand what this is, meaning that he obviously just lied. He obviously just kept away and didn't try and criticize, thought he could get away with not finding any fault in how the fund builds houses because he was wrong on that point to begin with. He just ignores that, does a video in response being like, Jordan's an idiot for supporting the HAF, here's why. Here's me negating basic points like labour shortages. When he's forced to explain why he doesn't put in a labour shortage, it's because the labour shortage is in your head. It's imaginary. And then when it comes to you were completely wrong about how the fund works, it's Julie Collins' fault for daring to use the word build. It's not that I'm an idiot. It's her fault. And but when someone but he does understand how it's built. He does understand how it's built. He just chooses to ignore that and keep it away from his audience's attention. And then when he's forced to fucking address that issue, when he is forced to address that he didn't know how the HAF was built, he then just says, Yeah, I'll just put that in a little throwaway line. That's harder to sell that way. Yes, it is harder to sell that way, especially because if you do that, you have to explain why you have to sell it that way, which means that you have to put in the political implications of it. You have to explain to people how economics and investments work to a level that most people just aren't even fucking familiar with. You have to explain to them how this like creates a chain of supply. You have to explain how it creates a chain of construction companies geared towards doing this. Yes, it is harder to do that. It is. It's not fun. It's not wrong. It's just a simplified way of saying the end result is it's going to build 30,000 houses, which if you're going to criticize Julie Collins for anything, it'll probably end up building more than those fucking houses. They've already got like 26,000 applications or 24 applications or something. 24,000 applications.
If you've been hearing the government and housing minister talk about how the HAFF will build 30,000 homes and you've assumed that the government are actually building and owning these, then the point is they're not. Actually, that's not.
And your point? What is your point? On top of that, you're just lying again. The government will own some of these houses. In fact, they will own equity in all of those houses. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. They probably might not own equity in all of those houses, but I do know that they'll own equity in they have the capacity to own equity in those houses, meaning that it's just like a private-public thing where it's even harder to untangle that shit. And you know, drive it away. Because if the government owns a bit and the private sector owns a bit, then both of them would have to agree to just be like, oh yeah, we're going to sell off that piece of property. Especially when you're going to a bunch of well-intentioned super funds that are run by unions and shit. They're not going to like just willy-nilly throw this shit out like what you can when the government fully owns it. As is proven time and time again, when the Liberals get in, they gut the programs and they sell the assets.
Not entirely true. There would appear to be a few in the Labor Party starting to acknowledge the same. The ACT Labor branch, for example.
Was that 22nd of July? 22nd of July. I think that is before they announced the 500 million.
No, that's not correct. The government had agreed to amend the HAFF to guarantee the $500 million minimum spend in early June 2023. The government announced an additional one-off $2 billion.
Yay! I was wrong about something. Finally, what are we in? An hour in. Let's just put on the board what Pickles has been wrong about so far. I know that we have, and we've done it to death. He was wrong about how the fund works, so that's a pretty damn big cross, like a damning cross. He was accidentally shilling, it seems, basic development talking points about opening up the migration market to no checks and balances at all, to just flood them in and like, you know, into fields that they don't even want. He just shills that just so he can feel like he's right in his head. He was absolutely wrong about all of these housing bodies agreeing with him. I have been wrong so far about I put up the wrong article when I was explaining a point in my previous video. There is a bunch of articles that prove the point that I was trying to make. It's just that when you're making an hour-long video and your editor just pops it all out and you go through it all, you're just like, yeah, whatever, because you're looking at it for fucking 2 hours. So yeah, that isn't my bad. And then I got the date wrong of when it was passed at one point, when I don't have any of this shit in front of me. And this cunt has the power of thinking about this for 6 months, and he is able to get every little article up, presented in like a really glib fashion, while I'm just sitting here talking off the top of my head. And the only thing that he has factually got me wrong on so far, an hour in, is that I got the date wrong. You know, I think there's a bit of a difference there.
$1 billion in funding for social housing a week or so later, on the 17th of June. The ACT Labor Conference was held over a month later on the weekend of the 22nd of July. It's kind of important due to the gaslighting that's to come.
Oh, great, and he uses that word as well. We really should start a bingo checklist. What are all the annoying Twitter phrases that he uses? I'm being gaslit. Don't you think that people say I'm being gaslit are the same as people that say I work in a toxic work environment? It's like, yeah, but you are the radioactive waste, honey. Always the same. The same thing as when people say, I'm being gaslit. It's like, no, you're not being gaslit. You're just wrong, and you're so immature that you can't fucking admit that you're wrong. I would really like to see what he says. It's like, I'm being gaslit, but it's always the same. It's this type of person. I'm always the victim. The fact that I'm an idiot and I'm attacking a policy that I don't understand, that's the government's fault. Jordan, whatever he's about to say, it's not that I'm like a fuckwit that just lives in my own stupid, deluded little reality of just living in my mum's basement for too long or whatever. No. It's that he is making me seem like I'm a nut. The extract that he's talking about there is exactly what I'm talking about. Their main criticism with it is that you should make the $500 million a minimum spend as opposed to a maximum spend, which they adopted. And he's sitting there being like, oh, there's conflict within the party. No, this is the party just having a debate about the draft and coming to a consensus. Now, I would like to say that point. Did you notice before he was alluding that supporting the Labor Party means that you are this, I don't know, children of Charlie Manson cult worshipper sitting there bowing to the almighty banner of fucking John Curtin or whatever, and everything that they say, everybody just goes, oh, like they're in fucking Indiana Jones 2. When I point out, no, if you ever go to a branch meeting, if you ever go to a conference, they're viciously yelling at each other the entire time. Everybody disagrees with everybody. But like what should happen in a democracy, you realize, oh, there is big differences between us. Nonetheless, we have the general common goal of moving towards getting rid of homelessness. All right, fine. There is a time for debate and there is a time for action. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to make the point that not even the Labor Party agrees with the Labor Party. You see, it's always, reality always is on his side. The Labor Party is this cult monolith when he wants it to be, and when he doesn't want the Labor Party to be a cult monolith, all of a sudden the Labor Party even thinks it's a shit idea. Well, go to any political party's meeting ever. Go to One Nation, go to the Greens, go to the Nationals even. Go to the Liberals. They'll be sitting there viciously arguing with one another. That's just what happens in these meetings to all of them.
Right. I guess he's hoping his audience will just accept what he says on face value and is too late.
Unlike Pickles. No, Pickles really wants you to go in and critically look at every single fucking obvious thing that he's just glossed over. When he was wrong about, the reason I'm basing my assumptions off the fact that they're going to be using the medical fund is because of this completely different assumption that they were using for the medical fund. That's why I'm going to use it for the target. Oh, and I'm wrong on the target anyway. But I'm just not going to bring that up. But I'm going to put it up on screen that I'm wrong. But I'm I don't even realize that what I'm putting up on screen makes me wrong. But my audience are real critical thinkers, unlike Jordan's audience that are part of the Labor Party monolith.
Lazy to rewind to 10 seconds earlier where I'd actually included the screenshot of the resolution carried at the conference.
Yeah, but because you have put in so many documents so far that disprove your point. So many. And now, look at how smug he gets when he knows that he's right about something. Look at how minor it is. This whole time, he's been completely on the defense, trying to justify the unjustifiable and doing a far worse job than someone who is more rhetorically skilled than he is would be able to do with the same resources. And being so dumb that he's just falling into fucking pitfall after pitfall along the way. Like Bob, Sideshow Bob with the rakes. Man, I didn't hit myself with the rake. No, I didn't hit myself with the rake. Jordan hit himself with the rake. Now look at how smug he is every time he's like right about something like this. Like before when I got up the wrong thing, like he just wouldn't shut the fuck up about it at the final video. Just be like, just remember, that one's wrong. That one's wrong. Like when he's on the attack for such pathetic things like this, you can feel his tone shift entirely. The rest of it is him going, oh, am I supposed to know how it builds houses? They use the word build.
Let's read it together. This conference calls on the Federal Australian Labor Party to commit to ensuring an additional investment at least $2.5 billion per annum into social and affordable housing, whether through a minimum expenditure guarantee from the HAF, direct construction of public housing, or any other suitable method. It calls on the federal government to address the design flaws in the HAFF program by removing the maximum cap on annual expenditures from the fund. So what they're asking for is additional investment of at least $2.5 billion per year into social and affordable housing, as well as removing the cap on annual expenditure from the HAFF. Ultimately, it appears that those at the Labor conference could accept what some people can't. That is that the HAFF just wasn't good enough. For me, this closing line from the resolution's preamble sums things up pretty nicely.
See? You see? He's such an idiot. He just latches onto this point which is what they always latch onto, the same with the Greens and everybody else. What you are doing doesn't solve an intractable problem like homelessness. What you are doing doesn't solve an intractable problem like climate change. Yeah, and nothing that you can ever do in the real world will. Ever. Obviously, they're arguing for like more push, right? People in the Labor Party were arguing for more push. Some elements of it anyway. Other elements were saying it's too much because it is a healthy party. He does the same thing over and over. He just highlights the points that agree with him. Keeping aside, to the point, remember when it comes to these building associations, to the point that he will deliberately ignore all sorts of information just so he can make himself feel right.
Measures proposed by both federal and ACT Labor governments do not take the problem seriously enough, and the community can see it. They're throwing a bucket of water on a bushfire.
Yeah, all right. And here's the other explanation about that, right? People always say that you're throwing a bucket of water on the bushfire. Yeah, got to start somewhere. When you do not have the infrastructure available, as in you do not have the materials, you do not have the construction workers, as hard as he tries to wiggle away from that fundamental fucking problem, there is also the fact that you don't have the supply chain available for it, which is why you're trying to ramp it up by keeping this continual supply going. That is what the HAF is trying to do. It is trying to get all of these businesses set up whose job it is to make social and affordable housing. So you have a private industry that is there, that is always going to be pushing the government forward to be like, yeah, we want more subsidies, like they do with everything. This is how virtually every industry ever has been created. It starts with government subsidies, then the private industry comes in, and then all of a sudden you have like, you know, the tech industry in America or some shit like that, right? So when they're always sitting there and saying, you're throwing a bucket of water onto a bushfire, do you think that the bushfire just raged as soon as Anthony Albanese came in? Isn't it incredible? You can use the exact reverse logic for fucking Pickles, which is that Swollen Pickles is not sitting there during the Liberal Party years saying, oh, there's this big homelessness crisis and there's all these people that are struggling with to pay back their mortgages and like there's this big home. Like, this part of the housing issue only became an issue when the Labor Party was trying to address the issue. Do you understand? When the Liberals were sitting there for 10 years fucking ripping it apart, the last 30 years. The last 30 years, ripping apart funding, ripping apart investment into public housing so that you are destroying that industry and infrastructure that is there. I'm not talking about infrastructure as in like building materials. I'm talking about just human capital that is there available to address a problem. When that is getting its guts ripped out over the last 30 years, you don't hear a fucking peep from him. So you can exactly reverse his dumb point that he refuses to address because he realizes it's so stupid now that, if the coalition government put in the HAF, you don't think Jordan would be doing an hour-long video defending it, would you? Well, that's just, again, fantasy world because they had 10 years to do something. I speak again. They had 30 years to do something about it. All they did was rip. So your fucking hypothesis is stupid. At least mine is grounded in the reality, which is in the last 30 years, they didn't do anything. And you weren't complaining about it back then. But as soon as the Labor Party tries to do something, you see it over and over. As soon as someone tries to build a barn, everybody whines about the barn should be twice as big. It should be twice as strong. Nobody whines about it when there is no barn. Do you see the horrible problem Labor is in for trying to push this country up of shit hill all the time, especially in a country with tall poppy syndrome like Australia, where anyone tries to do anything and everybody goes, that sucks. While the Liberals just do fucking nothing, and because fucking nothing's there, you've got durs like Swollen Pickles going, doesn't even know that it's a problem until he's got, they're doing something about it. Now I can whinge about the government. You understand? The government doing fucking nothing will never get a video like fucking Pickles whinging about this shit. It never will.
And you have to remember, that's from a Labor conference.
See?
Probably a more...
See what I said? See? Labor Party is a cult monolith, but then the Labor Party itself doesn't agree with the HAF. Oh my God. Just like any policy the Labor Party has ever passed in its entire history, fervent debate. Everything they've ever done. You think that anything that they've ever passed, yeah, that's a good idea, yay. No, it's not how the world works. It's just the world works the way Pickles wants it to work in his head. It's a very hippie way of looking at the world, which is like you perceive the world first in your own head and then you just put it out into the world and that's the world, man.
measured assessment to say that the concept has broad support, although there is almost, outside of the Labor Party at least, a universal view that it's just not good.
See, look. You're a fucking idiot, Pickles. Jordan's audience isn't critical thinking enough to critically think about what he's saying. If you just rewound 10 seconds before, you'll see that I've completely owned him. And then you just go on to own yourself. Literally 10 seconds later, by proving you saying right there that the Labor Party's a monolith, right after before just saying like the Labor Party doesn't agree with it. But then you're just like, oh, the Labor Party just pushed this through willy-nilly.
Good enough, and there's room for significant improvements.
See? But when I'm using the direct words of vital and good and like urgent, all of those words, when he is deliberately ignoring them, I am lying. I am lying when I'm just quoting what these fucking articles that I just went through said.
That's a balanced argument, is it? Show me one person that wrote that exact sentence, because I can show you ones that said the words good and vital, which is how I described it.
Yeah, that's a cool story. I'm sure
It's not a cool story, it's reality. You just completely ignored it.
I can find someone to describe the HAF as vital as well.
Yeah, but before you were sitting there and saying, oh, he's using the word good and vital. He literally said, you're laying it on a bit thick there, mate. Now, when I point out, no, that's direct quotes, he just goes, yeah, well, anyone can Google anything. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how he's constantly moving away from his arguments. He just drops an argument, starts another argument, so you have to but he won't go back to his content. You know how much I've moved in any of this? Fucking nowhere. What was I saying at the beginning? Yeah, it's not going to solve homelessness. It's a good, vital piece of getting some sort of movement on the... I am not changing my position. I'm saying it's mad. I'm saying the HAF is fucking awesome. It's also not going to solve it. Nothing will ever solve it. Certainly not his fucking shitty, dumb suggestions.
Got Google.
We're concerned that the negative gearing and capital gains tax changes proposed by the ALP will actually decrease supply because of the double whammy of that policy change, and we're asking for a rethink.
Where I couldn't find it, though, was in the 45 submissions to the exposure draft.
Because he's not looking for it. That's exactly why. And on top of that, he's again saying the draft is the good place to look. The draft is the good place to look for what these people are thinking. Not the bill, the draft. This is how unequipped this man is to be commenting on politics. The draft. The first draft of a book. That's what you should review, not the final copy.
Of the bill. I mean, the word vital did appear across the 45 documents, just not in the context of the HAFF.
What the fuck does that mean? Jeez, that was just really fucking annoying. But again, so is most of Pickles' aesthetic, so thank God I've got an ad as a palate cleanser. You know you're watching something really shit when you are waiting for the ads.
Sharing all kinds of moments. From teeing off.
I think I've gone off track. Anyway, one, I think it was pretty clear that I was providing a summary of the submissions here.
So what? So was I. But I'm not allowed to use direct quotes of what they were saying. No, that's laying it on thick and oversimplifying things. He's allowed to cherry pick little things of like how drafts work, though, and not explain how drafts work, and not even get that you shouldn't be looking at the fucking drafts when you're talking about a bill being delayed and what they think about the bill being delayed.
And two, having actually read the submissions and
having actually read these submissions and then ignoring all the parts that clearly prove my point stupid.
And that's what I was referring to there. I'm pretty happy with my assessment. The HAFF...
yeah, wow. As always. This is amazing. He does this so much and doesn't realise he's doing it. Having assessed things in my own head, I've decided that my own head is correct. I'm not biased, though. Jordan is.
Did have broad support, but there was a fairly universal view that there was some significant scope for improvement.
Like there is with any draft submission ever in the history of humanity. That is so stupid to sit there and say, look at these drafts. Can you believe that they want improvement on a bill? Yeah? What, like with every single piece of legislation that the government has ever put forward? Like with every one of them ever? Is that what you're saying? Is that your point? See what I'm saying? Like he just doesn't understand how Parliament works fundamentally.
Rather than waste my time pulling together something new, here's the section Jordan's commenting on. You can...
No. This is amazing. So much of this video is him just repeating himself and going, that was a mad own. It's like, no, dude. When someone puts forward a piece of information that counters you, you are supposed to explain how that new piece of information is wrong. That's how an argument should work. What he does is, this piece of information is fundamentally flawed and wrong. And then he just goes on to repeat that piece of information again. And he claims that I'm propaganda. That is exactly what fucking Fox News does every day. It's just like someone will debunk a Fox News claim, they'll just repeat it 100 fucking times.
You can be the judge then as to whether it's a reasonable assessment or
oh,
not.
for fuck's sake, Pickles, yeah, you're just repeating yourself. We've already heard it before. You can go back and watch it again, or you can just go and look at anyone
of the program in the future.
Any of those that he is putting out there, any of those, I challenge you to go look at what they were saying when it was getting delayed and seriously think in your head, yeah, they agree with Pickles. It's good to fucking block this shit. It sucks. The half sucks. That was their stated opinion, right? Like if you were going to summarize what they were saying, you would not summarize it the way that Pickles does. That is just lying. It's just that is not their view. You would summarize it as they think it's good and vital.
So the HAFF is good and more than that vital? I think that's laying it on a little too thick.
See, he's just disproven himself again. When I said I found direct quotes of people saying that it's good and vital, he says, that's laying it on a bit thick. Then when I say it in this, he just goes, so what? I can fucking Google the words good and vital and find them saying good and vital. Yeah, but that wasn't your argument, dude. Like that was, just acknowledge that that's correct. Just acknowledge that you were wrong about that and that that was correct. That's what you're supposed to do here. Instead of just repeating yourself again, saying the same fucking thing where you're wrong.
It's probably a more measured assessment to say that the concept has broad support, although there is almost, outside of the Labor Party at least, a universe...
He's done it again. He's just repeating himself more. Holy hell. This really does prove the point that... this is amazing because huge chunks of his video is just recycled bullshit that he said before, that he hasn't changed at all. I think the reason that he's doing that is so he can make it look like he has a cohesive response to an hour response of him disseminating, I can't remember how long his video was, like 15 minutes or something like that. He's just being like, look, it's an hour, so it's a one-to-one retort. When he even admits in the first part that he doesn't have an answer for like half of this shit. Despite thinking about it for 6 months, he still can't answer half of the criticisms that we made of his original video. He can't answer them. And in this video, massive swaths of this fucking video are him just repeating the things that he's wrong on.
View that it's just not good enough and there's room for significant improvements. Organisation you won't hear a single mention of in the 65 minutes was the CFMEU or their National Press Club address.
I need to go to the bathroom.
You can watch the full address for yourself. I'll put the link in the description. And if you do, you'll probably understand why.
As we sit here today, we are about 750,000 social and affordable dwellings short of where we need to be. It is a gap that's been widening rapidly. In fact, it's 18% wider than it was a decade ago. And even with all that's been promised by governments lately, with all of those initiatives, it will still grow by another 26% by 2041. Given the importance of this problem, we are being way too timid. And I think all of us here know that.
And not to nitpick.
You know what the CFMEU was arguing for? Instead of $10 billion, it should be $20 billion. So he's picking two sentences that, first off, they're not even right about the fact that there's like a need for 750,000 social and affordable dwellings. They're just using that same stat that Max Chandler Mather always used of saying people that are in housing stress, which means they're spending 30% or more on their income on housing, which does not mean that you are fucking homeless and need social and affordable housing. It just means that, like most people in a cost of living crisis, you're feeling the pinch. The real number is 122,000. So he's picked something, the CFMEU is just wrong about that. But then the other thing is, it goes for 22 minutes. And as you can see from what he just did with the draft legislation of picking something you shouldn't pick in the first place, and then just picking out paragraphs that suited his argument, I can guarantee you with that 22 minutes that he's just picked two strong statements from them in what is him trying to deliberately allude from the fact that the CFMEU agrees that the HAF is a good thing, it should just be bigger. That's it.
Okay, so here he claims I've misrepresented the CFMEU's press club speech. I really don't think that's true. At the time, I encouraged people to actually go watch the full speech, and
Isn't that interesting? Again, CFMEU are puppet masters of the Labor Party. In this very video, CFMEU directly, the unions control the Labor Party. They call all the shots in it. This is the Labor Party doing something that is against the CFMEU's wishes. All of a sudden, they're Swollen Pickles' best friend again. It's a pattern. Oh, shit.
I still do. Based on what he said here, I'm not actually sure that Jordan's watched it in full himself. If so, the main point may have eluded
go
him.
on.
Okay,
Right.
so there's a bit to unpack in this one as well.
Break it down. Given the importance of this problem, we are being way too timid. And I think all of us here know that.
And not to nitpick.
You know what the CFMEU was arguing for? Instead of $10 billion, it should be $20 billion.
Now that you've heard Jordan speak confidently on the matter, let's take a look at the actual facts. I mean, right from the get-go, it's fairly obvious that Jordan either hasn't watched the CFMEU's National Press Club speech or he's just resorted to making stuff up.
How have I made this up? I am very excited to see how he worms his way out of the fact that Dave Noonan said exactly what I said.
This speech is in no way presenting a case that the government should double the size of the HAF to $20 billion.
Cool. Dave Noonan, head of the CFMEU. Let's find what he says. Federal Labor's promise to commit $10 billion to build affordable social housing is welcome. This is Dave Noonan's press release. Is welcome, but only scratches the surface of what is now a housing crisis in Australia. If Labor leader Anthony Albanese is serious about reducing housing poverty in Australia, he must commit the party to spending at least $20 billion over the next 5 years, according to CFMEU Construction General National Secretary Dave Noonan. The CFMEU's national conference this week, delegates voted unanimously on a resolution to demand Labor at least double its investment to $20 billion to make inroads into this crisis. How am I lying about it? How the fuck am I lying about it? Who's Zach Smith again? I think he's Queensland, is it? Okay, yeah. Branch Secretary of the ACT. Who are we trusting here? So I'm lying because I'm saying what Dave Noonan, who's the head of the CFMEU, said and what the delegates voted on, which is that they like the idea of the HAF. They think it's good. They just want it doubled. Like a lot of other people wanted it doubled as well. It wasn't just them. A lot of other people wanted other changes to the HAF as well. Guess what? We live in a democracy. Guess what? There is a tight time frame that had tens of thousands of houses on the line. It needs to be passed.
So today I want to explain why we believe the current housing situation is a unique national crisis and why we need to be so much more ambitious about solving that crisis. And I also want to present to you an independently researched proposal from Oxford Economics Australia on how we can fix it.
Zach Smith's speech was around housing, framed around the report the CFMEU had commissioned from Oxford Economics, and involved presenting the CFMEU's plan to radically shape up the approach and funding towards social housing via a super profits tax. The CFMEU's plan was looking to raise some $500 billion via a super profits tax in order to address the social housing shortfall by 2041. For what it's worth, I had posted...
Oh, hang on a second, Pickles. Right, okay, so... all we are doing, this was his direct result, and again, he's too fucking cowardly to say it again. In his first video, he was saying, Jordan is distracting you by shitting on the green solutions. You should just be debating the HAF. That's his whole argument. It's like, that video is a fundamentally deceitful because I talked about other things other than the HAF, even though I didn't even label it the HAF. I labeled it pyramid scheme because that was the point of the video. The point of the video was to show this is how the Greens operate. They are slimy little weasels that attach to whatever the anxiety of the nation is at the time and then just sit there and be like, we do it better. We do it so much better. And then you ask for their solutions and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, they just have the fucking little Harry Potter wand apparently somewhere that they're not going to flick it until they're magically in government. And I'm explaining all of those things and why like their ideas are stupid. And then he says, this is just distracting from how bad the HAF is. You have to be directly addressing the HAF. When you address, this is how narrow he wants the debate to be set, that Even when you explain that the government is putting away $9.5 billion to invest in other government programs to address housing, he says that you're not even allowed to touch that. That's distracting from how shit the HAF is. So simultaneously, again, this is the amazing world that Swollen Pickles lives in. He demands that you have this handicap, this level of handicap, to make himself feel right in his head. I am only allowed to discuss the HAF. That's it. I'm not even allowed to discuss the billions of dollars that was attached to that legislation that isn't to do with the HAF. Not even allowed to discuss that. You have to just discuss the fund. That's it. Everything else is a distraction. When you're saying it's also, there's all this other money that's going to be built into this. And then he does his little shitty thing where he does his two little distraction sentences of going like, oh, this is just cobbling together things that address housing, so you're not allowed to talk about it. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? They're housing programs. We're talking about addressing the housing crisis. So that $9.5 billion is swept off. The $3 billion that was attached to the legislation is swept off. That doesn't exist in Swollen Pickles' world, so he can be right about the HAF. You can only talk about the HAF. I can anyway. Notice when it comes to him, he's allowed to put out all these other things that aren't to do with the HAF. He's allowed to put out solutions. You're not allowed to criticize those solutions because that's not talking about the HAF. But he's allowed to talk about things other than the HAF, and that's not distracting you from the HAF.
Posted the full clip in a previous video in response to a short 8-second grab that I'd seen shared widely online, and we'll get to that.
So he's picking two sentences that, first off, they're not even right about the fact that there's like a need for 750,000 social and affordable dwellings. They're just using that same stat that Max Chandler Mather always used of saying people that are in housing stress, which means they're spending 30% or more on their income on housing, which does not mean that you are fucking homeless and need social and affordable housing. It just means that, like most people in a cost of living crisis, you're feeling the pinch. The real number is 122,000. So he's picked something. The CFMEU is just wrong about that.
Phew, it's not just me that's wrong. Apparently the CFMEU are wrong too.
Look at the smugness of the man that doesn't understand how the HAF works. It's not just me that's wrong.
The CFMEU were referencing the figure provided by Oxford Economics in their report. The forecasts that Oxford Economics used, as they point out, are broadly in line with the NHFIC as well as the University of New South Wales research. Jordan prefers to refer to a smaller number.
Classic climate skeptic move. But then the other thing is, it goes... No, what you are doing, this is the reason that you should not be using that stat, right? Because the reason that you are using that stat is to inflate the problem greatly. The urgent point, I think we could all argue, is agree on, is domestic violence victims and homeless people. Those are the people that need to be addressed first. Classic women and children scenario. If all the people are 1800s orphans that are homeless. But, you know, you address the part that is the most vulnerable. What the Greens were doing, and again, you're not allowed to argue this because you're only supposed to argue the HAF, according to Pickles. What the Greens are doing and what fucking Pickles is doing is justifying the reason that they are stopping a bill that starts the build of these houses. The reason they're stopping that is because the problem is so fucking large that it is an absolute drop in the ocean. And the way they justify that is lumping in people that are experiencing housing stress. Housing stress, as I pointed out there, is people... I'm using the same stat that they're using. I'm using the same stat. I'm not arguing with their numbers like he's pretending that I am. He's completely being dishonest yet again about what my argument here is. I'm not disputing that they're in housing stress. I'm saying that I, for most of my 20s, I think up until about 27, was spending about 60% of my income on rent. It sucked. I hated it. I was never narcissistic enough for a second to think, you know who has it just as bad as me? Some woman that's getting bashed that's on the street with her kids at the moment. She's in the same level of vulnerability and doing it tough as me at the moment. Anyway, back to my life of having enough money for food. You understand the difference here? They're trying to deal with people that are of that level of vulnerability and crisis. That's who they're trying to address. That's who Labor is trying to address. These cunts, like Swollen Pickles, are using them as a prop to virtue signal over so that they can get this large swath of the population that is like in a cost of living crisis and being like, hey, I can't get like the fancy brands of food as well anymore because I have to spend 30% of money on rent now. They're using those people and saying, yeah, you're as big as a victim as these people. That's why you should vote for the Greens, because we want to put out a policy that is going to solve fucking the rental crisis for whatever, like 750,000 fucking people. And how are we going to do that? Oh, we're going to offer the states $1 billion. Notice that? Like the Labor Party putting towards, I think, $30 billion of investment or close to of that at that point. Now, I think, let's just do a recount of that now. So there's $9.5 billion that they're putting in direct spending. There is no, that's not true. It'll probably be closer to $12 billion because it was about $3 billion in that bill. So $12 billion there, $10 billion into the half, which attracts already, let's just say $13 billion. Let's be generous and say that they reject half of those proposals. $7 billion. So let's, $19 billion, something around that. We're being very conservative here. $10 billion, another $10 billion announced in the budget. You see? Like, that all sucks. That money is crap. The Greens' imaginary money that every state government has said, we don't want a fucking $1 billion divvied up between 7 fucking states when it costs like tens of billions of dollars to build a single fucking highway, but we're going to solve the rental crisis for these 750,000 people with this $1 billion divvied up around the fucking country that isn't going to happen and won't do shit anyway. This is the world that these cunts are trying to argue for. You understand? That's why they're using that stat. They are using it so that they can justify ignoring the fact that they are blocking a bill that starts the build of houses for the most vulnerable people in society that are on a level of vulnerability that those people could only dream of living in fucking housing stress, only dream of living in housing stress. And he's turning around and saying, he's just like using a deliberately lower figure. That's his interpretation of that argument. Even though that argument was well articulated in the video that he says is only 5% about the half. For 22 minutes.
The speech goes for around 37 minutes, then about 25 minutes worth of generally unrelated questions at the end. But please continue.
And as you can see from what he just did with the draft legislation, picking something you shouldn't pick in the first place, and then just picking out paragraphs that suited his argument, I can guarantee you with that 22 minutes that he's just picked 2 strong statements from them. In what is him trying to deliberately allude from the fact that the CFMEU agrees that the half is a good thing, it should just be bigger. That's it.
Yeah, nah, I really didn't. Here's the...
And there's another little Twitter trope. Yeah, nah. Why do they all think that that's like an amazing call? Yeah, nah. It's because none of them have like original thoughts, do they? It's just all this hive mind. And so one of them says, this is the way to be sarcastic and smug. And then they think, oh yeah, okay. Now I'm sarcastic and smug. That makes me intelligent.
Full unedited clip, I've actually featured it before, as I said. People latched on to this one singular reference to the HAFF in what was a 37...
But that's your stated opinion. You should only be debating the half. You said that in your original video, Pickles. Stop moving the goalpost. Stop moving the goalpost. You were the one saying you can only talk about the half. And so now all of a sudden you're talking about things outside of the half. You're allowed to talk about that. I'm happy to. I never put the fucking like the parameters on it like you did. That was your doing. And now all of a sudden, oh, this is the only part where they're talking about the half. That's not interesting. That's not relevant to this argument about the half.
7-minute speech, as if this were some glowing endorsement.
Tell you what, they put the ads in the right spot, don't they?
Whiskey. The federal government has obviously laid out the Housing Australia Future Fund, which we do believe Parliament should pass as soon as possible.
Which we do believe Parliament should pass as soon as possible. AKA, they agree with the half. They want it, quote, I'll say it again, they want it passed as quickly as possible. That is not what Pickles was arguing for. Pickles was saying it was awesome that it is being delayed. It is awesome that the Greens are sitting there and delaying these houses for all these homeless people. They're the right move. They're doing it right. That was what he's arguing before. Now he's showing the CFMEU proving my fucking point. We're talking about the half. They want the half passed. They think it's good. He deliberately takes that part out and then puts these 2 other sentences around it, which are criticisms of the half. Sure, everyone has it, but the main point is, should it be passed or shouldn't it be passed? They think it should be passed as quickly as possible. This is the one that he's dying on. This is the hill that he's dying on, the CFMEU, which again is this puppeteer that maneuvers the Labor Party behind the scenes, but now that is like in disagreement with the Labor Party and the Labor Party saying, fuck you, I'll do it anyway. But now that the CFMEU agrees with him, the CFMEU is good. If you cut out the main point, which is, should the HAF be passed? Yes or no? They're saying yes, as quickly as possible. And he cuts that out. And then he just puts it out like, yeah, I was saying that the whole time. I'm being gaslit.
Victoria has the big housing build program. Queensland has the Housing Investment Fund. There's the Together Home Transition program in New South Wales. And the growing and renewing public housing program right here in the ACT. And these are all worthy, positive initiatives.
All worthy, positive initiatives. I think that's a pretty good, I would say more glowing than me saying good and vital. Wouldn't you? Worthy, positive initiatives. That's their words. They think that funds are mad. Swollen Pickles is just sitting there and pretending that it's all bullshit. And again, pretending that people that do not agree with him agree with him. And showing his audience, and his audience is so stupid that they sit there and go, oh, he agrees with me.
But let's get this clear. They are nowhere near sufficient to close the gap.
Yeah. Yeah. Who the fuck was ever saying it was? No one. No one was ever saying that. If he's going to retreat to that and say, that's what I meant this whole time. No, you've said over and over again that the HAF sucks, that it's terrible. I think you just put in your shitty little South Park gifs and be like, just like turd sandwich or something like that he chucks in there. Shit, Bill. Can't. Showing fucking Sheldon or whatever. This is all you've been doing. You've been sitting there and saying that the government is deliberately fucking not addressing the housing crisis. That is your main point. Your main point is that the HAF sucks. Everybody that you have shown, everyone that you have shown, apart from that one shitty economist from Sydney University, every single other person that is just being like, they agree with me. They don't. They just don't. They're all saying that it's a good thing, that it's fucking awesome. It's like, you know what it is? This is what he's doing. This is the same thing. Friendly Geordies is saying that chemotherapy is a breakthrough in medicine. It actually sucks because people still die of cancer when chemotherapy is applied. He is being very dishonest and misleading. Then you say, no, chemotherapy is good for X, Y, and Z reasons. It doesn't solve cancer, therefore it sucks. What a fuckwit.
Given the importance of this problem, we are being way too timid. And I think all of us here know that.
Now, if you do watch the speech, the whole speech, and pay attention, the underlying message from that speech is both important and quite telling. That the CFMEU think the HAFF should have been passed is almost a throwaway acknowledgement at the start.
Oh, is it? Is it? What you based the entire argument around, which is the HAF good or not, they are saying it's good and it should be passed. No, that's not a point. When he was saying in the previous video, all you can talk about is the HAF, whether it's good or not. That's the entire argument. Now, all of a sudden, the entire argument of his previous video is a throwaway line.
Part of the 37-minute speech. If that's all you take away, you've missed the far bigger and more important point. I'll spell it out.
Now we're missing the point, are we? When I do a video where I'm explaining the bigger point, I'm distracting from the fact that I'm distracting from the HAF. He's not, though. He's not. He's allowed to do exactly what he's saying I'm not allowed to do.
From this speech is that despite what federal and state governments have promised, which includes the HAFF, it's nowhere near enough. To address a problem as large as housing in this country, it's going to require a far bigger and bolder plan. That's the key message.
So what did they find? Well, for a start, they confirmed that even with all those new programs I just mentioned, factored in, we're not going to come close to closing the gap. As we sit here today, we are about 750,000 social and affordable dwellings short of where we need to be. It is a gap that's been widening rapidly. In fact, it's 18% wider than it was a decade ago. And even with all that's been promised by governments lately, with all of those initiatives, it will still grow by another 26% by 2041. So what do we need to do to close the gap? Well, Oxford Economics finds we would need to build about 52,600 dwellings a year between now and 2041.
We've got 26,000 applications now in the first half of the year. Doesn't necessarily mean that all of them are going to be built by the half. Pretty damn good start for the first half. It's almost on track with what he's talking about, and this is excluding what state governments are building and what other federal government funds are building. Not funds, sorry, programs are building. And as the Labor Party has continually promised since being elected and before being elected, they are ramping up spending in the area. They are doing it constantly. There's another $10 billion that was announced into housing. Anyway.
Theoretically, we could do this faster and hit the target quicker, but there are constraints on construction capacity, land release, and so on.
There we go. Right there. Construction capacity and land release factors that Swollen Pickles again says is just negative thinking. Him and his entire brain of sitting there and going, everything the government sucks. That's not negative thinking. That's just being realistic. But when you were talking about construction capacity, Swollen Pickles, because it doesn't suit his argument, that is a made-up excuse. And then he plays him saying that, no, it's not a made-up excuse. That is the reality of the situation. We do not have enough fucking workers to meet demand. That is just reality. It's amazing. He just keeps disproving his own argument with his own sources.
So 2041 is a feasible target. And if we operate on that time frame, and if we factor in how the cost of construction is expected to increase over the forecast period, we will need...
Oh, and also cost of housing is projected to go up. But Swollen Pickles, it's gone down a little bit after going up historic record highs. Let's just pause there. It's probably just going to keep going down forever. These guys, his heroes here, are saying that the cost of construction is going to continue to rise. That's what he's saying there. Who the fuck knows? But what I do know is it's not just going to go up quickly and down quickly again, because it never does. Tradies get used to charging that much for their services, and if you're really lucky through time, it'll go down slowly. But let's be honest, probably not.
An investment of $511 billion between now and 2041.
How are you going to get it?
That is $500 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, needless to say, $511 billion is real money.
Until 2041. What the fuck is that? Like, what, 18 years away or something, is it? At this point. $500 billion needs to be invested in the next, around 2 decades. So far, what's been invested in it, and this is just on a federal level, yeah, like 40 billion. We're almost 10% there, and we've got 2 decades to go. Does that seem that unachievable?
Money. So let's get utilitarian. How can you raise $511 billion while causing the least amount of suffering? The answer to us is clear. A super profits tax.
Ah, okay, right. Yay! The crowd
have no
goes
clue that in
wild.
2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not.
Yay, go Canberra bubble. Yes, that would be a good idea, says the woman with the strange haircut. All right, so there we go. Again, that's his solution. This is Swollen Pickles' endorsed solution, something that you can say when you are the construction union, not as a government. You're going to put on a super profits tax. This is the thing that these dickheads always retreat to, which is this fantasy world that if they were government, they'd be strong enough to go out there and tax all the bastards, all the tax dodgers, all the cheats. Besides, by the point that when the Labor Party comes in and does put in minimum requirements of tax, does start going after tax avoidance hard, these cunts give them no fucking credit whatsoever, ever. They just move to another way that you could be taxing the multi-fucking billionaires of the world. When the Labor Party did that with the mining industry, do you think that cunts like this were sitting there being like, yay, go you good thing? No, they were sitting there and going like, oh, they didn't pass gay marriage, because they're just complaint addicts. They're just looking for something to complain about constantly, moving the goalposts of what to fucking whinge about next, instead of sitting there and saying, this is the fight at the moment. This is the big fight that they're putting towards the major industries, right? The Labor Party has suffered major skin. Don't let anybody tell you that the reason that Albanese is going down in the polls is because of The Voice or something like that. It is absolutely not that. It is because he just wrangled back $130 billion in stolen wages from the super wealthy to workers. And as a result, the powers that be just run the press with negative coverage, like they did after the super profits tax. They orchestrated a CIA coup to not pay taxes on mining. But these constraints in the real world, that if you go after the mega wealthy to that level, you get cooed. Nah, that's just you being a pussy. You're being too timid. Very easy to say that when you're the head of the most thuggish union in Australia. No, look, I love the CFMEU. I could shit on the CFMEU, you know? I could. I don't, because I think that they do far more good than they don't. There is things that I could shit on them. I'm glad that they're doing this. They're not a fucking government. As I've explained before, when you are in government, I think that Bob Carr put this the best. You have people like that coming in every single day from every interest group that you could imagine. I've already explained this before, but Swollen Pickles isn't going to answer it again because he's too much of a coward, and that's just one of his like, oh, the other half of his arguments weren't even worth addressing. Do you think that this isn't worth addressing? That everything that you do as a government, you're going to have a bunch of interest groups in there saying you need to do more. How dare you do this much? Most of the time, it's constantly, though, this isn't enough. This isn't enough. Yeah. Anything that a government does ever is not going to solve problems. Like, it is so childish. It's actually really damaging to democracy that you have a bunch of pricks like Swollen Pickles. This is that reason that the independent and the minor party vote is exponentially growing. It's because it just goes into a specific demographic's narcissism and says that the way that you culturally perceive the world, that's how the reality of the world should be, despite the fact that there is not a general consensus amongst the general population to move the country in that direction. So when you're one nation, what's everything's fault? Immigration. Immigration is everything's fault. When you're the Greens, what's everything's fault? Capitalism isn't the word that they use anymore. It's neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is a catch-all for fucking everything, right? The reality is that is not the problem for everything. You know, one nation is right that migration is the fault for some things. Yes. But migration isn't the fault for, say, like, you know, water theft. Yeah? Then you go to fucking the Greens, and then they'll sit there and just be like, it's all neoliberalism's fault, which is just a catch-all for, I don't understand economics fundamentally. So I'm not even going to go into like where that applies and where it doesn't, because they can never give me a definition of what they actually mean when they say neoliberalism. But anyway, you have all of those people just selling you false promises that if only we're elected and put into minority government, the world is going to look exactly like the way that we want it to look. And it just doesn't. Like, when the Greens forced a carbon tax in instead of the Labor's policy, which was a price on carbon, what happened? They were voted out and we got nothing. Nothing happening in the climate change area for the next 10 years, which isn't even bad because of emissions. Because, look, the Murdoch press is right. We're only 1% of emissions. What is bad for is that Australia could have been the next Saudi Arabia. It could have been the next Saudi Arabia. Now, Labor's pushing us towards that direction now. But like when they were pushing us to having mad broadband 10 years before the rest of the world caught up, it would have been mad if we had that head start of having really fucking fast internet back then. And it's the same thing now. That is a wasted 10 years where you can't move it forward. And why? Because you don't have a government in that is moving things forward. And what he's doing is highlighting a bunch of lobbyists coming in saying, oh, but we think that, like, if you just put a super profits tax on, then you could get the money to solve the housing crisis. And it's like, even if you did that, don't you think that all the other interest groups, like, don't you think that, like, I don't know, not even the good ones, like I'm using lobby group, what's the word, neutrally here. Don't you think that people like the nurses union would come in and say, hey, you could buy all this medical equipment with that extra $500 billion that you've raised with that tax? Don't you think that if you did that, the cops would come in and say, hey, you could hire a bunch of new staff for us to address the youth crime crisis? There's all these crises that society is constantly facing. And you have to address all of them. And you have to come up with policy that addresses all of them. And when you just hyper-focus in on this one thing, it's housing. That's the only thing that's facing this country. Yeah? It's not, what the CFMEU is responsible for if you really want to shit on them, which is like a big thing that they're doing is just like stymieing logging. Logging isn't a big crisis in this country. Water theft isn't a big crisis in this country. The fact that the hospital system has been so privatized over the last 10 years under the Liberals that the Medicare system has a bunch of fucking seething little holes in it, that's not a big crisis. The disability NDIS, like just becoming like this big slush fund under the Liberal Party, that's not a big crisis. Crime, that's not a big crisis. All of these people would have the same thing. If only you put all these taxes on the rich, this problem would be solved. Yeah, you can do that. You'd be voted out next term and you'd be replaced with a government that will just immediately repeal that tax and continue to fuck over every single one of those areas. Every single one of those areas that I just said then. And you'll just continue to have a shitter and shitter Medicare until it becomes so fucking bad that they say, oh yeah, now we can privatize it. You'll just have the fucking Murray-Darling just getting worse and worse. It's already bad beyond repair because of the last 10 years of damage that the Liberals did to it. As in, it will never be back to the health that it once was. We've passed that part. But what, you just want to keep doing it so it just keeps getting fucking worse? This is what they're advocating for when they're just like, just tax the rich. The rich have money. What do you think they're going to do with all of that money? They're going to put out a bunch of negative advertising, put a bunch of negative press on you until you pound you into the ground like they did with Kevin Rudd. And then he's out. And then nothing gets done. And what? You think that you sitting there and saying, oh, but the Greens like get what's up? No, they're just people that like, they don't even get it. Like when you ask them about solutions and shit, they don't even understand the solutions, but they understand that everything's like the system's fault. And then when they go into the system, they just go like, yeah, let's just fucking go all like full bullshit and tax the rich and shit like that. And then they just get fucking voted out. And then they sit there and say that the Labor Party's too timid when they were getting results. Like, if we still had a price on carbon today, do you think that we might be in the position to actually reach that 75% reduction in emissions that the Greens are talking about now? Fuck yeah, we'd be in a much better position for it because we would have an industry that is set up around reducing carbon emissions. We would have a bunch of infrastructure set in place for renewables that would make putting your renewables online a lot easier than it is now. But instead, we just got 10 years of fucking nothing. And in fact, we got more infrastructure built into fossil fuels. And so now you have to just decouple that shit. And now that Chris Bowen is doing that, an impossibly fucking hard task, what's he getting? Just slayed in the media constantly.
Oxford Economics, our research, calculates revenue from an economy-wide super profits tax could raise $290 billion over the next decade.
Cool. You know what else would give us heaps of money? If we nationalised mining in this country. That would. It's not going to fucking happen, ever. And you sitting there, isn't it amazing that these same people that sit there and say like, oh, you're just imagining that there's like a labour shortage, that there's not enough workers to build these houses? That's just excuse making. When it comes to something like the political reality of the situation, which is that you would get fucking decimated if you did something like that. No, that's also just wishful thinking. That's also wishful thinking. Even though it's been implemented, tried in the real world, and Whitlam got cooed, and then Kevin Rudd tried to tax the mining companies, and then he got cooed. That is facts that fucking happened.
And considerably more in the decade after that. That would comfortably fund the investment required to close the social and affordable housing gap by 2041.
And as you can see from what he just did with the draft legislation of picking something you shouldn't pick in the first place and then just picking out paragraphs that suited his argument, I can guarantee you with that 22 minutes that he's just picked two strong statements from them.
I mean, that's absolutely not something Jordan would.
That's what you have done this entire video. This entire video is you doing exactly what I explained there, and he's going, he just did that.
Never do right. Look, I have to admit I'm starting to wonder at this.
Oh, he's using the example again of him putting me out of context and saying this is what he was arguing about the Future Fund, when he's taking it from his own video where he's commenting on what I was saying, which is that the Greens are saying that the Future Fund is gambling. And I'm just pointing out how it's not fucking gambling. And then he changes my argument as to what that is. And now he's saying again like, oh, he's cherry picking facts.
At this point, was this all just projection on his behalf? Look,
and here we go, another bingo one. Projection. That's just pure projection, my dude. I'm being gaslit. Fuck. Fucking hell. I wish that these people had their own little vocabularies, but they don't read enough for that. They too much Twitter. Too much Twitter. So they just have this Borg vocabulary, which means
I'll
that they
cut
have
it here,
Borg
'cause quite
thoughts.
frankly, this video's gone on long enough as it is, and I'm really only scratching the surface.
Oh, really? Really? Well, you had 6 months here, Pickles. I'm sitting here. I'm talking about all your bullshit. I'm not happy to do it, but I'll go through it because you've kind of forced my hand. I have to do this. I'm not going to have you fucking sitting there with a stadium full of people going, here's a reference point that we can go back and shit on friendly Geordies and say, why is a Labor shill? Can't let that happen. So I have to respond to this shit. You had 6 months to clear your name, dude. 6 months. Most of this is you just repeating yourself again when you were wrong and not even acknowledging or understanding that you were wrong in many of these situations. And on top of that, your excuse out of half of the criticisms that we laid on you is, oh, I could go on, but like I'm tired. You had 6 months to fester and think about this. How pathetic are you?
Reality is, I probably would have just plain ignored his original video had he not spoken about the HAFF as if it was some grand visionary plan.
Here's the
Look at him, always just setting out these parameters and rules that are in his head. Oh, I would have done that, but then you crossed this line in my mind. That, let's be honest, is backwards rationalization. We all know why you responded, Pickles. It's because I put out a video saying this is why the HAF is a fucking good idea, and the Greens arguing about it. It had nothing to do with this cunt. Nothing. He just entered the, Pickles has entered the chat, as they say. He just decided to do that, and we all know why, because he's just got this little cult, this teeny little fucking hippie commune cult in his little fucking world that he doesn't even recognize that he has. They're all just critical thinkers because they agree with him, right? He's got that. I put out that video. I inadvertently address a bunch of the points that this idiot just regurgitates from the Greens, but isn't a Greens voter. Won't tell us who he's voting for either. That's very honest of you. Proves a bunch of them wrong. That hurts his ego because there'd be a couple of people in the cult on the outside, not his inner circle, obviously, that would be saying, you're clearly wrong on these points, Pickles. Are you going to address it? Are you going to address it? Because I want to believe. I want to believe that I'm better than the government. I want to believe that I'm smarter than all these boffins in Canberra on very specific fucking housing economics. I want to believe, Pickles. I want to believe. Could be addressed. So he puts out a thing being like, here's how he's a fucking idiot. Then I put out a response, and then he's just like, how can he do this? How can he do this? He's bullying me. It's pathetic. It's the worst type of mentality you could possibly have. Permanent victim complex. It's not that he didn't misunderstand the HAF. No, it's the government's fault for not explaining it to a fucking moron like him. Or as he says, a reasonable average person. He's a reasonable average person, this guy. But the reason that he did all of this, that he had to say something, is because Jordan was saying that the HAF is a visionary policy. That's the reason that he couldn't stand by anymore. Be honest, dude. It's because you were butthurt and you felt inadvertently attacked.
As an example.
Only the beginning of Labor's policy, mind you, which, let's be honest, is very ambitious, very comprehensive, visionary. Visionary. This is unbelievably forward-thinking.
It's not. It's just not.
No, it is. It just is. You have a fund that is designed to accumulate wealth over for fucking eternity. Let's just go into Pickles' stupid fantasy universe where he's getting like the worst possible projections he can and like basically having to fucking invent them to get to those projections. It would be going for 20 years. That is unbelievably forward thinking for a government policy, especially when you're used to the Liberals that their policy is just what is going to give me a headline in the Murdoch press. It's just, there you go, fuck China. Oh, they fucked us over with $20 billion of trade. Yeah. That's usually what we're used to in this country. These guys put forward a policy that even in Pickles' stupid fucking fantasy world where it isn't going to make money, despite the fact that every fucking index fund in the history of the world always makes... Look, now people are going to point out and be like, this index fund fooled on its ass. I don't even know if that's true. I think they always do, in the aggregate, end up making way more money in the future. That's what all super funds are based off of. All super funds are based off of index funds. That isn't forward thinking. That isn't forward thinking according to Swollen Pickles. His fucking solution of just buy houses now, right now, buy houses. What happens when the Liberals are in? Buy houses. That's forward thinking and visionary, is it? Tax the rich. With the super profits tax? When Bill Shorten tried to make it about like a niche accounting... it was going to get rid of one niche accounting trick that the rich exploit, and they made an entire election about that niche accounting trick and won. And so we had 3 years of Scott Morrison going through the fucking Black Summer bushfires and COVID with that cunt at the head of the government, when it could have been Bill Shorten there instead. That's forward thinking and visionary, is it? Something that will never fucking happen. Why don't we find a portal to Narnia, and then we can steal all of the Queen's Turkish delight, and that will feed the homeless? It's just as fucking fantastical. And then, you know what the point is? They're always going to sit there and say, he's going to come back and say, that Stage 3 tax cuts, we can all agree, was very shit of Labor to agree with that. Very shit light of Labor to agree to put in Stage 3 tax cuts. Jordan was saying that they won't get rid of the Stage 3 tax cuts, but they did. When the reality is, they didn't. They're still doing the Stage 3 tax cuts. It's just that they took the old advice, give the greedy bastards $1. Instead of making the tax cuts go to the rich, it's predominantly going to the middle class now. And he's just going to sit there and say, but they did that, and that shows that the Australian public is forgiving enough to change policy in the circumstances. Yeah, because it affects their back pocket. Those tax cuts are going to them. If the Liberals can turn around and make the case that there's a super profits on, super profits tax, they're going to come around and say that always, like, this is going to hurt employment. This is going to hurt investment. And then the average person is going to go, I'm employed. That affects me. Fuck you, Labor. Boo. We know. This has happened 1,000 times before. He just deliberately lives in a vacuum so he can feel morally superior to reality.
Not any of those things. So let's cut the crap. The HAWF...
Oh, yeah, finally, eh? Only 1 minute 12 in, we're going to cut the crap. This guy that does nothing but shits. Nothing but shits. He's proud of the fact that all he does is just shit on people. All of a sudden, he's going to get to the bottom of things. This guy that has deliberately misquoted me numerous times. Numerous fucking times.
Investment fund set up.
Housing Future Fund is an investment fund. It was set up by the government via borrowed funds. That is a completely fucking moot point that he is putting in to make himself correct. That has absolutely nothing to do with anything. He may as well just be putting up there, the HAF is an investment fund. The HAF is also run by the government. You know what the government's like, don't you? He may as well just be putting that up. Like, sorry, not run by the government, like set up by the government. It's like, yeah, but that's a fucking moot point. Completely moot. We've done a fucking hour on how moot that point is, but this is the point that he wants to focus on because it makes him feel right, despite the fact that it has nothing to do with his wider point, which is that he is assuming that those borrowed funds, that borrowed money is going to be paid back by the fund, assuming it off of nothing. He can't bring a single point to it. He cannot prove that point. And why would you assume that? Because Treasury usually pays that back unless, stipend otherwise. It's unbelievable, but this is cutting the crap. That's cutting the crap. We're already in sentence 2. Utter crap.
By the government with borrowed money, and a small portion of the fund will be distributed each year to vaguely support.
A small portion of the fund will be distributed each year to vaguely support the delivery of housing. Well, that's a very crap way. That is absolutely just putting crap on how the fund works. A small portion of the fund will be distributed each year to vaguely support the delivery of housing. It is not vaguely supporting the delivery of housing. It is supporting the delivery of housing. It is literally supporting the delivery of housing. It is set up so that it is making a private industry that revolves around delivering social and affordable housing. Is that ideal? No, it would be nice if we had 2 government wings like we did back in the fucking 50s saying, yeah, social and affordable housing is a good move. We don't live in that world anymore. The Liberals just privatise it. The Liberals just cut it constantly. You have to come up with a way of delivering this shit in the real world. This is the world we live in. He's sitting there and saying that it's like vaguely supporting housing. What a lie. More money will go towards interest and investment fees and costs than it will. The more lies. This is him cutting the crap. 3 points that we've just thoroughly gone through that are lies. He doesn't know any of this shit. More money will go towards interest and investment fees and costs than will be distributed annually. He has no evidence of that. He has no evidence of it. None. He's just saying it as a fact. Even, let's just put it this way. Even if he was right about it, which he definitely fucking won't be, even if he was right about it, it doesn't take away from the main point, which is that, like, it has attracted... Look, he is just fucking wrong. He is absolutely wrong because it has already attracted $13 billion of potential private investment already. But what? They're going to be charging $13 billion a year out of this fucking $10 billion fund?
Support the delivery of housing. That's the reality of what the HAFF is.
3 out of 4 points. Absolutely not reality. That's the reality according to Pickles. That's cutting the crap.
Now, it's my opinion, and I'm probably not alone here, that in its current iteration, it's going to do next to nothing to address the underlying housing problem.
So what's next to nothing to you? Is this $13 billion in applications and $26,000 in homes that they're going through right now, is that absolutely nothing? You know who I think is not going to think? Is the 18,000 homes that I think we're going to start building according to Powerhouse Australia. 18,000 out of the 122,000 people that are homeless. So pretty much a fifth of the people that were getting delayed because cunts like you were sitting there cheering on the Greens saying, this is mad that they're delaying this shit. Do you think that they think it's nothing? Do you think those 18,000 people that are homeless, it's probably going to be more than that because, like, you know, there's a lot of women and children there. The children don't live in their own fucking, you know, house. Do you think that they are going to be sitting there and saying that that is absolutely nothing? Addressing a fifth of the people that are homeless at the moment. Do you think that that is next to nothing, do you? What a cunt. See? Just so he can feel like he's better than the government. Yeah, that sucks. That's not going to do shit.
In Australia. It's the very definition of a better than nothing policy.
There we go. As opposed to the solutions that he didn't even think of himself, that he has just stolen from the Greens and the CFMEU that are unworkable, which will deliver nothing. They will deliver absolutely nothing. And he's shitting on the one that he himself says is better than nothing, while he is propping up the ones that say, hey, we're going to deliver nothing. Yay, but it makes me feel good. And it only makes him feel good. He doesn't really give a shit if, like, the homeless people are housed or not. The only reason it makes him feel good is it makes him feel like he was right. I'm going to go piss again.
I reckon Jordan knows that. I said this in...
Say it again. I've just decided that this is, like, what he reckons. I've got nothing on it. When you wish upon a star... No, dickhead, I don't think that. As I've publicly stated many times. When I'm making assumptions about the way that he thinks, at least I'm basing it off what he has said. He just goes and he said, yeah, he thinks it's better than nothing. He deep down thinks that.
In the earlier video, and probably half a dozen times since, setting up an investment fund in and of itself is fine. It has its place. But when you pitch...
Look at this. He starts extrapolating out. Even though he's directly said over and over, like, this sucks. It's a shit fund. Just how bad the HAF really is. That's how he finished his first one. It's all there to distract you from just how bad the HAF really is. When you push him on it, now all of a sudden it's just like, it's good and fine in itself.
Pitching this as the centerpiece of your housing policy, and you know how big the...
Yeah? What's wrong with that? He just keeps... See, again, just like quoting Anthony Albanese out, like one line that he said, it's the centerpiece, you know? What the fuck is wrong with that? All of these housing bodies all say similar things. They might not use the exact fucking word centerpiece, but they all use, it's so fucking vital that we have a funding mechanism that plugs in the gaps in our funding projects. It's really, really fucking important. And again, he just pretends that it's not. It's just him pretending that. No one says that. It's just him. Even the fucking CFMEU, they're saying that it's fucking mad.
The problem is, and how much it will grow by over the next 10 years.
It's not good enough.
The reality is that by the time...
Yeah, but fuckface, nothing's good enough. And what you have proposed is just fantasy. You may as well just be saying, here's how you fix the housing crisis. Fix it. Swollen Pickles wins again.
This fund has been able to build to the point that it can actually put a decent dent in the problem, the horse will have well and truly bolted. Look, I don't expect Jordan to come out and start being critical of Labor and Labor policies.
Oh, what's this? Now he's using the exact same attack point that the mainstream press does. But he's an independent thinker, guys. He really gets it. He's just using, he's talked to people in the Labor Party. He's really familiar with the Labor Party. He's just using he's so fucking lazy. He's such a lazy thinker. Oh, I saw this. Yeah, I'll just use that as an attack point. Fuck you. What are you talking about? I criticize the Labor Party. I've just been criticizing them over the fucking handling of the McBride case. It's just that I don't like criticizing them. I like focusing on the fucking hundreds of positive things that they do. And the fact that that is the movement that has made us go from mine with a couple of sheep over the top of it, continental mine with a couple of sheep over the top of it, to one of the most advanced economies on earth. That didn't happen overnight. You go look at the steps that went there. It was all the fucking Labor Party. That's what I like focusing on, because I like seeing the country go in the right direction. And I'm not such a fucking child that I sit there and go, all these things are going, like it's actually revolutionary what they're doing. But, oh my God, watch this. They misspelt a word in this fucking press release. Labor sucks. This is what these people do. This is how they get off in life. So I'm getting those guys on there to sit there and explain what their vision is for the future. You can go watch it instead of what this fuckwit does, which is this is how he's better than me, right? Because he gets Anthony Albanese and then just goes, centerpiece, and that's it. Where I get these people on for an hour and say, just explain what your vision is for the future. Because they never get the opportunity to explain that. The party that is naturally the opposition, sometimes the government, no one in this country knows what they do. They just have all these fucking bullshit assertions that are put into them by the press that this fuckwit inadvertently picks up on, which he is doing right now. He's just picked up a attack line from the fucking mainstream press that he is using. This is the portrayal of the Labor movement. And there is a very deliberate reason that is the portrayal that they choose to put out. It is because they don't want a party in that moves the country in the right direction. That is not good for profits. As we can see, $130 billion given back to workers.
Though it'd make for some interesting viewing if you decided to start going after Labor even.
See, look at that. Look at that. How dare I give Kate Washington a platform to talk about how the Liberals are getting rid of one of the great last koala hotspots in Port. No, not Port. What was it again? Where the fuck was she? Wherever the fuck she was. It was the Liberals approving another koala hotspot to just be cleared. And she was trying to get it to stop. But that, how dare I give her the platform for that? What a shill I am to try and get some fucking sensible nature conservation going.
Half as hard as he does the Coalition, the Greens, or anyone else he doesn't like.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that absolutely incredible? The reason that I should be going after the Labor movement, the thing that has built us from fucking convict colony to envy of the world, the reason that I should be going after that is because it would personally make Pickles feel better. It would be more entertaining viewing if I did that. This is his worldview. This is his worldview. You're not supposed to be explaining to the public how this party is moving the country, factually moving the country forward. What you should be doing is inventing conspiracy theories like me to shit on them so they go back out of government, and then I can go back to shitting on the Liberal Party again. I'm just perpetually shitting on whoever is in power. No matter what they're doing, I'm just going to shit on them all the time. That's entertaining to me. What a cunt. Like, you do realize you're talking about the lives of an entire fucking nation, right? Like, so you can have entertaining viewing, I'm supposed to shit on the people that are rebuilding the NDIS, that are rebuilding Medicare, that got robo-debt under control, put it out into a fucking Royal Commission, right? The ones that are implementing the Royal Commission's response to the failings of the Black Summer bushfires, fixing that entirely. What was the other one? Yeah, the aged care home fiasco. They're the ones that are implementing the Royal Commission results in that. I'm supposed to be shitting on that party. I'm supposed to be shitting on that party. That's the entertaining thing to do. And why is it entertaining to him? Because that's his worldview. His worldview is anyone who's in government sucks. Why? Because it makes him feel better about his own shit life.
But I'm not sure he's really in a position to do that. I know that I'm far from perfect. I'm just one guy. I do this in my spare time when I feel like it. I dig into issues that interest me, pour over as much information as I can, and then I share my thoughts.
And that's why you should listen to this man. He's just one of those boring pieces of shit that goes to council with their stupid conspiracy theories about, I know that you're actually not part of the Constitution. I've done my research in my time. I'm just doing this in my spare time. But you're not legally valid, so why do I have to pay my council fees? It's that kind of shit. This is a guy that just pours through information that we have provably shown he doesn't fucking understand. Fundamentally doesn't understand. He's just a whiny piece of shit at council with that same shitty voice that they have, quivering with his little piece of paper. You are not a valid source of government. That's what he's doing here. And that is better than somebody who has been doing this professionally for the last 10 years, actually knows how to read the documents, actually knows that drafts aren't a good way to look at like how a final bill is going to be formed and passed and what those people are saying about it. At least I know that. But what you should be listening to is a guy that is so pathetic that he sits there in his own time coming up with conspiracies about a housing fund in his spare fucking time. What a riveting life this man has.
I'm not running a business here. If I lose a bunch of subscribers, sure, it's a bummer and gets me further away from my ultimate goal. It will be mine.
Oh, okay, so he's just cancelled himself out there. So what he does want to do is become a professional commentator.
Oh, yes. It will be mine. But that's it. It's not the end of the world. But for Jordan, this is a business, and it's a fairly lucrative one.
Here we go, another attack point. All right, so after 10 years of the press saying he's funded by Labor, I'm saying, do you have any evidence of that at all? You do realise that if I was funded by Labor, I would have to put up a big disclaimer at the beginning saying this was funded by Labor. You do understand that, right? After 10 years of them just being like, you're funded by Labor. All these outlets that are funded by fucking fossil fuel industry and banks, you're funded by Labor. Finally, they had to retreat to, actually, his Patreon, he's obviously got a market that he's appealing to, and so his Patreon, that's why he is pro-Labor, despite the fact that he's been saying the same fucking thing for like well over a decade now. What is motivating him to support the Labor movement in this country, to have the really shocking opinion that unions are mad and a Labor Party is a good thing? What is doing that is his piss weak fucking Patreon, which I'm glad that you guys are a part of because I wouldn't be able to do it without it, obviously. But that's what's motivating me. Keeping out of mind that, like, dude, you have no idea how much money I could be making if I was just one of those cunts on Twitch that sat there all day playing fucking Smash Bros. If I was somebody that just did a bunch of Mr. Beast things like, I made the world's largest drink bottle and then chucked it in the ocean. What about if I was sitting there talking about YouTube drama all day? Do you have any idea how rich I would be? This is the same argument that I hate when people say, like, politicians are just doing it for the money. It's like, dude, a lot of politicians are really smart people. They could be in the private sector making like 5-6 times more. Now, some politicians are talentless pieces of shit, sure, but that is not every politician there. You're seriously going to make the argument that the reason that I'm pushing an opinion endlessly that has had 100 years of priming behind it, which is that the entire reason the press was set up is to shit on the Labor movement. That is the entire point. Read Paper Emperors by Sally Rugg. That's the entire point of the mainstream press, to sit there and make you believe that the vehicle that changes the country is, shit and shit light. That's the point of it, while they sit there and tacitly brainwash you to vote for their fucking party. See, I'm getting tired thinking about it right now. You think that I'm doing this for money? Are you kidding? Do you have any idea how much money I could make if I was making virtually any other message? Even if I wanted to talk about politics, what's the way to do that? You do the shit and shit light argument, because then you're in permanent opposition. It's always just fun to sit there and say, they suck. I'm so much smarter. Guys, aren't we so much smarter than all these experts in very specific fields? Everyone in Canberra sucks. We're legends. That is permanently going to see you go up in numbers, always, because it's just proven. You can look at it over and over again when it comes to America. MSNBC, ratings are up when Trump's in. Fox, when Biden's in, their ratings go up. Trump is an obvious different phenomenon altogether because he's, out of this world. But like any other president, that's always what happens. Being in opposition is the profitable one. It's because you just get to shit on people. And like he's saying there, to a bunch of fuckwits like Swollen Pickles, that's fun. That's fun. I don't see this as fun. I try and deliver it in a fun way so I can get as broad an audience as possible to listen to basic things like they're rebuilding the TAFE system. I know you don't give a fuck about that. I know you've never been to TAFE. I know that if you are at TAFE, you're probably too stupid to understand this anyway. But rebuilding the TAFE system is key to giving this country a fucking functioning economy. It's hard to get people to pay attention to that stuff. But I don't talk about it because it's fun. I don't talk about it because it's entertaining. I don't talk about it because it's profitable for me to do this. It is not profitable. What an idiot. It is not profitable to be talking about, free placements in TAFE. It really isn't. I have made a business out of it in spite of the fucking huge handicap that I have against every other YouTuber. Fuck, it would be easy if I just sat there and reacted to whatever was in the news that day even. But no, I go out of my way to talk about things frequently that aren't even in the news or just like some little sideline attack. It's so dumb that people like Swollen Pickles sit there and say, that's what's motivating him, money. Always. Their whole worldview. You saw it when it was like Nathan Dowbon. The reason that he disagrees with me is because he's funded by big government. When what was I can't even remember what it was because it was ages ago. When this development lobby agrees with me, it's because they're smart. When it disagrees with me, it's because they're paid by the development industry. Every time someone doesn't agree with him, it's always because they're paid to do it. It's not because he's a fucking idiot. It's because you're paid to make him feel bad.
Seems. And his is a business model built up over a number of years off the back of attacking anyone that's not the Labor Party. He has a...
No, dude. You really don't understand. It was built in spite of that. I can guarantee you it was built in spite of that. You have no idea what my finances look like. It's not even a profitable business. I'm always in the fucking red. The way that I make up for it is by doing stand-up shows a lot of the time and just paying my staff out of those funds. I am not a fucking multi-millionaire, and it is amazing when I go to other YouTubers' houses that do other shit and seeing their fucking mansions that they live in, because what I am selling is not popular. I do it because I think it is right. I am principled. The fact that he sits there and thinks that the reason that I went through the Bruz saga is so that I could shit on Labor's enemies. I nearly got bankrupted. You think that's a profitable move? I nearly got killed. On a couple of occasions. I nearly got arrested on more than one occasion. I had to face court. That was draining as fuck to my finances. Christo got arrested. All of this shit happened. You think we're doing this because it's fun? We're doing it because we actually care about the country moving in the right direction instead of just feeling like we're fucking awesome. Trying to make ourselves be yeah, everyone does suck except me. No, we're entering the fray. We're entering the arena. We're trying to get things done. It's not fun. It's not entertaining. My life is not entertaining. I can promise you that. It is fucking filled with... It's like a cop. It's just long periods of boredom followed by unimaginable horror. That's what my life is like. And that is the price that you pay for having a civil conscience. Unlike this cunt that has doesn't seem to possess consciousness. Doesn't even seem to possess consciousness. Duh. Labour, Liberal, just as bad. I'm awesome. That's why my life sucks.
The habit of making things personal and creating...
Fuckface, you entered the fray because you made it personal. This wasn't about you. I was talking about the half. I never mentioned you once, you stupid cunt. I will continue to mention you in the future if you keep bringing me up, because I'm not having just this hater magnet where they can just point to it, because I did this before. I'll just ignore the press saying that I'm paid by Labor. It's only one article. What do they do for the next 10 years? Keep pointing to that article, no matter how many times you point out it's fucking BuzzFeed doing a hit job. No matter how many times you point it out, no, he's paid by Labor. I've learned my mistake. I'm not doing it again. I have my Nixon's enemies list. I will address every single one of them, because if you allow these things to fester, they keep getting bigger. And it just keeps coming this magnet rod for people that have this stupid opinion of the reason he supports Labor is because he's paid to support Labor. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I will address every video that you put out, Pickles. Why? because I'm not having you just come up with all of these fucking lies to smear me that just sits there and festers and does nothing. You could have just had your little conspiracy cult where you sat there and made them feel good about the fact that they're a bunch of loser Redditors like yourself. You could have just had that where you sit there and like, everyone sucks, fuck them, yay. Yeah, how good are these people that have poor social skills? Us guys, we're all smart, critical thinkers. You could have had that forever. I would have never touched you. But I'm not going to let you take down the credibility that I've been trying to build up for the last fucking 10 years with this kind of utter shit. These like terrible, poorly thought out hit jobs. It's not going to happen.
Controversy, which is, let's be honest, what gets the clicks. And when you're running a business off the back of YouTube, it's all about the clicks and the Patreon.
As proven with Pickles. Don't you think that a reason that he was incentivized to do this shit is because he's clout farming off of my fucking face? Like, go look at him shitting on me as opposed to the average level of views that this cunt gets. Shitting on me or shitting on John Barilaro. Why? Because I made him famous, you know? But anyway, look at that. Like when he does it, and I'm telling you again, all he could have done is just gone, Friendly Geordie sucks. He would have got the same level of likes. Wow, Swollen Pickles so well researched, because it's just fuckwits that are not getting their little myth hit job every day. What I've realized with all of these losers that are online all the time is that they just need something to make them distract themselves from their life. They need, you know, it reminds me a lot of, in ancient Greece, you know why tragedies were just so tragic in ancient Greece, where this god said to this man that he had to kill his daughter and then eat her. And then from then on, they had to have babies and just eat all the babies from then on. And then all the Greeks would sit there and be like, glad I'm not that guy. You think that it was there because of the moral. That the reason everything was so bad is there was always some moral at the end of the play. That wasn't why. The psychology behind that was that everybody in Athens, ancient Athens, obviously their life was shit. And so someone's life had to be really shit for them to sit there and be like, well, maybe my life isn't so shit after all. This is the same thing with all of these losers that are chronically online. They are thoroughly depressed because we know from how much time you spend on the internet, the more time you spend on the internet, the more depressed you're going to be. And the way they get out of it, it's another thing with gamers as well. Gamers are, it's proven that all the gamers are going to be pissed off that are watching this now, but it's proven that the longer that you spend on games, just the more fucking reverted and immature you become. You just become this permanent 15-year-old being like, fuck off, mum. The same thing, because you're just sitting in front of a screen all day instead of interacting with the real world. And so these cunts need this constant drip feed of why everyone sucks except them, because if they can think that everyone sucks except them, they don't have to think about their own life and where they want to go in return, and they don't even have the skills for it, which is why they hate the concept of self-help. See how he did a little dig of self-help before? It's the same reason. They hate the idea that I have to focus on my own life for a second and get myself out of these circumstances. Nah, someone else should do it, because this is all they have. They're just a bunch of fucking man babies that are like, Mom. So everything is always external. Other people should be like holding their hand. You're not giving it to me. Fuck you, Mum. That's all they're saying when they're saying fuck the government.
Patreon. He's kind of wedged himself, really. Hypothetically.
Fuck face. You have any idea, again, like even if I was just going to go down the self-help route, like the growth on Jordan Shanks, if I spent a tenth as much focusing on Jordan Shanks as I do on Friendly Geordies, the growth on Jordan Shanks would dwarf it, because it's an easier message to sell than like, grow the fuck up, governments are not miracle machines. This is the government that, like, you know, is trying to do something as hard as nation building, a very difficult task, probably the most difficult task that you could do. Maybe, I don't know, like being a physicist or something like that might be a little more difficult. I don't know. But again, you're dealing with physicists to come up with those physics programs that they should be studying anyway. I've wedged myself. Dude, I could drop Friendly Geordies tomorrow. Easily. And I'd be way fucking bigger than I am now. I'd have a YouTube channel with a way... Like, I've been in the game long enough. I understand the tricks of the trade. I deliberately handicap myself all the fucking time because I care about the importance of the message. Which is like all these pieces of shit tankies on Reddit all the time being like, that's not real socialism, they're fake socialists and all this kind of shit. And it's like, yeah, okay, use your own crap definition, but they're always using Marx as their Jesus, right? They've just replaced Marx with Jesus Christ. Sorry, the other way around. What is the ultimate irony of Marx while they're sitting there being like, you don't understand this sentence that he said, and they're just arguing over the Quran text? The end thing is what Marx was saying, their fucking pin-up boy, is that what you should be doing is organising labour, i.e. unions, and getting behind the Labour Party. You have no idea how much the powers that be, that Swollen Pickles repeatedly repeats their talking points and being so stupid that he doesn't even understand that he's repeating their talking points. You have no idea what they would do to get rid of a labour movement in a country. Go look at what happened in Israel. What is the alternative there now? They've just got two corporate parties and then a bunch of these their version of just culture wars there, which is just like, you're not looking at the Quran the right way, the Torah the right way, the Quran, they fucking hate that. You're not looking at the Torah the right way. And then all these like shitty little culture war groups, which is like what the Greens and One Nation are, just barnacling on to these fucked corporate parties. Why the fuck do you think that like the Palestine-Israel shit got so derailed? A big part of that is the fact that Israel no longer has a viable labor movement there anymore. It was just crushed into dust. Why do you think America's so fucked up? It's because the Democrats are not a labor party. What are all the people that are always saying like, oh, we don't have a Bernie Sanders in Australia? You know why we don't have a Bernie Sanders in Australia? Because the Labor Party accomplished all the shit that he's been pushing for in the 70s and more. And more. The stuff that the Labor Party is, this like shit like milquetoast party, has accomplished unbelievable things. Things that would like in Bernie Sanders' wildest dreams he wouldn't even fucking advocate for. And why is that? Why is Bernie Sanders saying this? Your AOCs and all this shit, they're all saying if I lived in a country with a Labor Party, I would be part of that Labor Party. They're always saying that shit. They're in the Democrats because it is just like they're two corporate competing parties. Now the Democrats is a lot more friendly to the unions, so I'm not shitting on the Democrats for this. It's just like that's the structure that they have. What they are trying to do is grind the Labor Party into the ground, and they're being successful. Over time, it is getting weaker and fucking weaker because people don't join their unions, and you have more and more narcissists like this fuckface that think they understand more about the political system than they actually do, that sit around bitching and moaning about the fucking Labor Party from a different angle, and inadvertently regurgitating the points of all of these private entities that just put out these dumb little think tank points and they go, yeah, that's another way to shit on them. Fuck yeah. So it just drags their vote down more and more and more. Less and less people join their unions. Eventually they will get their way and then he will have something to actually fucking complain about, which is all that Swollen Pickles really wants at the end of the day. That is his grand vision. Give me more things to complain about.
Hypothetically, of course, what do you think happens if he were to go even half as hard at Labor as he does anyone he doesn't like?
I'll tell you what will happen. Exactly what happened when I'm just constantly supporting them, which is that the press, like none of those people fucking talk to me. Like I talked to them once and then they come out and the press comes out and it's just like, oh my God, he's a sexist and a racist. You have to distance yourself. Why do they want to do that? He doesn't understand these fucking points. He's just too stupid to get it. The reason they're all coming out with that whole campaign, you saw it, yeah? You have to distance yourself from friendly Geordies. He's a sexist. He's a racist. Why does the press want that point out? Because they want exclusive access to shape these guys' image in the public. They want exclusive access to that so that they can do shitty little things like Pickles does where they just highlight centerpiece. And that's Albanese's entire fucking argument about the HAF, right? Like, that's all they want. They just want the way to construct their image in their own likening, while I give them an hour to say, this is what the Labor Party really thinks, from their own mouth. They can't have that. And so, half the fucking people, when I'm supporting them ardently, come out and say, oh yeah, Friendly Geordies is a sexist and a racist. And again, I don't give a fuck, because I actually understand how the political system works. I still support them anyway. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I'm having drinks with these people. He's literally showing the only times I've ever been in the same fucking room as these people.
Do you think it's more or less likely that ALP pollies would be happy for a sit-down interview?
See? Look at that. Look at that. Look at it. He is regurgitating the mainstream media talking point. Those aren't even view grabbers. Why the fuck would I want to be talking to a bunch of 60-year-old boomers about fucking desalination plants and shit? There's other things that I would much rather be doing. Like, in my ideal world, honestly, I'd just be doing some like Kyle and Jackie O show where I'm sitting there being like, oh yeah, how big's your dong? Like, dude, I like that shit. I like trashy bullshit because it's funny. It's fun. It's fun to sit there and just talk about people's fucking penises and vaginas all day. I don't want to be talking about boring shit about like fucking housing policy and shit. I do it because it's fucking necessary and no one does it. And if you don't, you just leave a gap for all these idiots that think they understand more than they do and think that they're like on God's side.
You think the congratulatory messages would roll on in?
Oh, congratulatory message about what? Trying to defend koala habitat from going up in fucking smoke? A big campaign that was centered around that? Is that what I'm getting congratulatory messages for? Oh, how bad of Kate Washington to do that. What a terrible fucking representative she is. What a cunt. It's just like, dude, Kate Washington is such a better human being than whoever the fuck this coward is that won't even show his face with his dumb little annoying voice. Like, what the fuck have you done with your life, Pickles? Seriously, what have you done? What have you done? Sitting there and criticizing and complaining people that have set up campaigns and set up difficult, complicated policy, talking about a bunch of different stakeholders to try and move the country forward. He's better than them. It's unbelievable. Like the concern that Kate Washington has for the environment, how upset she was when she was taken out of that portfolio in the reshuffle after she'd just been spending years of her life trying to implement some kind of policy there. This is not to dump on Penny Sharp. Penny Sharp has been doing a very good job as Environment Minister. I could dump on a bunch of Labor ministers that I don't think are doing a very good job, but again, like, this is how fucking government works, you know? Like, any government ever, there's always just going to be like 5 or 6 people in that government that are moving the country forward, and there's just going to be a bunch of durs there, and like, you know, a bunch of people that are just like competent but not really visionary. Kate Washington was one of those people, you know, and she's doing great stuff in disability care now. So is Penny Sharp, so I'm not shitting on either of those people, but Kate Washington was one of the competents. She's great. I can absolutely vouch for her. And he's sitting there like, she tried really hard to try and preserve that strip of koala habitat. She fucking did everything she could. She organised campaigns. She, you know, organised the petitions that were going there. She was putting tough questions to them in Parliament. She was raising awareness for it. She was going to federal Parliament and saying, Sue, just come down here and go look at it. She goes down and looks at it and is like, and then just rubber stamps it, and there we go. She did all of that. What did the Greens do? Rocked up after all of that happened. Rocks up. This is true. This is true. I think it was fucking Maureen Fouki that went there. This is the Greens. She went to that same place after she'd been doing everything. This is the classic what the Greens do as opposed to the Labor Party. It's the Henny Penny story or whatever it is, that little red hen that who's going to help me grind up the grain? Not I, said the Greens. Who's going to help me bake it? Not I, said the Greens. They do all of that shit. They come there where the bread is baked. She comes in last minute and says, this is an outrage that this is getting done by a quarry. If you want, this is true, if you want something to be done, start urging your local minister, giving this knowing like, She used it to shit on the Labor Party. The woman that had been spending a big chunk of her fucking time in Parliament trying to get that piece of land saved. And she comes in and is just like, go talk to your local member, raise your voice. This is the world they live in because they're just fuckwits. They're just lazy, self-absorbed pieces of shit. They don't care about the facts.
Preface this with, as soon as I started going after the Australian unemployment workers.
Now they're using the AUWU. Now here we're going into deep law. Great. So you're using a fake union that set itself up by a bunch of private school kids that were too incompetent to join the union movement and said, well, I'm going to start my own fucking union. A union that now just goes around and cyberbullies people into fucking suicide and sends false rumours about making fun of them being pedophiles and shit. And then they clip me saying like unbelievably inoffensive remarks like this and being like, oh my God, Labor's shill. That's what they do with their time. And now Swollen Pickles is using that because he's just a piece of crap. That's all he is. He is just a piece of crap that is just looking for anything that he possibly can to make me look bad, when it's just like all you're doing is getting clip chimp bits from a very, very fucking dishonest organisation. Go Pickles.
A lot of heavyweights within the Labor movement who I can't disclose. Bill Shorten staffers, but they were saying, but there was others. There was others as well, but a lot of them were messaging me and just online saying, thank you for going after these clods.
Ew, that's so cringe that he put that in afterwards. It's amazing that, like, because that's the kind of shit humor that he has in his head, right? Like, it's just like, oh, that meme was so fucking big that even I, this like boring boomer, saw it. How cool is this, guys? Have you seen this meme? Anyway, the point is, what the fuck is wrong with that? Yeah, they did, because that is what the AUWU does. They sit there and they clip all these Labor movements, because it's all the same with these incompetent pieces of shit. They actually hate the Labor Party more than they do the Liberal Party, and it's because they're just too incompetent to enter the Labor Party, so they just sit there like personally butthurt, going like, fuck you. And so they pretend like it wasn't Bill Shorten that was spending all of his time getting all the witnesses together for robo-debt, ensuring them amnesty, getting the legal arguments together, doing all the research into the papers. No, it wasn't Bill Shorten orchestrating all of that. It was the AUWU. The AUWU did that, because they sent through a couple of tweets being like, this is pretty stuffy. This is stuffy. And so what they do is they sit there and they fucking do that kind of shit. You know? That's what they do with their lives. And obviously it resonates with pieces of shit like Swollen Pickles, because their worldview is very similar. Everyone sucks except me.
What do you think happens to the subscriber count when the rusted on ALP voters start hearing things that they don't really want to hear?
It goes up. It goes up, you moron. It goes up. If I lied to the public and did the whole shit and shit light thing, I would get such easy views. Such easy views. That is the easiest way to grow. I grew in spite of the fact that I was like, no, I'm not going to go down that cheap route. I'm going to try and educate the public on how fucking society works. Sorry. And I've been penalized greatly for it. There is no way. If I did something way more broad and way more YouTubey, I would have such a higher subscriber count now.
Maybe he loses subscribers, or worse, Patreons. As an aside, from what I've learned...
It's money. That's what's motivating him. What motivated me when I was nearly getting killed and bankrupted for my beliefs is money. Fuck you. You're an awful person, Pickles. Like, you really are an awful person. And the worst thing is that you think you're better. you seriously think you're better.
Learned personally on a relatively small scale is that rusted on voters are a fickle bunch. They'll get behind you so long as you're pumping up the tyres of their team and sinking the boot into the opposition.
But your audience, though, they're not a fickle bunch. If you started saying, oh, no, actually the government's like, you know, got all of these good policies in all of these areas, if you did that and said, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is good, they're not just, A, not going to watch it, but B, not going to start being like, you are a shill, you're a shill, because you're not feeding them their copium, which is that everyone sucks in Canberra. You need to keep pumping that message. It's so fucking stupid that, like, dude, you should always be really wary of people like this. Anyone who is so dumb that they can't even see their own cognitive biases. It's like, I'm not admitting that, like, I support the Labor Party. That is what I do. I support the Labor Party. You don't like it? Fuck off. I don't care. Like, I really don't give a shit. You've got enough of your, like, media to go out there and say, oh, here's another invented reason why they suck. That's everything. That's all media. That's what they do. You can go to them if you want. If you want to have these little lies pumped in your head like Pickles does, like Swollen Pickles exists, go to him. For the love of God, go to him. I hate you cunts. I don't want you associated with me at all. You're just a fucking psychological drain, the fact that you even exist, which is just reflective of who you are. If he doesn't keep talking to the cunts and keep sitting there and saying everything sucks all the time, or actually this thing that you said they should do that the Labor Party did, yeah, that's okay. There's more to be done though. That's the closest that he would ever get to being like, you know, this is good. Go on. Go on. You seriously think that the Labor Party's not doing anything right? Nothing. That the Labor Party, the movement that gave us Medicare, modernised the economy, NDIS, got rid of a bunch of fucking rorts, put in the Anti-Corruption Commission, made a climate change super department, made an environment super department, put cops on the beat on water theft, got a new deal done with water theft, TAFEs, completely revolutionizing TAFEs, manufacturing revolution. This is all just in their term, giving us some of the best numbers economically in the world during the fucking cost of living crisis. Aggressively attacking inflation, and the inflation numbers are down as a result. No, that's all. No. What I'm going to do is just sit there and shit on them constantly. You go explain that to their audience. What do you think's going to start happening? Shill, you're a shill. But it's only my audience that are like, you know, a cognitive bias cult field.
If you dare say anything remotely critical of their team...
See,
well,
look at this,
they'll
look at this, look at
disappear
this.
faster than a mule can...
Look at it, like all these fuckwits, being negative. That's critical thinking. Critical thinking is just being critical. This is how stupid they are. Critical thinking is just being critical. It's in the name. That's how they think. Being negative all the time, that is critical thinking to these people. It's not, maybe I've just completely proven myself wrong. Oh, this has been brought up to my attention that I was absolutely wrong about how the HAF even works. Absolutely wrong about that. No, it's the government's fault because they suck. That's critical thinking. That's critical thinking. Not sitting there and being like, the information that I was presenting was wrong. I've done it. I've admitted when I was wrong. I was wrong about putting up that article. I was wrong about the date of when a certain event happened. It wasn't hard. It'd be hard for him because it's fucking embarrassing how wrong he is. But he can't do it. Every single time, even when he comes up with these wild assumptions of how the HAF is going to lose $1 billion over the next 2 years. No. Him getting substantive criticism on why that is so stupid to assume those things and he's got no basis to assume it. No. The only way that he's wrong in that is that he realizes that no one is smart as him to understand what a genius move it is to come up with these insane assumptions. That's where he's made the wrong move. He's underestimated how stupid everyone else is except him.
Shit itself. Okay, well, not what I had in mind originally, but you get the point. What his original Housing Fund video, as well as this podcast, show is that Jordan has a massive blind spot when it comes to...
Yeah, the other one. Here we go. Blind spot. We have hit another Twitter bingo. Blind spot. But me, personally, I have a fully functioning brain that absorbs reality as it is. Even though that's not just biologically impossible, physically impossible. Swollen Pickles sees the world how it is, which is that, as he just said then, why don't you just shit on everything all the time because it's entertaining? That's not a blind spot, though. I'm going to shit on everything all the time because I personally think that's entertaining. That is not a blind spot. That is not a way of looking at that's not a blind spot way of looking at government. You know? Like, why does anyone do this? This is what I'm saying. Like, just the fact that he even says that shows what a fucking moron he is. Because anybody that ever says, you are biased, what they're saying by that is that I'm not biased. And then if you push them on it, they'll be like, yeah, in certain ways. But they wouldn't ever be able to explain how they are. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, I support the Labor Party. That's what I do. I am not ashamed of my bias and blind spot. Fuck off if you think otherwise. Like, I couldn't give a fuck. Well, you know, I give a fuck because you're voting, and that gives me the shits. But in terms of, like, your thing of just like, don't you see? It's like, yeah, I see my blind spot at the very least. You don't. You don't see your own blind spots.
Don't get me wrong, there have been times when Jordan has brought attention to things that people may otherwise not have noticed.
Another one of his things. Oh, no, I'm going to be fair. After, like, lying about him, putting him out of context all the time, 115 minutes in, an hour and 15 minutes in, oh no, he's brought attention to some things, including the things that I've profited off in the past by just going on the same bandwagon that he has, and then getting higher views as a result. And that's him explaining that, like, I nearly fucking died. I nearly fucking died trying to bring attention to things that no one was paying attention to. And all he ever does is just coast off of things in the media. Oh, the media's shitting on the Labor Party for this. Allow me to shit on them as well, but from a different angle. Wow, I'm doing a real national service as opposed to me going and deliberately pointing out things that the press never talks about. Some things. Just sometimes I'm good at doing that, by the way. Never giving any examples as to what the fuck he's talking about. One throwaway sentence. I'll tell you this in response, Pickles. You're not. You are a complete fucking cancer on democracy. Admittedly, a fucking small little cancer cell. You're a pissant, but I have nothing positive to say to you at all. I think you suck.
Me, it seems pretty clear through a lot of what he has said that he hasn't looked at the HAFF at all critically.
See. That's his understanding of critical thinking. You're not deliberately looking at it critically. What the fuck are you talking about? That's seriously what they think when they think critical thinking. Amazing. He said it. That's a Reddit bingo tick right there. I just don't think he looks at it critically, which just means negatively shitting on everything and inventing conspiracy theories as to why it sucks. Can't prove it in this whole time. He just keeps embarrassing himself over and over and over again. He's just not come to the same conclusion as me, which is just retreating into my head about why I'm right. He's not critically thinking about it.
So I have to ask, is that standard for his content? It's okay to expect a higher standard from the current Labor government. Just because we're coming off the back of a coalition
Here we go. The shit and shit light point. Get ready for it.
Government that was, let's face it, one of the worst governments we've seen in many, many years. That doesn't mean that we need to set the bar low now.
Government that's trying to get back GP and co-payments back to a sustainable level in Medicare at the moment, desperately trying to do that after the Liberals neglected it, trying to fill in the gaps of the 1,000 ways that the Liberals privatised the fucking Medicare system in this country, trying to adequately fund education and hospitals, trying to rebuild the TAFE system, trying to rebuild manufacturing. Go read Superpower by Ross Garnaut. That is the vision that the Labor Party has for this country. It is to make Australia a Saudi Arabia of clean energy. That is the direction that they're pushing. You go read his book about what he is recommending the government does. You will see that the Labor Party time and time again is implementing those things. It would be better if we had the last 10 years to do that, when Ross Garnaut was trying to beg the Liberal Party to do it and they ignored it for the entire fucking 10 years. But that's just slightly better than the Liberal Party, like them just entrenching more and more investment into fossil fuels, while the Labor Party is picking up all of these policies from Ross Garnaut to try and build that superpower future by creating a manufacturing base that is like high tech and is based around like hydrogen and shit like that. Like that is just a little bit better than the Liberal Party. This is the way that they retreat to it. I'm not saying they're as bad as the Liberal Party. I'm saying that they're just slightly better. The one that came up with an anti-corruption commission as opposed to the Liberals that just completely poo-pooed the idea of it and didn't want it out. Why? Because a bunch of them are going to get fucking face it. It's just that these things take years and years and years and years and years and years to go through. The same party that is currently rebuilding the energy grid as we speak. Huge investments in in renewables. Huge investments in renewables. Well, who's going to be like, oh, they approved a bunch of mines. How many mines? How many mines in comparison to the Liberals? How many? How many? And when they say approved, this is the other thing. They're not even talking about that. They're saying, does it meet the requirements to be approved, which have been greatly tightened under the Labor Party and actually enforced. A lot of the time when those mines didn't even meet the standards that the Liberal Party set for it, they said, yeah, okay, approved anyway, went for it. Spent heaps and heaps of money keeping old power plants running that are fossil fuel based, spending heaps of taxpayer money on that to keep old fossil fuel plants going that should have been decommissioned like decades ago just because fuck you environment. Parties that just went out of their way to completely ignore their own environmental standards while you have Tanya Plibersek rebuilding the Department of the Environment, making the Department of the Environment a super department that also includes a bunch of things like air pollution and, water and all that shit all put together. Rebuilding the emergency department response by making a big emergency super department. Making sure that the Department of Home Affairs, instead of spying on you, is using their technology to spy on the weather so that we are able to see weather patterns happening quicker and respond to, there's going to be flooding this year, so maybe we should have an emergency response to that. Reallocating the Department of Home Affairs. Like Peter Dutton, if he was in, he'd be reallocating the Department of Home Affairs as well, but in a very scary direction. Increases in investments to science and research across the board. This is another huge tragedy of the Liberals being in for the last 10 years, which was the Rudd-Gillard government spent all of that time trying to get a bunch of eggheads trained up in a bunch of different things, whether it be aquaculture, agricultural science, whether it be biodiversity, whether it be renewables, all of this shit. They all got trained up under the taxpayer. The Liberals just cut all the research grants, cut all the research funding, cut all the PhD funding that they were giving out to these things to create like that science and to just really clamp down on that shit. What happened to all those scientists? Instead of going into government jobs, instead of doing things that are communally beneficial to the public, they go out and they go work for China. They go work for Tesla. All this shit, like all these breakthroughs that we could have been profiting off, they're all gone now because of the Liberals over the last 10 years. Labor Party's rebuilding that shit, trying to salvage broadband from the utter fucking shit show that is. You want me to keep going on? I can keep going on. How is this just slightly better? How? Just so you can feel slightly better about how fucking embarrassingly wrong you are? Is that what we're talking about here? How is the current government just slightly better? Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit.
In this instance, I don't actually know what upset him more, the criticism of a Labor policy or the fact that someone was actually taking a look at the substance of what he was saying rather than...
Yes, rather than just nodding along, unlike your audience. Yeah, I'm getting to the nitty-gritty of it, which is why I have not been able to puncture a single hole in anything except for the fact that you got the date wrong, and everything else I've just reinforced what I've said and pretended like you didn't say anything, or I've retreated into further conspiracy. Fuck you, suck pickles.
And just fanboying him. There was a bunch of stuff here I basically cut for time and it wasn't super relevant.
Yeah, okay. Go back and watch that podcast if you can be bothered. I know that you can't after watching 6 hours of this if you even did. Jesus, I don't know how you went through all of that. But go back and watch what wasn't super relevant. Go back and watch what wasn't super relevant. I can guarantee you. Bunch of first off, his dumb little argument that he didn't have a response to of like, if the Liberals did it, he wouldn't be defending it. Doesn't have a response to that. Didn't have a response to the fact that he was saying, no, that $9.5 billion sucks. Doesn't matter. Just talk about the half. Also, the government isn't doing anything except the half. That's not true. What are you going to say about that? What are you going to say about those pickles? I can't even remember because it was like 9 months ago, but he himself at the beginning said, I only responded to about half of these arguments.
But I'll just say this, at the end of the day, people will make up their own minds. What I've learned is that there are people that think Jordan walks on water, but from what I've seen, he's just a guy with opinions. He can be right and wrong about things just like anyone else.
It's like shitty boomer points. We all get up and we all shit and we all put on our pants one leg at a time. But I am this critical genius and my audience are critical thinking geniuses that are highly intelligent.
To be honest, this whole thing has left me feeling a little bit meh. And if anything, it's been...
Yes, see, it's very taxing on me. It's very taxing that he did this on the podcast and not on the main channel that he's trying to bully me. It's so taxing. How could he respond to me after me shitting on him? He's just supposed to let me shit on him and to devalue his credibility. Why can't he just do that? I feel very meh now. I am the real victim here, despite the fact that he released this while I was away for reasons that I can't even get in on publicly while I was away. But he's the victim. While he just sneaks that out while I literally can't even fucking defend myself. Like, I can't say anything fucking publicly. And he releases that then. But he's the victim.
A lesson to me in what it feels like to be proper gaslit.
But, like, how? How the fuck have you been gaslit? You're saying I'm wrong. Saying I'm wrong is gaslighting me. I think I'm right in my head. I'm not crazy. I'm being gaslit. This is how these people think. Isn't it shocking?
So there's that.
Jordan is incentivized by Patreon. I've just admitted that I want to do this professionally. I am not speaking to an audience that agrees with me. By the way, sign up to my Patreon. Well, there you have it. I think it speaks for itself the last 6 hours. What a fuckwit this guy is. But look, I just want the main takeaway to be that just because you're critical doesn't mean you're a critical thinker. And anybody that uses the phrase, they're a critical thinker, is always a dead shit because it's them trying to separate them from everybody else and say, I'm not biased. I don't have my own biases in my head. I am a critical thinker. Shitting on everything, which is just a natural negative bias in the head. Like, you are designed to see things in a negative light. That is the bias in the brain, but that's not bias. Playing into the natural cognitive bias in your head that everything sucks, everyone's dumb except me. This is not a biased way to look at the world. No. The biased way to look at the world is to say, people are doing the right thing. No one is doing the right thing except me, Swollen Pickles. And if you say otherwise, you are gaslighting him. It is that mentality. It is that Twitter mentality. These are the people. These are the lame people that bring down democracy. They attack it from a different angle. While the mainstream press is saying, how dare the Labor Party tax big business? That was the Fin review the other day. I cannot believe that the Labor Party is not letting companies get away with paying $0 in tax. What a betrayal. That's what they're saying. You got fuckwits over here just being like, let me just shit on this policy that I do not understand. And then when someone points out that I don't understand it, let me just say that that's the government's fault that I don't understand it. Let me explain that for an hour. I'm not biased. I do not have a cognitive bias. Anybody that disagrees with Swollen Pickles is gaslighting me. The arrogance of disagreeing with Swollen Pickles. Fuck off. Anyway, if you did sit around for that, I guess, thanks.